I am the god of light. I create a divine civilization. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction, so please don't attempt real magic. The results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 526: Great Talent. It's all up to you. Just then, a cold snort suddenly rang in his ears. Huang Fu Hongke turned his head in confusion and met a handsome face with red hair and black clothes, looking no more than a young man. However, at this moment, this handsome young man was looking at him coldly, his gaze as if he were looking at a dead man. Jun Lai, immortal lord. Huang Fu Hongke's eyes widened suddenly, and cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Only then did he realize that his landing point, whether by coincidence or design, was exactly between Jun Lai, immortal lord, and his great aunt, effectively separating the two. It's over, it's over, it's over. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Although he was indeed very worried about his great aunt, he wasn't mentally prepared to die. In extreme panic, he had a brain fart and, for some reason, foolishly reached out to greet Jun Lai, immortal lord. Hi. As soon as the words fell, the starry sky fell into deathly silence. Jun Lai, immortal lord's cold and ruthless expression froze, and his gaze towards Huang Fu Hongke suddenly became extremely strange. His expression was as if he were looking at a madman. In the distant starry sky, Wu Wei, who had kicked Huang Fu Hongke, also twitched at the corner of his mouth, almost spitting out blood in anger. Could this guy be any more stupid? Hongke. At this moment, Yaoyu, who had been in a daze, finally slowly woke up. Seeing the young man in front of her, she was first stunned, then her pupils shrank, and she suddenly realized, what are you doing here? Get out of here. That's right. Huang Fu family brat, what are you doing here? Get out of here. At this moment, Xiaoyo, immortal venerable on the other side, also suddenly realized what had happened. He did hope someone could help Yaoyu, but what level was Huang Fu Hongke? His coming here wasn't helping, it was suicide. Great-grandma, Xiaoyo, immortal venerable, I want to leave too. Huang Fu Hongke was on the verge of tears. Did he really want to come? He was clearly kicked here. He wanted to run, but his legs felt like lead, and he was trembling with tension. Even if he wanted to leave, he couldn't. As they spoke, immortal Lord Jun Lai finally understood the situation. He hadn't taken a mere 10th level immortal cultivator seriously, and seeing Yaoyu and immortal venerable Xiaoyo's anxious expressions, he naturally assumed Huang Fu Hongke was a foolish junior who had come to his death. Since you're here, stay here with us. He sneered, flicking his wrist and casually thrusting his sword at Huang Fu Hongke. Even a casual strike from a 14th level Tai Golden Immortal was fatal to a 10th level Immortal Cultivator. The blazing sword light sliced through the void, its terrifying power instantly locking onto Huang Fu Hongke. Huang Fu Hongke's face turned deathly pale. The scorching sword light stung his face, his mind went blank for a moment, and he instinctively covered his head and crouched down. Boss, save me. A heart-wrenching cry for help echoed through the void, sounding exceptionally tragic. Even as the cry for help pierced the air, the blazing sword light was already upon Huang Fu Hongke. Seeing Huang Fu Hongke about to be engulfed by the sword light, a cold smile appeared on Jun Lai, immortal lord's face. Yaoyu and Xiaoyo, immortal venerable, were frantic, almost unable to bear watching what would happen next. However, in that instant, a channel of faith suddenly solidified above Huang Fu Hongke's head. It was a powerful spiritual force born from Huang Fu Hongke's complete trust in Wu Wei and his intense will to survive, which, in this moment, unexpectedly and perfectly matched the conditions for praying to the gods. The channel of faith extended continuously into the void, instantly connecting to Wu Wei's divine spark of light. A point of light representing a fanatical believer was suddenly illuminated. Wu Wei's mind stirred, and he suddenly spoke. Yes. A majestic and vast divine voice resonated in Huang Fu Hongke's mind. The next moment, a pure white pillar of light descended from the sky, instantly enveloping him. Vast divine power surged through the channel of faith, and a holy light suddenly emanated from Huang Fu Hongke's body. It was pure, ultimate holy light. Within the dazzling light, a round shield, half a person's height, and a knight's longsword rapidly materialized beside him. These were energy shields and longswords formed from pure light energy, radiating immense divine power from their very appearance. Unlike divine descent that completely controls the other's consciousness or divine infusion that fundamentally enhances a believer's strength, this time, Wu Wei simply lent divine power to Huangfu Hongke in the form of equipment, temporarily granting him the right to use divine arts, allowing him to use them directly without comprehension or learning. Although this meant Huangfu Hongke would no longer be able to use divine arts after Wu Wei withdrew the divine power, for the current situation, this was the most suitable method for Huangfu Hongke. Just as the sword light of immortal Lord Zhenli was about to strike Huangfu Hongke, the energy shield beside Huangfu Hongke seemed to sense something and suddenly flew up automatically, directly meeting the sword light. Bang! The sword light and the energy shield collided, suddenly producing a deafening roar. A violent energy shockwave swept out, but was blocked by a white energy shield just before it hit Huangfu Hongke. After the sword light's power dissipated, Huangfu Hongke was not only alive, but also completely unharmed. Immortal Lord Zhenli's smile froze on his face. This is impossible. What happened? Immortal Venerable Yao's eyes widened in shock. Yao was also stunned. All of this happened too suddenly, not to mention them. Even Huangfu Hongke himself hadn't reacted yet. He squatted with his head in his hands for a while before realizing something was wrong and slowly raising his head. Huh? I'm not dead. He stared wide-eyed in shock, utterly bewildered by the strange phenomena around him. His cries for help were purely instinctive. He hadn't expected a response and had no idea what was happening. He remained stunned for several breaths before slowly coming to his senses. It seemed he hadn't only survived, but had suddenly become incredibly powerful. Huangfu Hong cautiously reached out and touched the energy shield in front of him, finding nothing amiss, before boldly grasping it. Instantly, a series of light-based defensive and support skills, Guardian of Light, Healing Aura, Acceleration Aura, Purification Aura, appeared in his mind. Without conscious thought, he instinctively understood the specific effects and usage of these skills. A sudden realization dawned on him. He quickly transferred the shield to his left hand, then reached out with his right and grabbed the energy lightsaber beside him. Instantly, a series of light-based offensive skills also appeared in his mind. Huangfu Hongke became instantly excited. I, Huangfu Hongke, am truly the chosen one. I always have a stroke of luck at crucial moments. He held a round shield in his left hand and a knight's longsword in his right, a surge of unparalleled confidence rising within him. He felt that with these two items in hand, he could definitely stop Immortal Lord Zhenli. Immortal Lord Zhenli, take my sword. He swung his knight's longsword, thrusting it directly at Immortal Lord Zhenli. Immortal Lord Zhenli reacted only then, hurriedly swinging his sword to block. Although he didn't understand what was happening, it didn't hinder his battle. In an instant, the two sides were locked in fierce combat. Huangfu Hongke wasn't yet very skilled in using divine magic, but his confidence was overflowing, and he fought without fear. Relying on his energy shield, he not only dared to directly clash with Immortal Lord Zhenli, but even dared to chase after him. Wu Wei slowly emerged from the void. Seeing this, his lips twitched, and he couldn't help but say, "Take it easy. The energy in your shield and sword is limited. I won't replenish it once it's used up." Ha, I knew this must be your trick, boss. Huangfu Hongke was excitedly yelling, and he wouldn't listen to Wu Wei's advice. Not only did he not restrain himself, but he also repeatedly called out to Wu Wei, "Boss, come quickly, let's beat Zhenli Immortal Lord back to his hometown." Wu Wei ignored him and appeared beside Yao in a flash. At this moment, Xiao Immortal Venerable finally arrived at Yao's side, and Kun also swam over from the other side. The two people and Kun, one big and two small, stared blankly at Wu Wei, as if they were seeing him for the first time. "Wang Dong, you." Yao opened her mouth, wanting to ask something. However, before she could finish speaking, Wu Wei waved his hand to interrupt her. "Ask your questions later. I'll take you away from here first." With that, he snapped his fingers. The next moment, a beam of sunlight suddenly tore through the starry sky, illuminating Wu Wei. Behind him, a magnificent golden gate slowly opened. Pure white holy light poured out from it, and the faint sound of angels flapping their wings could be heard from within, as countless golden petals fluttered down. This was the gate of heaven, the path to the kingdom of God. Chapter 527 Yaoyu, the Divine Concubine? After the Kingdom of Light advanced to level 5, the design of the gates of heaven changed slightly, appearing more magnificent and grand, further highlighting the kingdom's majesty. Enveloped in golden light, the Golden Gate seemed to connect heaven and earth, radiating a vast and awe-inspiring majesty, radiating light, holiness, and unapproachability. Under the hazy mist, everything behind the gate was indistinct, yet it gave everyone the feeling that it was a world full of light and vitality, inspiring a sense of anticipation. For a moment, everyone present was stunned. Even Yao Yu forgot what she had just intended to say. Let's go. Wu Wei, accustomed to the gates of heaven, didn't find anything unusual and naturally became the calmest person present. He reached out and put his arm around Yao Yu's waist, protecting her as they retreated into the gates of heaven. Yao Yu was already considered tall for a woman, but she was still half a head shorter than Wu Wei. Being held in his arms, they fit together perfectly. She froze, instinctively glancing up, but only saw Wu Wei's sharply defined jawline, unable to discern any emotion. In that moment of stunned silence, Wu Wei had already pulled her into the holy light pouring from the gates of heaven, disappearing little by little. The Golden Gate paused slightly, then slowly began to close inward. Wait for me. Seeing this, the carefree immortal venerable hurriedly chased after them. The giant fish Kun beside him also quickly followed. In the blink of an eye, the three of them and the fish vanished into the dense holy light, the Golden Gate dissipating into specks of golden light in the void, as if it had never existed. Boss, why aren't you here? Huh? Where did everyone go? Huangfu Hongke was in the middle of a great fight when he turned around and found that there was no one behind him. A sudden chill ran down his spine. He suddenly felt a little scared. Meanwhile, everyone in the misty immortal palace was stunned. What just happened? How did senior brother Huangfu suddenly become so powerful? And that gate of light, what is that? Its power is so strong, I almost knelt down. And what about senior brother Wang? The disciples stared in disbelief, feeling that everything that had just happened was completely beyond their comprehension. They were bewildered, at a loss, all frozen in place. The red-robed elder also looked up at the void, her feelings complex and indescribable. The disciples couldn't recognize what the gate of light represented, but she knew. It was divine magic, a spell from a divine civilization. Although she had been told that Wang Dong came from another powerful civilization, she never expected that this other civilization would actually be a divine civilization, and even less did she expect that Wang Dong, who appeared to be only at level 9, would be so powerful. Whether Yao Yu's departure would be a blessing or a curse was unknown. Well, it was ultimately a good thing that Yao Yu survived. As for the rest, she couldn't worry about that now. Meanwhile, Wu Wei, the other two, and the fish had successfully arrived at the Kingdom of Light. Over the years, the Kingdom of Light has developed to possess 56 gates of heaven, 36 corresponding to different civilization planes, and 22 different flagships. Each towering gate stands majestically, exuding an aura of grandeur and holiness, forming a forest that appears even more imposing and magnificent. The immortal venerable Xiao and Yao Yu, having just emerged from the gates of heaven with Wu Wei, felt their own existence dwarfed by the sheer scale of the gates. As immortal venerables, they were well versed in the ways of the world and, while not prone to losing their composure, couldn't help but marvel. Although they didn't know the specifics, based on their own experiences, they could guess that these towering gates led to different places, perhaps even different civilizations. Such scale and sheer number were enough to leave them in awe, even just imagining them. Yao Yu couldn't help but look around, discovering they were halfway up an enormous mountain. Behind them stretched a massive, towering peak, and before them lay a vast, boundless plain. Looking down, they could see majestic, pristine white temples perched atop the lower peaks. From their vantage point, they could only see the temple's soaring spires and white walls, but even this glimpse was enough to convey the grandeur and solemnity of the palace complex. Everything here seemed incredibly sacred and solemn, filled with an aura of light, and the ethereal chanting of sacred hymns carried on the air, instantly purifying their minds and bodies. Where is this? Yao Yu couldn't help but ask, her expression filled with astonishment. This is the Kingdom of Light, Wu Wei replied, having already brought him here, without any intention of hiding anything. He smiled slightly, hands behind his back, and looked at everyone. Now that you're here, you're safe. As for the Immortal Palace, you don't need to worry. With my divine power protecting Huangfu Hanke, he can hold out for a while. Then, Immortal Venerable Xiaoyao and Yaoyu exchanged a glance, instinctively preparing to speak. He had a lot of questions on his mind, and he wouldn't feel at ease until he got them clear. However, he had only uttered one word when his expression suddenly changed, and he abruptly looked up at the sky behind him. At the same time, Yao Ayu's expression also changed slightly. In the sky, a vast power of light was rapidly approaching. In the instant they looked up, many figures radiating intense holy light swooped down from the huge mountain behind them and appeared in their field of vision. From their appearance, they were clearly humanoid creatures. They had pure white wings, a holy aura, and vast and powerful energy fluctuations. In just a few breaths, these figures had already flown to the sky above them at an extremely fast speed, and then slowly descended, flapping their wings. They varied in appearance and temperament, but without exception, they all wore plain white robes and silver armor, with 14 pure white wings unfurling in the wind on their backs, appearing holy and radiant, full of divine majesty. These people were naturally the 14-winged radiant angels who had sensed Wu Wei's return and come to greet him. After more than 2 years of development, including the Siren Queen Deshevahage, the Saintess Angel who later ascended from the technological plane, and the 3 Saintess born after her through the Saintess system, all had successfully transformed into 14-winged radiant angels. The number of 14-winged radiant angels in the divine kingdom had increased from 8 to 13. The wings on their backs emitted a holy and soft white halo, yet their power was vast and boundless. Each one possessed the aura of a star, causing hearts to tremble. But before Wu Wei, they showed no arrogance befitting a powerful being. Instead, they all lowered their noble heads. Under the watchful eyes of Yaoyu and Xiaoyao Xianzhen, they knelt on one knee before Wu Wei, their posture devout and focused. Katerina Liliana St. Luke St. John welcome our Lord's return. Wu Wei casually waved his hand, rise only then did everyone stand up one by one, obediently bowing their heads to the side, awaiting Wu Wei's instructions. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyao Xianzhen's eyes widened. They are all your subordinates. Wu Wei nodded slightly, that's right. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao Xianzhen's face couldn't help but show a look of horror. Level 13. That's a full 13 level 13s. A hint of surprise and astonishment flashed in Yao Ayu's eyes as well. She had guessed more than once which civilization Wu Wei came from and what his identity was, but the situation before her was still completely beyond her expectations. The fact that Wu Wei came from a divine civilization was already surprising to her, but she didn't expect that he was not the spoiled brat she had imagined, but a god lord with many powerful subordinates. These were a full 13 level 13 experts. Even all the grand elders of the Immortal Palace combined might not have that many. No wonder he didn't even blink an eye when he abandoned a level 13 puppet. No matter how powerful a puppet is, it's still an inanimate object. With so many level 13 experts under his command, who would want a puppet without intelligence? No wonder he showed no respect when facing her. With level 13 subordinates, and so many of them, how could he possibly feel respect? The fact that he didn't look down on her was already a great favor. Perhaps only the Immortal Lord was qualified to speak to him as an equal. Yao Ayu thought about many things in an instant, somewhat lost in thought. At this moment, she suddenly felt a gaze fall upon her. She immediately snapped back to reality, turning her head to look, only to meet Wu Wei's smiling eyes. Seeing her look over, Wu Wei casually pulled her to his side and introduced her to his many angels. Let me introduce you, her name is Yuangfu Yao Ayu. I've mentioned her to you before. Indeed, Wu Wei had mentioned Yao Ayu to them, but the specifics. A smile couldn't be suppressed on Saintess Catherine's face. She exchanged glances with the women beside her, then bowed slightly to Yao Ayu in unison, saying, Greetings, Your Majesty, Divine Consort. Wang Dong's subordinates were bewildered. Why was she addressed as Divine Consort? Yao Ayu's heart trembled, and a blush unconsciously spread across her pale face. This Wang Dong was acting as if they should all know her. Didn't this mean that she was both embarrassed and awkward, wishing she could disappear into the ground? The immortal venerable Xiaoyao beside her was so shocked his eyes widened. Divine Consort. Wasn't that a respectful title for the wives and concubines of gods in divine civilization? Could it be that this kid Wang Dong actually? He couldn't help but glance at Wang Dong, then at Yaoyu. Seeing Yaoyu's almost shy expression, how could he not understand? Huh? What does divine consort mean? Why do they call Yaoyu divine consort? Kun cried out in confusion, its eyes innocent and bewildered. The carefree immortal venerable was extremely embarrassed and quickly covered its eyes, scolding it sternly. Children don't need to know so much. Chapter 528 The Power of the Divine Kingdom. Yeoayu, after all, was a golden immortal level powerhouse who had lived for over 3,000 years, possessing exceptional mental fortitude. Her embarrassment and awkwardness were only temporary. She quickly regained her composure. She casually tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and returned the greeting with grace and poise. No need for such formalities. You are all powerhouses of my level, please address me by my name. The angels looked at Wu Wei upon hearing this, and seeing him nod, they all agreed. They have followed me for many years and are my right-hand men, Wu Wei said to Yeoayu. Originally, I intended to formally invite you all to be my guests when a suitable opportunity arose, and then introduce you to each other. However, given the current critical situation at Immortal Palace, I cannot afford to be so hasty. Please do not mind. As he spoke, he gave the angels a meaningful look. The leading holy consort, Catherine, immediately stepped forward, smiling and bowing to Yeoayu. I am Catherine. It is an honor to meet you. Having served as the Grand Administrator of the Divine Kingdom for many years, Catherine now appeared more mature, composed, and adept than before. When she held her ground, her imposing presence commanded respect, but the moment she smiled, she became gentle and captivating, especially her long golden hair, which shone brilliantly under the holy light, and her blue eyes, as clear as the sea, a beauty that was simply breathtaking. Of course, even so, no one would underestimate her. Her vast and powerful aura was her best adornment, transforming her gentleness into an air of authority, a composure born of confidence. She is my first holy maiden, and she is responsible for the internal operations of the Divine Kingdom. During your stay in the Divine Kingdom, you can consult her for anything, Wu Wei introduced. Okay, Yeoayu nodded solemnly. Born into the Immortal Palace, she considered herself to have seen her fair share of powerful figures, yet she still couldn't help but be captivated by the woman before her. This woman not only possessed a unique temperament, naturally exuding an aura that inspired both approachability and awe, but her strength had likely reached the peak of level 13, her imposing presence even made her feel a chill. She earnestly exchanged greetings with Katerina. Liliana. Yamfe Liliana followed closely behind, gracefully stepping forward. Today, she wasn't wearing her usual vibrant red dress, but rather a gleaming silver armor, her beautiful figure fully revealed beneath its covering. However, a closer look revealed numerous mottled marks on her silver armor, remnants of battle. Years of warfare had transformed Liliana beyond recognition. The languid air in her eyes remained, but her gaze had become calm and far-reaching. And in contrast to her increasingly serene personality, the energy emanating from her body grew ever more violent. As her level and strength increased, the lightning power within her grew ever stronger. Even the wings on her back were imprinted with silver patterns representing the laws of lightning. When she attacked, it was as if a thunder god had descended upon the world, capable of destroying heaven and earth with ease. She was like a sheathed blade. As she slowly stepped forward, a chilling aura, the kind only a seasoned warrior possessed, emanated from her, instantly making the surrounding atmosphere desolate, as if even the air itself carried the stench of blood. Greetings. Yeoayu unconsciously straightened her back, her eyes solemn. She could sense that the woman before her possessed formidable combat strength, far surpassing her own at her peak. She still only had one more spirit-cleansing tower than her opponent. In a real fight, the outcome was uncertain. Just came down from the battlefield. Wu Wei knew what was going on as soon as he saw Liliana's posture, and nodded to her. You've worked hard these past few days. This woman was always sitting rather than standing, incredibly lazy, and usually wore a bright long dress. She only wore this armor when she was on the battlefield. Most likely, she was still fighting when she received his emergency summons. To be able to expand the territory for my lord, I am happy to do so. If it weren't for your emergency summons, the Divine Kingdom's affiliated starfields would have expanded again by now. Liliana smiled, a faint weariness showing in her eyes, but her words were as flamboyant as ever. My sister is still so confident and flamboyant, so likable. Spirit Consort Everest shook her head and walked out with a smile. Compared to the flamboyant Liliana, her temperament was reserved and peaceful, without revealing any sharpness. Even the natural aura she exuded did not make people feel oppressed, but only made them feel at peace. Because nature inherently possesses a magnanimous spirit that embraces all things. But in truth, Her appearance was the most perfect among everyone present. Her nose was delicate and pert, her lips like cherries, her pointed ears small and adorable. Every feature was exquisitely refined, like a work of art meticulously sculpted by nature, flawless even upon close inspection. This magnificent beauty made her shine like a finely polished gem. She smiled at Yeowayu, her smile as radiant as a pearl. "Your Majesty, I am Evlise, a goddess of the elven race, and one of His Majesty's consorts. And me, I am Judy." Judy emerged from behind Evlise, waving mischievously at Yeowayu. She was naturally delicate and innocent, wearing a black Lolita dress that, against a backdrop of its intricate details, made her appear like a harmless, fragile white flower. This former dark saintess, now the goddess of darkness, never hesitated to use any means necessary, and was adept at exploiting her advantages. Those who don't know her would never imagine how cruel and ruthless her methods are. Following her, Angel and Deshivahage slowly emerged, introducing themselves to Yeowayu. Angel had long, flowing black hair and deep brown eyes. Her temperament was as clear as water and as pure as morning light, seemingly embodying all the beauty of the world. She was once a saintess of the technological plane and the first beneficiary of the saintess system. Not only was her faith unwavering and her combat prowess exceptional, but her singing voice was also unparalleled among angels, ethereal and beautiful, allowing one to glimpse the holy light of heaven through her song. With this exquisite voice, she often found it exceptionally easy to spread her faith across various planes. Since ascending to the divine kingdom, she had gradually become one of the main forces spreading faith within the divine realm, highly valued by Wu Wei. Deshivahage, on the other hand, was a sea siren girl. She possessed long, wavy hair as blue as the ocean, clear, emerald green eyes, and a magnificent emerald green fishtail. A pair of delicate, translucent gill fins, like butterfly wings, peeked through her hair, giving her an alluring, otherworldly beauty. A powerful ocean aura surrounded her. Through her, one could almost feel the ebb and flow of the vast, boundless sea. This mermaid princess, rescued by Wu Wei from human traffickers, was now a sea goddess who ruled over countless oceans, commanding all the sea creatures in all of Wu Wei's plains. Her demeanor had long since lost any trace of her former naivete, leaving only the majesty of a ruler, decisive, efficient, and unwavering in her authority. Following Deshiva Song, St. John, St. Luke, and several other 14-winged radiant angels stepped forward and introduced themselves to Yeowayu. Inviting the moon greeted them one by one, and through Wu Wei's introduction, she roughly understood their identities. She discovered that the weakest of these radiant angels was equivalent to a mid-stage golden immortal cultivator, with St. John, Catherine, Liliana, and St. Luke even approaching level 14, seemingly just one step away from breaking through. Among the grand elders of the immortal palace, only immortal venerable Hong Hu had reached such strength. Furthermore, she wondered if it was just her imagination, but the air in this kingdom of light seemed to contain some strange power. Previously, due to overdrawing her divine soul, it had become so weak that even her reactions had become sluggish. But after being here for so long, greeting and talking to so many people, her divine soul didn't feel like it was about to give out. On the contrary, her energy and spirit were getting better and better. This kingdom of light of Wangdong was truly astonishing. Yeowayu sighed inwardly, then looked at Wu Wei with a deep gaze. "I've already met everyone. Shouldn't you tell me your purpose? There are many safe places. Why did he bring her here instead of elsewhere?" She didn't believe he didn't have ulterior motives. "No rush. I'll show you around the divine kingdom first." Wu Wei didn't get to the point. Instead, he waved for the other radiant angels to go about their business, leaving only Katarina to accompany him, Yeowayu, and Xiao on their tour of the divine kingdom. He brought Yeowayu here, naturally, for the spirit cleansing tower within her soul. But now wasn't the time. Cooperation could only last if both parties got what they needed. He needed to show Yeowayu the benefits of cooperating between the divine kingdom and the immortal palace. Oh, right. Halfway there, Wu Wei suddenly remembered something. He reached into his sleeve and pulled out a ball of light, tossing it to the ground. Thud. The light landed, instantly transforming into a jet-black jade ruler, spinning around a few times. At the same time, a familiar figure sprang out. With white hair and a long beard, and a vigorous spirit, he was a figure everyone recognized. Hong Hu. The carefree immortal venerable exclaimed in surprise, instinctively looking at Wu Wei. "Why did you bring him here?" "Don't worry, there's good news." Wu Wei smiled, offering no further explanation. Boy, you've gone too far. Even if I'm just a ball of divine soul now, you can't just crumple me up and stuff me in your sleeve. Wu Wei had casually tucked Hong Hu Immortal Venerable into his sleeve before leaving, completely unprepared. He immediately rushed forward, furious, wanting to argue with Wu Wei. However, before he could finish speaking, he realized something was wrong. Where is this? The carefree Immortal Venerable covered his face, utterly unable to bear the sight. He pulled the man aside and whispered, "We're on someone else's turf, behave yourself." Wu Wei was also seeing Hong Hu Immortal Venerable so easily angered for the first time and couldn't help but chuckle. He shook his head with a smile, said nothing more, and led the man forward. Soon, a continuous palace wall came into view. Chapter 529 Throwing out a bait. The buildings within the divine realm follow the contours of the sacred mountain. Aside from the supreme palace at the highest point, belonging to Wu Wei, the divine lord, countless interconnected palace complexes stretched out below, each with its own distinct function. The palace complex before them was vast, yet noticeably shorter than the surrounding palaces. The carvings on its exterior walls were less intricate and ornate than those of the other palaces, possessing a heavy, angular quality, lacking some of the elegance and sanctity, but exuding a greater sense of solemnity and grandeur. "This is the Hall of Heroes, let's go in and take a look," Wu Wei said casually, stopping before the entrance to the Hall of Heroes and greeting Yaoyu, Xiaoyao, and Hong Hu behind him. Yaoyu was still somewhat bewildered, unsure of Wu Wei's intentions. However, being a calm person, she didn't reveal much on her face. Hearing Wu Wei's invitation, she nodded and followed him inside first. Immortal Venerable Hong Hu and Immortal Venerable Xiaoyao followed, even Kun shrunk to a little fish taller than a person, swishing its tail behind them, looking bewildered and curious. Inside the Hall of Heroes, a group of angels were registering. The 12-winged seraphim in charge of the Hall of Heroes, while confirming the status of the angelic jade, directed his angels to collect it into a specific container, register it, and add it to the queue to await the reshaping of the angel's body. Upon seeing Wu Wei leading his entourage, all the angels immediately stopped their work and respectfully came forward to pay their respects. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Divine Consort, and our distinguished guests." In the short time since Wu Wei and his entourage arrived, news of Yaoyu and her group's visit to the Divine Kingdom had spread throughout the entire kingdom. They were naturally aware of it. While their attitude towards Yaoyu and her group lacked the fervor and piety they displayed when facing Wu Wei, it was still extremely respectful, ensuring no one felt slighted. "Get up." Wu Wei nodded in satisfaction, casually asking the 12-winged seraphim in charge of registration, "Have there been any cases of the angel jade being damaged recently?" The 12-winged seraphim respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, since you improved the equipment, this situation has not occurred again." "That's good." Wu Wei nodded, then waved his hand at them, saying, "You can continue with your work, don't worry about us." "Yes." The 12-winged seraphim immediately accepted the order respectfully and led the other angels to continue their work. The angel jade is equivalent to a cultivator's soul, only it exists in the form of a soul jade. After the angel's body perishes, it is even less likely to be damaged. Seeing that Yaoyu and the others looked thoughtful, Wu Wei gave them a brief introduction to the angel jade, and then led them to the Hall of Heroes to see the heroic spirit box where the angel jade was stored. These were extremely common things in the kingdom of the God of Light, but for Yaoyu, Hong Hu, and Xiaoyao, these immortal venerables from the cultivation civilization, they were unheard of and unseen, completely outside their common sense. "So you mean that as long as one is in this Hall of Heroes, the soul won't dissipate?" Immortal Venerable Hong Hu asked incredulously. "Moreover, as long as the soul is strong and refined enough, it can even condense into a soul crystal and exist permanently." "That's right." Wu Wei nodded, confirming his speculation. "It's actually true." "How is that possible?" Immortal Venerable Hong Hu looked dazed. He was now in the body of a soul, and no one knew better than him what it felt like to have one's soul constantly dissipate without a physical body as a vessel. That feeling was like knowing that there was an abyss ahead, a dead end, yet the body was still moving forward uncontrollably, unable to stop or change course, only able to watch helplessly as one slid into the abyss, powerless and desperate. Even though he had already stepped halfway into the 14th level of Tai Golden Immortal Realm, and with a measuring ruler protecting him, his soul dissipated much slower than that of an ordinary golden immortal. Normally, It wouldn't be a problem to take tens of thousands of years, but that feeling of powerlessness still tormented him greatly. If he weren't worried about the situation at the Immortal Palace, he would have preferred to reincarnate sooner rather than endure it any longer. He hadn't expected that this problem, which had troubled him for so long, already had a solution in the Kingdom of Light. Even a lowly soldier wouldn't have to worry about his soul dissipating after death. Was the difference in civilization really that great? The carefree Immortal Venerable glanced at the expression of the Soaring Swan Immortal Venerable and quietly pulled Wu Wei aside. If you want to help Soaring Swan stabilize his soul and prevent it from dissipating, what price would you need to pay? Wu Wei glanced over and quietly replied, I'm afraid that's impossible. These angels are my followers, connected to me by faith. That's why they receive my protection after their physical bodies perish. As long as they are within the Kingdom of Light, their souls will remain intact. Soaring Swan Immortal Venerable is not my follower, and even in this Hall of Heroes, he cannot receive my protection. I see, the carefree Immortal Venerable said, somewhat disappointed, but didn't say anything more. He knew that such powerful methods would certainly have many limitations. He also believed that the Lord of Light before him wouldn't lie to him about such a trivial matter, as there was no need for it. Their conversation went unnoticed by the other two. At this moment, Yaoi was thoughtfully observing the busy angels within the hall. After a while, she suddenly asked, what will happen to these angelic jade orbs afterward? Her question hit the nail on the head. Wu Wei smiled, you'll find out when you come with me. With that, he led them away from the Hall of Heroes. Descending the steps in front of the Hall of Heroes, the palace complex containing the rebirth pool was not far below. Soon, the group arrived outside the rebirth pool. Since the Divine Kingdom began its conquests, the rebirth pool had never been idle. Even though the Divine Kingdom had now advanced to level 5, and the number of rebirth pools had increased again, fallen angels still needed the queue to reshape their angelic bodies. Only the waiting time had decreased from nearly half a year to a little over half a month. Of all the rebirth pools, only the level 5 rebirth pool was currently empty, because the Divine Kingdom currently had no level 14 radiant angels. Wu Wei led them to the palace where the low-level transformation pools were located. When they arrived, a group of angels had just finished reshaping their angelic bodies and were emerging from the transformation pools. In the hazy light, young and handsome angels flapped their wings and soared out of the pools, greeted by their familiar comrades with smiles, a truly moving scene. At the same time, angels guarding the transformation pools placed the angelic jade, which had been painstakingly queued, into the pools one by one. Then, divine power surged in, the hazy light rose, and another batch of angelic bodies began to be gradually formed within the pools. After one batch finished, another would begin, and so on, in an endless cycle. This. The carefree Immortal Venerable was shocked. Could this be the legendary reshaping of the physical body? Indeed. Wu Wei nodded, confirming his judgment. Inviting Moon, Honghu Immortal Venerable, and the carefree Immortal Venerable all gasped in shock. Reconstructing the physical body was merely a legend in the cultivation world. Legend had it that a cultivator had achieved it during the Pure Yang Immortal Palace era. In the legend, the cultivator who sought to win back his Taoist partner not only paid a heavy price, but the reconstructed body was also that of an ordinary mortal, requiring him to start cultivation from scratch. Even such a method was only a stroke of luck at the time, and has long been lost with the destruction of the Pure Yang Immortal Palace. But what were they seeing now? This Kingdom of Light, which they had never heard of before, had already mastered this method they thought only existed in legends. Their reconstructed bodies have the same strength as before. Immortal Venerable Honghu clenched his fists, anxiously pressing for an answer. Yes. Wu Wei confirmed his guess. So, is it only possible to reconstruct into this kind of life form? Immortal Venerable Honghu pointed to the surrounding angels, his voice tinged with urgency. Of course not, Wu Wei shook his head. Theoretically, with enough genetic information, the transformation pool can create the body of any race. He paused, glanced at Honghu Immortal Venerable, and continued, including humans. Honghu Immortal Venerable was stunned. As a divine soul, he had long since lost the ability to breathe. But upon hearing this, he still felt a suffocating sensation, his mind almost blank, completely unable to react. Xia Oyo Immortal Venerable, however, reacted. But recalling the situation in the Hall of Heroes, he immediately asked, are there any restrictions on using this transformation pool? Can non-believers use it? Wu Wei naturally understood his meaning. He had specifically brought them to see the transformation pool, and naturally had already anticipated this outcome. He shook his head. The transformation pool doesn't have such restrictions. As long as you don't resist the power of the transformation pool when reshaping the body, then, Zion Oyo Immortal Venerable took a deep breath nervously, but still couldn't open his mouth. Just one step away from success, he hesitated to ask, fearing another disappointing outcome. Seeing this, Wu Wei, without waiting for his question, directly gave the answer, yes. The carefree Immortal Venerable was overjoyed and ecstatic. Honghu was saved. Compared to the unknown future and the possibility of various accidents during reincarnation, using this transformation pool to reshape Honghu's physical body was undoubtedly much safer, and it would also allow him to maintain his original strength without having to spend tens of thousands of years cultivating again, something he had never dared to imagine before. However, compared to the carefree Immortal Venerable's ecstasy and excitement, Yao Ayu's reaction was much calmer. She looked at Wu Wei, her clear, glassy eyes reflecting a clear, rational light. Your conditions. Chapter 530 Agreeing to the deal. Clap. 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 Wu Wei clapped his hands with a smile, his tone full of admiration, as expected of the most promising Grand Elder to inherit the power of the Immortal Palace. Your reaction is quick. Not bad, there are indeed conditions for me to take action. That's what I'm going to talk about next. Yao Yu looked at him with a deep gaze. Go on. After entering the Divine Kingdom, she was indeed confused for a while, but now, she had come to her senses. If Wu Wei were just a spoiled brat, that would be fine, but since he was a top-level expert who ruled a region, a main god of a powerful divine civilization, then his purpose in infiltrating the Immortal Palace was questionable. She absolutely did not believe that he was just going there for sightseeing. For example, now that he was inviting her to visit the Divine Kingdom, it was definitely not just for a simple visit. I think Immortal Venerable Yao Yu should already have some guesses. Wu Wei raised an eyebrow. I hope to make a deal with the Immortal Palace. It was completely consistent with her guess. Yao Yu was straightforward, asking directly, what kind of deal? I can ensure Immortal Palace's victory in this battle against the Immortal Alliance, and I can also help Immortal Honghu reshape his physical body, restoring his cultivation to its peak, Wu Wei said without hesitation. But in return, I need you to agree to one condition. Immortal Venerable Xiaoao and Immortal Venerable Honghu had already recovered from their initial excitement. Hearing this, their gazes immediately focused on Wu Wei, realizing things wouldn't be so simple. What condition? Immortal Venerable Honghu's voice deepened. If his offer harmed Immortal Palace, he would rather risk reincarnation than agree. Wu Wei glanced at him, immediately understanding his thoughts. He didn't explain, simply saying, what I want is the Spirit Cleansing Tower. The Spirit Cleansing Tower. Yao Yu was taken aback. With a flick of her wrist, a small bronze tower radiating a pale golden light appeared in her palm. You mean it? What do you want it for? That's my business. Wu Wei didn't explain, his hands behind his back as he said calmly, as long as you leave it behind and erase the divine soul imprint belonging to you within, this God Lord will protect the Immortal Palace for you. He raised an eyebrow slightly at the last sentence, displaying immense confidence. As the master of the Kingdom of Light, he had this confidence. He was certain that the Immortal Palace would win if he intervened. Yao Yu had no doubt about this either. However, she frowned slightly, puzzled. You're just telling me your purpose so directly? Aren't you afraid I'll use it to blackmail you? Of course you aren't. Before she finished speaking, she realized her mistake, and her voice suddenly became somewhat deep. Because compared to the Spirit Cleansing Tower, you have more bargaining chips, and they carry more weight. You know I can't refuse. Besides, this is your divine kingdom, your home turf. Even if we join forces, we can't stir up any trouble. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Immortal Venerable Xiaoao and Immortal Venerable Honghu suddenly became serious, and their eyes became more wary as they looked at Wu Wei. Under the gaze of the three, Wu Wei remained calm and composed. He neither refuted nor affirmed Yao Yu's judgment, but simply looked at the three and calmly asked, what is your choice? He didn't appear aggressive, but his words still put immense pressure on the three. The atmosphere inexplicably became tense. Yao Yu pursed her lips. It was undeniable that the conditions Wu Wei offered were very tempting. As a member of the family, she knew her own situation. As the Grand Elder of Immortal Palace, She naturally had to protect Immortal Palace, and she had always been proud of its strength. But even so, she couldn't bring herself to say, Immortal Palace can win this war on its own. The Immortal Alliance is a level 6 civilization, far surpassing the Immortal Palace in both its cultural foundation and top-tier combat power. Even if only 1 or 2 forces from the Alliance have arrived, it still poses a significant challenge to the Immortal Palace. She knew that the Immortal Palace's overall strength was actually considerably weaker than the Immortal Alliance's combined forces, and that it was only maintaining the current situation through the relentless consumption and sacrifice of its elders and disciples. But this was not a long-term solution. With each elder sacrificed, there would be one less, and the number of disciples was not inexhaustible. Eventually, the Immortal Palace would be unable to sustain itself. Not to mention, the 2 Immortal Lords, Junli and Long Yusuksen, both level 14 TIE Golden Immortals, were a major problem. If either of them were to free up their strength, it would be a catastrophic disaster for the Immortal Palace. She had no other choice. Yaoyu took a deep breath. Alright, I agree. After saying that, she glanced reluctantly at the Cleansing Spirit Pagoda, raised her wrist, and prepared to hand it over to Wu Wei. However, just as the Spirit Cleansing Pagoda was about to fly out of her grasp, a hand suddenly reached out from the side, stopping her. No. Immortal Venerable Honghu gripped Yaoyu's wrist tightly, his tone resolute. The Spirit Cleansing Pagoda is the most precious treasure of the Immortal Palace. How can it fall into the hands of others? Moreover, who can guarantee that he won't use it against the Immortal Palace after obtaining it? Senior Honghu. Yaoyu frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. Immortal Venerable Xiaoyao hadn't expected such a strong reaction from Immortal Venerable Honghu. In his view, the ownership of a treasure versus the life and death of the entire Immortal Palace, which was more important, wasn't it obvious? Honghu, now is not the time to throw a tantrum. Don't cause trouble, he said, reaching out to pull Immortal Venerable Honghu's arm. However, Immortal Venerable Honghu showed no sign of backing down. He swiftly dodged the hand of the carefree Immortal Venerable, and said in a deep voice, Yaoyu, Xiaoyao, you are unaware of the truth. This Spirit Cleansing Tower is not as simple as you imagine. Hearing this, both Yaoyu and the carefree Immortal Venerable were taken aback. Wu Wei couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He knew it. The process by which the Immortal Palace obtained the Spirit Cleansing Tower wasn't exactly a secret. How could such a vast palace not have a single person in the know? It seems this Honghu Immortal Venerable is the one in the know. Even so, he remained completely unperturbed, instead looking at Immortal Venerable Honghu with interest. Tell me. How is it anything but simple? Herr Immortal Venerable Honghu chuckled mockingly, avoiding any discussion of the Spirit Cleansing Tower's abilities, instead turning to Wu Wei. You went to such lengths to infiltrate the Immortal Palace, and then proposed the deal when the Immortal Palace was in crisis. You must be determined to obtain the Spirit Cleansing Tower. You wouldn't know that, would you? His voice suddenly turned cold. If I remember correctly, the opponent who competed with the Immortal Palace for the Spirit Cleansing Tower used divine arts from the light lineage. Wu Wei raised an eyebrow. So. Immortal Venerable Honghu was taken aback. He thought that by exposing this guy's intentions, he would surely reveal his true colors, but he hadn't expected him to be so indifferent. Had he guessed wrong? He frowned slightly, but still voiced his guess. Although I didn't personally participate in that battle, I saw the scene captured by the image recording technique. The divine magic used by that old man back then, whether in terms of energy or law aura, felt exactly the same to me as your kingdom of light. Do you dare say that he has no connection to you? He had only just realized this. After all, the content captured by the image recording technique hadn't left a deep impression on him, and he had almost forgotten it. If Wu Wei hadn't mentioned the Spirit Cleansing Tower, which reminded him of what happened back then, he wouldn't have thought of this at all. Let me guess, he must be your elder, right? Grandfather, father, or master? Did you infiltrate the Immortal Palace to avenge him? As he spoke, he stared intently at Wu Wei, his gaze unwavering, trying to find a flaw in his face. However, he was destined to be disappointed. Wu Wei's face remained calm, showing no fear or unease at having his secret exposed. He smiled. Actually, your guess isn't entirely wrong. That guy does have some connection to me. Upon hearing this, Immortal Venerable Honghu's face immediately showed an I knew it expression. He knew this guy had ulterior motives. Immortal Venerable Yaoyu and Immortal Venerable Xiaoyao's expressions also began to waver. If Wu Wei really had other purposes, then this deal would likely be. However, before they could sort out their thoughts, Wu Wei's voice rang out again. However, not an elder, but an enemy. Wu Wei glanced at the three of them leisurely and stated the facts calmly. Back then, he was critically injured and his divine kingdom was on the verge of collapse, so he had the idea of seizing a soul to rebuild his cultivation. I was the divine soul he chose to possess. As he said this, he couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. Although his consciousness was still in a state of chaos when the incident occurred and he didn't remember the specific details, he knew without a doubt how dangerous it was. Because of this, he had no goodwill towards the old god of light. Immortal Venerable Hongwu was stunned upon hearing this. After recalling the events surrounding the spirit cleansing tower, he made many speculations, but he never expected the truth to be like this. Yaoyu and Immortal Venerable Xiaoyao were also stunned. They didn't have the preconceived notions of Immortal Venerable Hongwu, so they weren't overly shocked. But the name soul recultivation itself suggested immense danger, and anyone who could compete with the Immortal Palace for the Spirit Cleansing Tower must be an unparalleled powerhouse. The soul chosen by such a figure would not only possess extremely high aptitude but also be incredibly weak, otherwise, it wouldn't be called soul recultivation but suicide. Under these circumstances, Wu Wei actually won. How strong must this guy's soul essence be? However, the shock was only temporary. Immortal Venerable Hongwu, with his resolute will, quickly recovered. He frowned, still unwilling to believe Wu Wei. Who knows if what you're saying is true? What if, however, before he could finish, Yaoyu interrupted him. I can give you the spirit cleansing tower. Yaoyu looked at Wu Wei with a deep gaze, her voice calm yet resolute. But I also have conditions. Chapter 531 married herself off. Yaoyu knew perfectly well. Leaving aside the fact that the other party had no reason to lie to them, whether what he said was true or false was actually not that important. Because the Immortal Palace didn't really have many options at the moment. The transaction was inevitable, the only difference was the specific method of exchange. That's why she agreed so readily. Wu Wei hadn't expected Yaoyu's reaction. He raised an eyebrow with interest. What are the conditions? First, you can have the right to use the spirit cleansing tower, and I won't interfere with what you use it for. I can even promise never to take it back. But its owner must still be me, Yaoyu said seriously. Oh. Wu Wei's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing in them. What if I don't agree? If you don't agree, I really don't have any good solutions. Yaoyu's mind was perfectly clear at this moment. She looked up at Wu Wei, her clear eyes filled with stubbornness. But I think that since you're willing to negotiate with me here, you must have some reservations and don't want to break ties with me. Is that so? Wu Wei scoffed, his gaze now carrying a hint of danger. Do you really think I, the God Lord, can't do anything to you? Or do you think that my meager affection for you would make me abandon my principles and let you do whatever you want? No, I've never thought that way. Hearing Wu Wei's words, Yaoyu felt a pang of bitterness, but she didn't show it, her tone remaining calm and her attitude still firm. The Immortal Venerable Xiaoyao couldn't bear to watch any longer. He hesitated before speaking. Yaoyu, perhaps you should just let it go. No. Yaoyu closed her eyes, her tone resolute. There's only one thing I cannot back down on. Others might not understand the functions of the spirit cleansing tower deeply, but as its master, she knew it all too well. Just now, Immortal Venerable Hongwu had privately informed him of the entire incident, and combined with the functions of the Hall of Heroes and the transformation pool within the Divine Kingdom of Light, she had already guessed why this person was so determined to obtain the Spirit Cleansing Tower. If the Spirit Cleansing Tower were just an ordinary chaos treasure, she would have given it away easily, but now, she couldn't hand it over so readily. She needed to ensure that the other party wouldn't immediately turn against her and target the Immortal Palace after obtaining the tower. The Spirit Cleansing Tower was clearly her only reliance. As the owner of the Spirit Cleansing Tower, only if she willingly surrendered it could it be used by the other party. Only when ownership of the Spirit Cleansing Tower was in her hands could she maintain control, and only then would the Immortal Palace be safe. This was the bottom line. Wu Wei was almost amused by her anger. Did she really think he wouldn't dare kill her? Even if she were pushed to the limit and wanted the Spirit Cleansing Tower to self-destruct, he could stop her. It was just that doing so would have serious consequences and might cause other problems later. He chuckled coldly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, but said, "This shouldn't be your only condition, right? What other conditions do you have? Tell me all of them. All right. Yaoyu nodded. She took a deep breath and continued, my second condition is that I want you to marry me. What? Wu Wei was stunned, almost thinking he had misheard. Immortal Venerable Xiaoyao and Immortal Venerable Hong Hu were completely taken aback, frozen in place. Immortal Venerable Xiaoyao subconsciously scratched his ear, his expression somewhat dazed. Yaoyu, what did you just say? I think I heard you say you wanted him to marry you. Yaoyu nodded, you didn't mishear. That's what I meant. This time, even Immortal Venerable Hong Hu frowned. He stared intently at Yaoyu and said in a deep voice, have you thought it through? Yes. Yaoyu nodded, her expression resolute. She knew very well that as long as she held ownership of the spirit cleansing tower, the other party would never feel at ease. This wasn't due to his paranoia, but rather because, as the master of a civilization, he couldn't gamble with the entire civilization's future. Only if she firmly bound herself to the chariot of the Kingdom of Light, transforming a simple transaction into cooperation, sharing both glory and defeat, would he feel at ease. And this, too, was a guarantee for the Immortal Palace. Seeing Yaoyu's resolute will, Immortal Venerable Hong Hu knew he couldn't persuade her, so he said nothing more, though his deeply furrowed brows remained unchanged. Can you make this decision yourself? At this moment, Wu Wei also realized what was happening, and the anger he felt from Yaoyu's resolute refusal to hand over the spirit cleansing tower dissipated. He could roughly guess Yaoyu's thoughts and was happy to agree to the marriage, but this matter was of great importance, and he worried that Yaoyu couldn't make the decision herself. It's my own marriage, of course I can make the decision. Yaoyu's expression was very calm. Besides, it's a matter of expediency, this is my own choice, and my master will understand. Since she had said this, Wu Wei naturally wouldn't hesitate any longer. He nodded, all right. I agree to both conditions. Great. Hearing this, Yaoyu's tense expression finally relaxed, and she felt much more at ease. Heaven knows how much willpower she had used to control her emotions and not waver at this crucial moment. Congratulations, Your Majesty, Divine Consort. Holy Consort Katarina had remained silent throughout the negotiations, completely treating herself as an accessory. Only now did she step forward, bow to Yaoyu, and congratulate her with a smile. From this day forward, you are the official Divine Consort of our Kingdom of Light. I wish you and His Majesty a long and harmonious marriage. Yaoyu, still immersed in the relief of the negotiations finally ending, blushed upon hearing this. She felt somewhat embarrassed and shy. However, she was, after all, a celestial venerable who had lived for thousands of years. Even if she felt a little embarrassed, she wouldn't act like an ordinary young woman, hiding and fidgeting. She quickly adjusted to her new identity, gracefully returning the greeting and thanking Katarina for her kindness. WWU just married herself off like that. Even now, the carefree Immortal Venerable was still somewhat dazed, unable to understand why all this was happening. It was just a spirit cleansing tower. Even if it was a bit precious, it was still just a chaos spiritual treasure. The Immortal Palace had plenty of other chaos spiritual treasures. Why did Yaoyu have to sacrifice herself to control its ownership? Alright, since it's all settled, and Yaoyu is willing, then so be it. The Hong Hu Immortal Venerable glanced helplessly at the carefree Immortal Venerable and shook his head. Indeed, ignorance is bliss. Soon, Wu Wei led his group away from the transformation pool and into the main temple located atop the Divine Mountain. At this time, all the 14th level Radiant Angels had received orders and gathered in the main hall of the main temple. The group split into two groups, with Wu Wei and his group from the Divine Kingdom on one side, and Yaoyu and the three members of the Immortal Palace on the other, beginning to finalize the details of their cooperation. It was only then that Yaoyu learned Wu Wei's real name. She was filled with emotion, but had no time to dwell on it, as there were other, more important matters. The right to use the spirit cleansing tower was simple. Yaoyu resolved it with a few spells. However, their engagement was more complicated. The Immortal Palace was currently embroiled in war, making a formal wedding impossible at this time, too rushed, and Yaoyu's family and friends couldn't attend. They also knew that the matter required the consent of the Immortal Lord of the Misty Palace. While he was unlikely to object, the necessary procedures had to be followed. This wasn't just Wu Wei and Yaoyu's wedding, it was also the beginning of cooperation between the Divine Kingdom of Light and the Immortal Palace, and the Immortal Lord of the Misty Palace's involvement was indispensable. Finally, After unanimous consultation, it was decided that Jiaoyu and Wu Wei would first enter into a marriage contract to finalize the matter and make a vow to ensure that neither party could go back on their word. As for the formal wedding, it could be held after the war was completely over. After this, the specific details of the cooperation would be discussed. There were many things to discuss, especially the initial intention of the cooperation between the Kingdom of Light and the Immortal Palace. The assistance that the Kingdom of Light needed to provide to the Immortal Palace during this period, as well as the issue of the division of profits after the war, were all of paramount importance. The two sides discussed these matters for most of the day. By the way, Wu Wei remembered something and suddenly asked Jiaoyu and Immortal Venerable Honghu, "Do you want to avenge yourselves personally?" Avenge yourselves personally? Jiaoyu was stunned and did not quite understand what Wu Wei meant. Immortal Venerable Honghu was quite interested and quickly asked, "How exactly do you plan to take revenge personally?" If my judgment is correct, Immortal Venerable Honghu should have already stepped halfway into the 14th level Tai Golden Immortal Realm before his self-destruction. Wu Wei glanced at Immortal Venerable Honghu and confirmed. Immortal Venerable Honghu was taken aback. He hadn't expected Wu Wei to have figured that out. Indeed, is there a problem? It's not a problem, but an opportunity. Wu Wei smiled, not keeping him in suspense any longer. With the soul strength of a 13th level expert, even with the help of the Spirit Cleansing Tower and the Chaos Bottle, it would take considerable time to reach the 14th level, at least not in time for this war. But Immortal Venerable Honghu is different. His soul has already broken through, only lacking the transformation of his physical body. He paused, then added, "And if it's just a simple reshaping of the physical body, the time required will be much less." Hearing this, how could Immortal Venerable Honghu not understand? His eyes lit up instantly. "Good. If I can truly avenge myself, I will remember your kindness. If you ever need my help in the future, I, Honghu, will not hesitate to lend a hand. From now on, we're family, so there's no need to be so formal." Wu Wei smiled. "Since you have no objections, let's not delay. I'll help you reshape your physical body immediately." With that, he ordered someone to escort Immortal Venerable Honghu to the rebirth pool. Once Immortal Venerable Honghu emerges from the rebirth pool, the battle within the Immortal Palace will undoubtedly become quite exciting. Chapter 532 Reinforcements arrive. While Wu Wei and Yaoyu discussed cooperation and began preparing for a counterattack, the battle between Xianmiao Palace and the Immortal Alliance continued. The Immortal Alliance had sent a considerable number of cultivators, but a complete takeover of Xianmiao Palace remained impossible. Therefore, aside from small groups harassing the surrounding palaces to disrupt Xianmiao Palace's defenses, the majority of the Immortal Alliance's forces were concentrated in the Misty Immortal Palace. The Misty Immortal Palace suffered the heaviest casualties. Fortunately, Wu Wei and his group inadvertently discovered the Immortal Alliance's scheme in advance, alerting Xianmiao Palace and allowing them to preserve many teleportation arrays, otherwise, they would have been in real trouble. It's important to understand that cultivators often need to travel to broaden their experience and improve their mental cultivation. While cultivators like the carefree Immortal Venerable, who are rarely home, occasionally traveling for 3 to 5 years is common, and sometimes, due to unforeseen circumstances, they might not return for decades or even centuries. Therefore, even the Misty Immortal Palace, the main Immortal Palace of the Immortal Palace, normally only has less than half of its elders and disciples on duty. If the Immortal Alliance forces were to catch them off guard under such circumstances and successfully sever the long-distance teleportation array connecting the Misty Immortal Palace to the outside world, the Immortal Palace would be truly in danger. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario did not occur. The Misty Immortal Palace took precautions in advance and, through emergency mobilization, recalled at least 80% of its elders and disciples, barely managing to withstand the rapid offensive of the Immortal Alliance forces. As time passed, more and more traveling elders and disciples gradually returned from distant star fields, and the battle situation within the Misty Immortal Palace gradually stabilized. Although casualties continued, the battle slowly became stalemate. In the starry sky, the battle between the Dragon Maiden Suzin and the Misty Immortal Lord remained undecided. The Dragon Maiden Suzin possessed formidable strength. Although she had only been a Tai Golden Immortal for tens of thousands of years, her powerful dragon bloodline and exceptional combat instincts meant her true fighting prowess rivaled that of a mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal. Even the relatively veteran Tai Golden Immortal, the Misty Immortal Lord, couldn't gain any advantage against her and was constantly on the defensive. However, as a regional overlord, the Misty Immortal Lord was naturally no weakling. While he lacked the dragon's exceptional combat instincts, his cultivation was solid, his immortal essence abundant, and his methods numerous. Even if the dragon maiden Suzin gained the upper hand, truly defeating him would be extremely difficult. The two occupied a corner of the Misty Immortal Palace, fighting fiercely until the sky darkened and the sun and moon lost their light, leaving no room for others to intervene. On the other side, the Junli Immortal Lord and Huang Fu Hongke were also locked in a fierce battle. Primarily, the Junli Immortal Lord was the one fighting, while Huang Fu Hongke was the one being attacked. It wasn't that Huang Fu Hongke was useless, his ability to draw aggro was too strong, while his own abilities were somewhat lacking. After Wu Wei and the others left, Immortal Lord Junli initially didn't want to linger with him. However, not long after the battle began, Huang Fu Hongke had already aroused his hatred to the maximum, successfully achieving the fight to the death goal. He wouldn't stop until he killed him. Even with Wu Wei's divine power, Huang Fu Hongke could use the divine arts Wu Wei had bestowed upon him. But he was only level 10, level 14 divine arts were far too profound for him. He could only use them superficially. Timing, combos between divine arts, and more advanced applications were basically out of the question. His talent wasn't that strong, and his comprehension wasn't at that level. Super geniuses like Immortal Venerable Yaoyu, who began comprehending level 14 immortal arts at the 13th level Golden Immortal Realm, and who could directly use immortal arts like the Starry Sky Array, beyond their own level, as soon as their divine soul strength reached the required level, and even master more advanced applications in a very short time, directly confronting a level 14 Tai Golden Immortal without being temporarily at a disadvantage, were extremely rare. Throughout the entire Immortal Palace, among countless trillions of people, only one like her emerged. Huang Fu Hongke was absolutely no match for her. As a result, after Wu Wei and the others left, Huang Fu Hongke's brief period of rising to prominence was followed by endless complaints. If it weren't for the Light God Kingdom's extremely powerful healing magic, allowing him to recover quickly from even the most severe injuries, he might not have lasted this long. Boss, please come back soon. If you don't come back soon, you won't see me again. Watching the divine power in his light shield and knight's sword dwindle, Huang Fu Hongke's heart began to race, his expression growing increasingly conflicted and sorrowful. He didn't know when his boss would return, or even if he would return at all, or even if his perseverance was worthwhile. He could only do his utmost, persevere, and persevere some more. The endless wait was agonizing. Even Huang Fu Hongke himself couldn't figure out how long he had been holding on. He only knew that he was mechanically defending, healing, defending, healing in an endless cycle, as if this would continue forever. However, just as the divine power within his light shield and knight's sword was about to be exhausted, and he was almost in despair, suddenly, a beam of golden light pierced through the heavy clouds and shone into the battlefield. Huang Fu Hongke was stunned. As the war continued, under the collision of countless chaotic energies, the star field surrounding the Misty Immortal Palace had long been filled with layers upon layers of thick, colorful clouds. These colorful energy clouds were like heavy leaden clouds, imprisoning everyone's vision and obscuring the brilliant starlight above them. It was not darkness, but it was more oppressive than darkness. But at this moment, this energy cloud, so silent it was unsettling, was pierced by golden light. As if the sun were rising from the sea of clouds, beam after beam of golden light pierced through the thick energy clouds, slowly blooming. The golden light was dazzling, like the first light of dawn. The silent starry sky suddenly became bright. Within the celestial palace, in the starry sky, the attention of countless cultivators was drawn to the scene. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the golden light piercing through the thick clouds increased rapidly in a short time, growing ever more dazzling. Until one instant, a golden sun suddenly leaped out from the thick energy clouds, bursting forth with boundless golden light. Wherever the light reached, the entire starry sky seemed to be dyed with a layer of golden red light. Gentle energy swept across the starry sky, seeping in layer by layer, imperceptibly permeating the entire battlefield. It was only at this moment that the cultivators realized that the golden sun was actually a starship. A magnificent and holy starship, radiating brilliant golden light like the sun. A colossal, aircraft carrier-class starship, even larger than the largest planet. The cultivators of the Immortal Palace were suddenly astonished. Could it be reinforcements from the Immortal Alliance? It's no wonder they thought this, They knew exactly which powerful immortal ships the Immortal Palace possessed, and those that were still operational were already on the battlefield. At this time, for a starship clearly not from the Immortal Palace to appear on the battlefield, what else could it be but reinforcements from the Immortal Alliance? Damn it! When will this end? Why are these Immortal Alliance bastards never going to stop? Damn the Immortal Alliance! Is our Immortal Palace truly doomed this time? We'll fight them to the death. Even if we die, we won't let the Immortal Alliance's allied forces succeed. The disciples of the Immortal Palace had bloodshot eyes, their emotions surging. An indescribable emotion suddenly rose in their hearts, anger, and despair. After fighting for so long, the tension in their hearts had been taut, already on the verge of snapping. Startled by this sudden turn of events, their bloodlust flared like a powder keg that had been lit, and they all exploded, each one wanting nothing more than to fight their way to the heavens and perish together with the so-called reinforcements. Even the misty Immortal Lord, who was engaged in fierce combat with the dragon maiden Susan, couldn't help but calm himself down and prepare for a desperate last stand. If things came to a head, even if it meant mutual destruction, he would fight his way out for the disciples of the Misty Immortal Palace. However, just as the people of the Misty Immortal Palace were united in their resolve, preparing to fight to the death with the Immortal Alliance, Huang Fu Hongke suddenly noticed something amiss. On the deck of the starship that had broken through the clouds, a group of figures had appeared out of nowhere. And at the forefront of this group, a young man in white robes stood with his hands behind his back, overlooking the battlefield below. The young man had handsome features and an extraordinary air about him. He was dressed in a simple white robe, yet it seemed to radiate an ethereal light upon him, his aura captivating all who beheld him. This man, who else could it be but Wu Wei? Boss. In that instant, Huang Fu Hongke almost wept with joy. He knew his boss wouldn't abandon him. Even he himself didn't understand why he was so confident, but at this moment, he instinctively had a feeling that as long as his boss returned, Xianmiao Palace would be saved. Almost simultaneously with Huang Fu Hongke's discovery of Wu Wei, other disciples on the battlefield also noticed something amiss. Wu Wei had only been in Xianmiao Palace for 2 or 3 years, and not every disciple knew him. However, the 3 elders standing beside him, Elder Yaoyu, Elder Honghu, and Elder Xia Oyo, were very familiar to all the disciples of Xianmiao Palace. Not the enemy. It's the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder has returned with the reinforcements. In an instant, the entire Xianmiao Palace erupted in jubilation. A sense of exhilaration spread throughout the Immortal Palace. In a short moment, everyone's emotions shifted from anger and despair to excitement. The Immortal Palace was saved. At this moment, the Immortal Alliance forces, locked in fierce combat, also noticed the interstellar carrier that had abruptly entered the battlefield. Where did this interstellar carrier come from? And why does it have the aura of a divine civilization? Immortal Lord gently frowned, still somewhat confused. Dragon Girl Suxin, however, was not as ignorant as him. Almost the instant she saw the interstellar carrier, her pupils constricted sharply. This aura is bad. It's the Light God clan. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 533 The Immortal Venerable Honghu reappears. Damn it! How could the Immortal Palace be involved with the Light God clan? Dragon Girl Susan couldn't help but frown. When Wu Wei opened the gate of heaven earlier, she was engaged in fierce battle with the misty Immortal Lord. The 2 battlefields were too far apart, and there were thick energy clouds and rolling energy shockwaves blocking the way, so she didn't feel the energy fluctuations of the gate of heaven at all. Otherwise, she wouldn't have only realized something was wrong now. Almost without hesitation, she spread her divine sense and directly transmitted her voice to the gently Immortal Lord. Retreat. Pass down the order, have all the Immortal Alliance forces retreat immediately. It's just a star-level aircraft carrier, is it worth your alarm? The gently Immortal Lord was unimpressed and sneered, so what if it's a divine civilization? As long as there aren't any level 14 experts, I'll kill as many as come. What do you know? Dragon Girl Susan had a headache. The Light God clan was definitely the most troublesome divine civilization, without exception. They seemed born for war. Their mere presence on the battlefield had a profound impact on the balance of power. Even a crushing defeat could be dragged into a war of attrition. Moreover, perhaps due to their ancient lineage, these light gods, though branching out over billions of years, remained incredibly cunning and unpredictable. No one could foresee them suddenly unleashing a secret treasure passed down from antiquity. She had encountered the light gods once, roughly 10,000 years ago. Although she managed a narrow victory, the experience had left her deeply disturbed, a trauma she still carried. The dragon girl Suzin briefly described the light god situation, and only then did immortal Lord Junlai realize the gravity of the situation, his expression slightly changing. He immediately prepared to order a retreat. However, just as he made his move, Huang Fuhanke, who was fighting him, noticed something amiss. "Boss. He's trying to escape." Huang Fuhanke immediately shouted to Wu Wei. "Don't worry, he can't escape," Wu Wei chuckled calmly. As he spoke, the carrier-class starship beneath his feet had already entered the battlefield. The massive carrier-class starship was like a mobile star fortress, bringing immense pressure to everyone. On the foremost deck of the starship, Wu Wei, dressed in white, stood with his hands behind his back. At this moment, he was no longer Wang Dong, the newly initiated personal disciple of the Immortal Palace, but Wu Wei, the god of light, a high and mighty deity, cold and majestic, looking down upon all living beings. Starlight enveloped him, outlining his expression as indifferent and majestic. "Let's begin." Wu Wei raised his hand and waved. "Yes, Your Majesty." The two 14-winged radiant angels, Saintess Catherine and Saintess Angel, who stood behind him, had been preparing for a long time. Upon hearing this, they immediately responded in unison, and then led several 12-winged seraphim in singing a hymn to the light. The ethereal song suddenly echoed in the void. The song seemed to resonate from the very souls of everyone present. Though not loud or rousing, it possessed a power to cleanse the heart. It was a sacred hymn of light praising the great Lord of Light, the Hymn of Light. This large-scale blessing-type war magic, born for war, had always been invincible on the battlefield. The Hymn of Light, presided over by two level 13 radiant angels, was more powerful than ever before, its coverage area astonishingly vast. As the song began, holy white light spread out from the starship like a tide, wave after wave, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. The hazy, ethereal holy light contained immense power. Wherever the holy light touched, all the cultivators of the Immortal Palace felt their spirits invigorated. Not only was the fatigue accumulated from the long battle instantly swept away, but their energy and spirit seemed to be restored to their peak state in an instant. As the gentle holy light penetrated their skin, their wounds began to heal at an alarming speed. "Ho ha ho ha. My injuries are healed. Great. My arm has grown back. My arm grew back so quickly. I can fight again. Ha ha ha, my stamina has recovered. I feel like I can fight another 300 rounds." The elders and disciples of the Immortal Palace were both surprised and delighted. In just a short while, their combat power had rapidly recovered to 30%, and it was still recovering. Even those cultivators who had to temporarily withdraw from the battlefield due to severe injuries had regained their fighting ability. Everyone was full of energy and in peak condition. However, while the people of the Immortal Palace were happy, the cultivators of the Immortal Alliance were completely dumbfounded by the sudden change. How is this possible? How could they recover so quickly? The cultivators of the Immortal Alliance had fought for so long and finally gained a slight advantage. Seeing victory in sight, this sudden turn of events was devastating, and they were completely unwilling to believe their eyes. However, whether they wanted to believe it or not, the facts were the facts, and they wouldn't change according to their will. Kill. 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 Drive the Immortal Alliance forces back. With abundant energy and immortal essence, the morale of the Immortal Palace was instantly ignited. The entire Immortal Palace united as one and immediately launched a fierce counterattack. After such a long battle, the cultivators of the Immortal Alliance forces were already exhausted, and their reserves of spirit stones and pills were no longer plentiful, making their combat power significantly weaker than at the beginning. Under the concerted counterattack of the Immortal Palace elders and disciples, the Immortal Alliance forces were forced back step by step, gradually being driven out of the Immortal Palace's territory. For the first time since the start of the war, the Immortal Palace side finally gained the upper hand. Well done. Seeing this, Wu Wei smiled with satisfaction. This was exactly the effect he wanted. The carefree Immortal Venerable was never before acquainted with such a way of fighting, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "This divine art is truly amazing." Although our immortal palace also possesses immortal arts that can boost morale and heal injuries, their effects are far inferior to this, and their coverage is also far less. The Honghu Immortal Venerable and the Inviting Moon also nodded in agreement. Even with their pride in the immortal palace, they couldn't honestly claim that the immortal palace could surpass this in this regard. Just as they were speaking, the misty immortal lord, who was engaged in fierce combat with the dragon girl Su Xin, also noticed the change in the battle. Ho good. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Since the start of the battle, his emotions had been suppressed, and only at this moment did he finally feel exhilarated. He didn't even need to think to guess where the reinforcements came from. He had no other choice but to consider the mysterious Wang Dong. He knew that his decision to leave Wang Dong behind was the right one. Retreat. Retreat immediately. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, both Long Nu Susan and Immortal Lord Junlai looked grim. Having dominated the battlefield for tens of thousands of years, they weren't fools. Even with their resentment, they knew the best option was to retreat immediately. Without hesitation, they immediately issued orders to their subordinates to retreat, while simultaneously trying to shake off their opponents and withdraw from the battlefield. Junior, I'll let you off the hook for now. I'll deal with you again next time. Immortal Lord Junlai suddenly swung his sword, the blazing sword intent seemingly capable of burning the heavens, instantly sending Huang Fu Hongke flying thousands of miles. Before Huang Fu Hongke could react, he blurred into a streak of sword light and sped away. Sword escape was a signature technique of sword cultivators. Although it consumed significantly more energy than ordinary escape techniques, its speed was astonishing, making it arguably the best escape technique among special teleportation techniques. In the blink of an eye, he had already flown tens of thousands of miles away. Hey, why did you run away? Huang Fu Hongke reacted, and was immediately furious. Why are you running away? If you're a man, come back. Let's fight another 300 rounds. He had been chased and humiliated for so long, and he was counting on his boss to arrive so he could avenge himself. How could this guy leave? He immediately used the divine power in his light shield to create an acceleration aura for himself and chased after him. However, Junli Immortal Lord was, after all, a level 14 Tai Golden Immortal. Now that he was determined to escape, even if Huang Fu Hongke wanted to chase, he couldn't catch up at all. He could only watch helplessly as he flew further and further away, turning into a tiny speck of light in the blink of an eye. Seeing that Junli Immortal Lord was about to disappear completely into the thick energy cloud, Huang Fu Hongke was both anxious and angry, and once again hated his own strength for being so weak. It was one thing that he couldn't help without his boss's divine magic, but now that the divine magic was on his side, he had actually managed to let Junli Immortal Lord escape. He was utterly useless. However, just as he was getting furious, a jade-like white light suddenly flashed through the void. This light wasn't dazzling, but it exuded a profound aura, catching up with the fleeing Immortal Lord Junli almost instantly, and then splitting into countless light threads. These light threads crisscrossed and connected with each other, as if weaving a giant spider web in the void, directly intercepting Immortal Lord Junli and the energy cloud. Immortal Lord Junli couldn't stop in time and plunged headlong into it, then was immediately stuck to it, his body forced out of his sword escape state, like a flying insect caught in a spider web, unable to break free no matter how hard he struggled. What is this thing? How can it be so troublesome? Immortal Lord Junli was both shocked and horrified, and tried to continue struggling in disbelief. However, the more he struggled, the tighter the jade-like energy light threads became. Even if he used his sword intent to cut off a few light threads, other energy light threads would immediately entangle him, and for a time he was unable to break free. Don't waste your energy. With your strength, it's impossible to break free from the heavenly net laid by the measuring ruler in a short time. Just as he struggled, a cold male voice suddenly rang out in the void. Immortal Lord Junli was startled, and saw a figure walking slowly from a distance, stepping on a band of light, outside the energy threads that were binding him. He wasn't walking fast, but the jade-white energy band under his feet seemed to have some kind of shrinking effect, and with each step he took, he would advance a great distance in the void as if teleporting. In just a few steps, the figure had already reached him. It was an old man wearing a heavy and complicated immortal robe, with white hair and a long beard, and a majestic expression. His expression was solemn and cold, and the countless energy threads reflected in his eyes seemed to reflect a deep pool, without a ripple. Immortal Venerable Honghu. Immortal Lord Junli's eyes widened, And he exclaimed in disbelief. Weren't you dead? Chapter 534 Level 14, Immortal Lord of the Soaring Goose. Immortal Lord Junli clearly remembered the scene of immortal Venerable Honghu's self-destruction, and the pain he suffered at that time was still fresh in his memory. He was absolutely certain that immortal Venerable Honghu's physical body had been completely destroyed in the self-destruction, and even his remnant soul was reduced to a wisp. If it weren't for the protection of the measuring ruler, the violent energy impact alone would have completely obliterated him. How could this person still be standing in front of him unharmed? Immortal Lord Junli was so shocked that his mind went blank for a moment, and he almost thought he was hallucinating due to his severe injuries. Elder Honghu. At this moment, Huangfu Hongke also saw immortal Venerable Honghu reappear. He hadn't noticed him when he glanced at him from afar, but only now did he realize that immortal Venerable Honghu is actually in physical form. He immediately widened his eyes, both surprised and delighted. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, the fact that Elder Honghu had returned unharmed was a great blessing. Not to mention that Elder Honghu had timely stopped that annoying immortal Lord Junli. On the other side, immortal Lord Paomeo, who had finally managed to hold off Dragon Girl Suxin, was also both surprised and delighted. The path of immortality was lonely. After 90,000 years of cultivation, his friends and companions had left him one by one. Now, in the entire Immortal Palace, only Elder Honghu and Elder Zuan of Zuan Immortal Palace could be considered his contemporaries, and they could occasionally chat and reminisce about the past. He had been heartbroken when he saw Elder Honghu self-destruct. If Elder Honghu had really perished, even if he could be reincarnated and cultivate again, he would never be the same Elder Honghu he was now, and he would have lost someone to talk to. But he really hadn't expected that Elder Honghu could regain his physical body and return to the battlefield in such a short time. This was truly wonderful. While everyone in the starry sky was filled with joy and excitement, countless disciples in the misty Immortal Palace were also secretly watching the battle unfold. Although they were disappointed when Immortal Lord Junli nearly escaped, they didn't react much. After all, this war had lasted so long, and the misty Immortal Palace had faced several crises. They were already very happy to have won the war and didn't have much attachment to keeping Immortal Lord Junli alive. However, the reappearance of Elder Honghu surprised and delighted them, instantly igniting their emotions. That's actually a physical body. Did Elder Honghu self-destruct? How does he still have a physical body? Great! Elder Honghu is not only unharmed, but he has also regained his physical body. The disciples who had witnessed Elder Honghu's self-destruction could hardly believe their eyes, and in their joy, they almost lost their footing and were pierced by a sword from the Immortal Alliance's opponents. The red-robed elder, a descendant of Elder Honghu, wept with joy, overjoyed to have his beloved family member back. Even the elders and disciples of the Immortal Palace, who had no vested interest in Elder Honghu, were invigorated, thrilled that the Immortal Palace had gained a powerful general. What seemed like an eternity actually happened in just a few breaths. At this moment, Immortal Lord Junli finally recovered from his shock. So what if you've regained your physical body? He sneered. You're just a mere 13th level golden immortal. If I really wanted to leave, could you possibly stop me? Even though he had suffered greatly at Honghu's hands before, he didn't believe Honghu could stop him. The difference in strength was like an insurmountable chasm, far beyond what a chaos treasure could bridge. Even if Honghu could injure him, as long as he was willing to fight to the death, even Honghu with a chaos treasure couldn't harm him. Is that so? Elder Honghu sneered, his voice utterly indifferent. You can try. Outrageous talk. Immortal Lord Junli roared in fury. This guy really thinks he can trap me with a spider web. What wishful thinking. He abruptly pulled out a pure white pill and stuffed it into his mouth. This was a heaven-gathering pill, a top-grade immortal pill he had painstakingly purchased from the strongest alchemy sect in the Immortal Alliance, the Yuan Dan sect. One pill could restore most of a Tai Golden Immortal's immortal essence, and also had the effect of strengthening meridians and stabilizing realm. The Yuan Dan sect only refined one batch of heaven-gathering pills every 10,000 years, producing fewer than 5 pills each time. They were basically snapped up by a few Tai Golden Immortals as soon as they were produced, making them extremely precious. As a newly promoted Tai Golden Immortal, he had also paid a great price to barely acquire such a pill. Previously, he dared to burn his immortal essence only because he had this heaven-sucking pill in hand, which could replenish the burned immortal essence in time, repair the damaged meridians, and prevent his cultivation level from falling. After swallowing a top-grade immortal pill, the immortal essence in his body was immediately restored by more than half, and the previously nearly dried-up meridians were once again filled with surging immortal essence. He was invigorated and suddenly swung his sword. The power of this sword was almost comparable to his peak. The blazing sword intent immediately pierced a large hole in the energy threads binding him, and he swayed and broke free in the blink of an eye. Immortal Lord Junli's arrogant laughter immediately echoed in the void. Ho ha ho ha. Honghu, I told you long ago, you can't stop me. Not good. Immortal Lord Junli has actually recovered. Elder Honghu is in danger now. Huangfu Hongke was originally happy for Elder Honghu's return, but his expression changed immediately upon seeing this. In the starry sky, within the celestial palace, the elders and disciples, who had just been excited, froze, immediately filled with worry. However, a battle at the level of a celestial lord was simply beyond their reach. Their worry was futile. Even Huangfu Hongke, now empowered by divine power, couldn't arrive in time to save the day. Amidst everyone's anxious gazes, Celestial Lord Junli charged towards Elder Honghu. You finally regained your physical body, why not live a good life? Why come back to court death? A smug smile graced his youthful face, but his gaze towards Elder Honghu was icy cold, filled with chilling killing intent. As he spoke, he casually flicked his sword, then swung it fiercely at Elder Honghu. The blazing sword light instantly unleashed a raging inferno, seemingly capable of incinerating everything in the void. Everyone's hearts leaped into their throats. However, even though everyone was worried about him, Elder Honghu showed no fear whatsoever. Seeing the sword intent rapidly approaching, he calmly raised his hand. A dark jade ruler instantly appeared in his palm. He grasped the ruler and swung it sharply. In an instant, streaks of jade-white light bloomed from the ruler. As a chaos treasure, the measuring ruler was actually extremely powerful. From its inception, its core was imprinted with profound gravity laws and parts of spatial laws. Using it to measure the void, a short distance could be the ends of the earth. It could also manipulate gravity, its variations endless, its uses limitless. Previously, immortal Venerable Honghu's strength was insufficient, and he could barely wield it, only able to use its most basic abilities in battle, crudely clashing energy. But now, everything was different. Wherever the jade-white light reached, the omnipresent gravity in the void seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, instantly twisting and changing. The blazing sword intent, before it could even approach Elder Honghu, was deflected aside by this strange and distorted gravity, not even touching his clothes, let alone causing him the slightest harm. Such a nonchalant, effortless demeanor was far beyond the capabilities of a mere 13th level golden immortal. Almost simultaneously with the sword intent being deflected, Immortal Lord Junli realized something was amiss. 14th level. His eyes bulged, almost unable to believe his own. How could this be? He was clearly only a 13th level golden immortal before. How could he have advanced to the 14th level Tai golden immortal with a single self-destruction? This was utterly illogical. Immortal Lord Paomeo, who was struggling to entangle Dragon Girl Suxin, was also stunned. He was already relieved that Honghu had returned, but he never expected that Honghu would have already advanced to the 14th level of the Tai golden immortal realm. This was the Tai golden immortal realm. Becoming a Tai golden immortal was extremely difficult, both in terms of cultivating one's character and strength. Only he himself knew how much time, effort, and hardship he had endured to break through to the Tai golden immortal realm. This was definitely not a realm that could be achieved solely through talent or hard work. If it weren't so difficult, Honghu wouldn't have been stuck at this level for so many years without being able to break through. However, the misty immortal lord was no ordinary person. His surprise and astonishment lasted only a moment. Almost immediately, he reacted, and his emotions changed from surprise and astonishment to joy and delight. He couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Good. 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 My immortal palace has gained another great general today. It seems even heaven's will is on my side. Inside the immortal palace, those who had just been on tenterhooks for Elder Honghu were completely unprepared for such an unexpected turn of events. Level 14. Elder Honghu actually advanced to level 14. How is this possible? Their first reaction was disbelief. However, both the fact that Elder Honghu had easily withstood Immortal Lord Junli's sword strike and Immortal Lord Paomeo's laughter proved the truth of the matter, leaving them no room for doubt or disbelief. After their initial shock and astonishment, they immediately became happy. Immortal Venerable Honghu's advancement to level 14, The Tei Golden Immortal Realm, and becoming an immortal lord, would normally be a momentous event worthy of celebration for the entire Immortal Palace. In the current situation, it was even more exhilarating, giving everyone even greater confidence in the Immortal Palace's victory in the war. Noticing the gazes fixed upon him, some surprised, some excited, some incredulous, Immortal Venerable Honghu remained silent, yet a sense of Gankei, a complex feeling of mixed emotions, often including nostalgia and reflection, welled up within him. He remembered how excited and exhilarated he had been when he first emerged from the transformation pool. Back then, his performance hadn't been much better than these people's. He had to admit, the methods of the Kingdom of Light were truly remarkable. Chapter 535 Nirvana Bone Pearl. This physical body, sculpted by the transformation pool, perfectly matched his soul, functioning as if it were an extension of his own arm, without the slightest incongruity. If he hadn't personally experienced the self-destruction process, he would almost have mistaken it for his original body. Without the trials of the womb or the hardships of rebuilding, regaining his physical body was effortless, like waking up after a comfortable nap to find himself with a new body. This was something he previously considered almost impossible. Moreover, before his self-destruction, he was only at the 13th level of the Golden Immortal Realm, lacking the physical transformation needed to reach the 14th level of the Tei Golden Immortal Realm. The transformation pool had skipped this process, which should have taken hundreds of years, allowing his body to complete the transformation directly. He didn't even need to consolidate his realm. Only by experiencing it firsthand could one understand how wondrous and terrifying this method was. Even after learning from Wu Wei that condensing a 14th level Tei Golden Immortal body consumed a tremendous amount of energy, it didn't diminish the shock he felt. Recalling his initial feelings, Immortal Venerable Honghu continued his actions. He wielded the measuring ruler of heaven relentlessly. Streams of jade white light burst forth, instantly transforming into countless energy threads that extended into the surrounding void. In a mere moment, one spider web after another appeared in the surrounding void. Unlike the hastily laid, simple spider web from before, these spider webs were thicker, denser, and covered a significantly larger area. Just 3 or 4 spider webs had already sealed off all the void around Immortal Venerable Junli. Immortal Venerable Junli was only momentarily stunned before finding himself surrounded by energy threads once again. He immediately panicked. He had personally experienced the difficulty of these energy threads earlier, and even though he had recovered most of his immortal essence, he lacked the confidence to challenge this dense spider web. He hurriedly swung his sword at the spider webs, trying to carve a gap and escape. However, his speed in destroying the spider web was no match for the speed at which Elder Honghu created it. In just a few moments, he was surrounded. From some unknown point in time, the spider web, radiating a jade white light, crisscrossed and almost filled the entire void. From a distance, the crisscrossing threads of light seemed to form a giant cocoon of light, completely enveloping both Immortal Venerable Honghu and Immortal Lord Junli. From the outside, it was impossible to see what was happening inside. Junli, surrender. Elder Honghu, standing on one of the threads of light, looked down at Immortal Lord Junli, who was struggling like a trapped beast within the web. His solemn face was filled with a murderous intent. You have repeatedly led your army to invade my immortal palace, causing countless deaths and injuries. This time, it is time for you to pay the price. Dream on. Immortal Lord Junli sneered. The word surrender did not exist in his dictionary. Since escape was impossible, he might as well fight to the death. Thinking this, he suddenly stopped swinging his sword and pulled out a white bone bead. The bead was only the size of a palm, irregularly shaped, but its surface seemed to be slowly burning with white energy flames, emanating a terrifying aura that sent chills down one's spine. Seeing the bead, a hint of hesitation and reluctance flashed in his eyes, but in the end, he gritted his teeth, squeezed it tightly with his fingertips, and crushed it to pieces. In an instant, a terrifying power surged into the sky. A vast and boundless energy, as terrifying as a boundless ocean, violently spread out from the shattered bone bead. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to tremble. As the surrounding space shook violently, almost instantly torn to shreds by this terrifying energy, everything in the space suffering a devastating blow. Even the spider web near him couldn't withstand this terrifying power. The energy threads within it snapped one after another. The vast power spread out, and the distant energy clouds, unable to withstand the stimulation, suddenly began to churn and boil. Further away, The celestial ships engaged in battle were overturned one after another, plunging the situation into chaos. Caught in the eye of this raging storm of energy, immortal Lord Junli was also suffering greatly. He had already recovered most of his strength thanks to the heaven-absorbing pill, but now, under the close-range impact of the massive energy, he still felt a tightness in his chest and a metallic taste in his throat. He gritted his teeth, barely managing to hold back the blood, his facial skin contorted and deformed by the energy's impact, making his expression exceptionally ferocious. "Power of inheritance, empower me!" he roared through gritted teeth. The next moment, the immense energy suddenly collapsed inwards, surging towards him at an incredible speed, like hundreds of rivers flowing into the sea, rapidly merging into his body. Almost instantly, his skin turned a deep red, like a boiled shrimp, with wisps of white smoke rising from its surface, making him look extremely wretched. But every effort brings reward. In a short moment, his aura began to surge wildly, rapidly climbing from the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm to the middle stage, and then all the way to the late stage. His intense power was like a raging inferno, even changing the color of the void. The power contained within this bone bead was terrifyingly immense. This aura is the Nirvana bone bead. Outside the cocoon of light, Huang Fuhong sensed the aura of the bone bead, his face instantly changing color. The Nirvana bone bead is a special item left behind by cultivators above the Tai Golden Immortal Realm after their fall. The bone bead seals most of the cultivator's immortal essence and a portion of their understanding of the laws, making it extremely precious. It is not naturally formed, rather, it requires the cultivator to actively compress all their immortal essence into bone before death, and then undergo special processing to obtain it. This thing is less a rare treasure and more a gift left by ancestors to their descendants, filled with the deep emotions of the ancestors for their descendants, and also a way for the descendants to mourn their ancestors. To some extent, this is also the foundation of a cultivation civilization. It won't be used lightly unless the sect is facing a life or death crisis. For example, the Immortal Palace's treasury contains a Nirvana Bone Pearl, left behind by its founder, the Dongsun ancestor. Over hundreds of thousands of years, the Immortal Palace has faced life or death crises, yet successive sect leaders have never been willing to use it. This time, if the leader doesn't bring reinforcements, that Nirvana Bone Pearl will most likely be lost. Judging from its quality and energy intensity, the Nirvana Bone Pearl that Immortal Lord Junli has taken out now suggests that a cultivator who left it was at least a late-stage Tai Golden Immortal, most likely a sword master of the Laotian sword sect. Immortal Lord Junli was already stronger, and now, with the blessing of this Nirvana Bone Pearl, he will likely be even more difficult to deal with. Huang Fuhongke couldn't help but feel a pang of worry for Elder Honghu. I didn't expect that the ancestor of the Laotian sword sect would actually leave behind a Nirvana Bone Pearl. Elder Honghu was also somewhat surprised, but not worried. A mocking smile appeared on his cold and stern face. "If this is your last resort, then you're probably going to be disappointed. This Immortal Lord's measuring ruler is not to be trifled with." As soon as he finished speaking, his aura erupted like a volcanic eruption. The surrounding void trembled violently, and a terrifying energy storm swept out, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Compared to Immortal Lord Junli's terrifying aura, which seemed capable of burning everything, his aura was much more restrained, yet possessed the weight and majesty of a mountain. Facing the terrifying pressure from Immortal Lord Junli, he did not retreat but advanced, walking step by step towards Immortal Lord Junli. His steps were not fast, yet as steady as a mountain. Each step felt solid and weightless, as if he were walking on solid ground. The raging energy turbulence swept towards him, but he seemed oblivious, his white hair whipping wildly in the wind. He walked steadily towards the direction of the Immortal Lord Junli. From afar, he appeared like a reef in a vast ocean, unshaken by the raging storms around him. As he walked, he once again summoned the measuring ruler. With fluid hand gestures, the ruler emitted beams of jade-white light. These lights seemed to possess an invisibility effect, flashing briefly before disappearing, appearing to have no effect at first glance. However, as more and more lights appeared, ripples, like waves, gradually spread in the surrounding void. These were ripples caused by spatial distortion, a sign that space was overburdened. Where the ripples spread, even the void seemed quieter than its surroundings, inexplicably creating a sense of oppression, as if a huge boulder was pressing down on one's heart, making it hard to breathe. No wonder he can step into the threshold of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm on his own. His talent and comprehension are indeed far beyond ordinary people. Wu Wei couldn't help but sigh as his divine sense swept over this scene. To be able to skillfully use a chaotic spiritual treasure like the measuring ruler so soon after entering the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, even if part of the reason was that Honghu already had a good understanding of the measuring ruler, this talent and comprehension was already quite amazing. I once heard the Immortal Lord say that Elder Honghu is once a peerless genius, exceptionally talented and brilliant, undoubtedly the number one among his generation. The immortal Venerable Xiaoyao beside him sighed with emotion. If it weren't for some things he couldn't understand and his mind not being fully perfected, he probably would have already reached the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. As he spoke, Immortal Lord Junli's aura had already reached its peak. The immortal essence left by his ancestor within the Nirvana Bone Pearl was inherited directly from him, requiring almost no conversion to absorb and use. At this moment, his entire body was engulfed in blazing white flames, his skin blistered and emitting the aroma of roasted meat, yet his aura was overwhelming, domineering, and scorching, as if capable of burning everything to ashes. Break! Immortal Lord Junli's eyes widened in fury, and he roared fiercely. A terrifying sword intent instantly surged forth. Chapter 536 Level 14, Inviting Moon Immortal Master. Boom! The void trembled violently. As if struck by a heavy hammer, the entire void shook in that instant. A piercing sword cry tore through the sky, and pure white flames burst forth from the sword light, their dazzling brilliance making the entire void seem to pale in comparison. It was fire compressed to its extreme, condensed to its ultimate form, the ultimate fire inherited from the ancient Pure Yang Immortal Palace, the purest and most intense Pure Yang fire. The flames burned fiercely, their radiance undiminished even by the void itself. Wherever the sword intent passed, space was torn open with enormous rifts, and violent spatial power swept outwards, instantly creating a terrifying energy storm in the surrounding void. Well done! Elder Honghu neither dodged nor evaded, taking the final step to meet the terrifying sword intent head-on. Boom! With each step, space trembled violently. Ripples spread out from beneath his feet, and from him, the space within a radius of nearly 10,000 miles transformed into a gigantic energy cage. Within this cage, all energy was under his control. The instant the energy cage took shape, even the blazing Pure Yang fire dimmed for a moment. The next instant, a torrent of fire roared in, crashing headlong into the walls of the energy cage. Boom! A tremendous roar instantly resounded throughout the heavens and earth. A terrifying energy storm instantly erupted. This was not merely a collision of energies, but a contest of laws. With the enhancement of the Nirvana Bone Pearl, Immortal Lord Junli was already considered to be half a late-stage Tai Golden Immortal, and his comprehension of the laws had also greatly improved. Although Immortal Venerable Honghu had only just advanced to the 14th level of Tai Golden Immortal, his measuring ruler was a chaos spiritual treasure with boundless power, and his own comprehension of the laws was by no means weak. For a time, they were evenly matched. As the two continued to clash, the terrifying energy storm grew stronger and stronger, affecting an increasingly wider area. Powerful law fluctuations began to spread throughout the void, making the entire void turbulent. The thick energy clouds separating the battlefield behind the two were violently churning under the dual impact of the laws and energy, even affecting the other side of the battlefield. The already unstable temporary protective immortal array of the misty immortal palace also became unstable under the onslaught of this terrifying energy storm. Hiss! My God! The elders and disciples of the immortal palace, still engaged in battle, couldn't help but gasp in unison. Although they knew that the strength of the immortal Venerable Honghu would undergo a qualitative transformation after becoming the immortal Lord Honghu, witnessing the scene firsthand still deeply shocked them. Indeed, a Tai Golden Immortal is a Tai Golden Immortal. This aura, even just looking at it from afar, makes one's skin crawl. It's terrifying. Junli, that idiot. Noticing the commotion from afar, the dragon girl Susan's face immediately darkened. The misty immortal lord couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, Junli is probably not going to escape this time. Your Highness, Dragon Maiden, instead of worrying about him, you should worry about yourself more. HMPH. Dragon Maiden Suxan narrowed her phoenix eyes and snorted coldly in displeasure. Misty, do you really think you can stop this dragon lord? As a dragon lord of the 14th level Tai Golden Immortal Realm, her combat power was already much stronger than that of cultivators of the same level, and her demonic power was extremely profound. Even after fighting for so long, she showed no signs of fatigue. If it weren't for the fact that Junli was still trapped and that a retreat would easily leave him vulnerable from both sides, she wouldn't have been entangled with a misty immortal lord for so long. Unfortunately, out of a sense of duty, she wanted to hold off the misty immortal lord to create an opportunity for him to leave, but that brat Junli was useless. Since that was the case, she was too lazy to care about him anymore. Let that fool fend for himself. As soon as she finished speaking, Dragon Maiden Suxin no longer held back and fiercely attacked the misty immortal lord with her spear. A golden dragon spear ripped through the void, instantly unleashing a violent surge of energy. Her azure robes billowed wildly, her entire aura reaching its peak in that instant. Dragon roars seemed to echo through the void, and wherever the spear passed, the surrounding space collapsed violently inward. The power of a single spear strike was as if it could shatter even galaxies. The misty immortal lord's expression hardened, and she quickly raised her hand to summon an immortal shield. Light flowed across the shield's surface, instantly creating a defensive barrier. The next moment, the golden dragon spear pierced the shield fiercely. Boom! A terrifying energy storm swept out. The pale blue shield couldn't withstand the force, and a crack instantly appeared on its surface. The misty immortal lord's expression changed slightly. After such a long battle, his immortal essence was almost completely depleted, and he bore countless wounds, large and small. His condition was far from good, even normal output of immortal essence was already quite a burden for him. However, facing the powerful spear strike from the Dragon Maiden Suxin, he dared not hold back and immediately increased his immortal energy output without hesitation. Even so, the pale blue defensive shield couldn't hold for long, bursting completely like a soap bubble in a short moment. The shattered light dispersed, and the golden dragon spear, carrying surging energy fluctuations, mercilessly attacked the misty immortal lord, plunging deeply into his right shoulder. The misty immortal lord shuddered and coughed up blood. Ho ha ho ha. Misty immortal lord, we'll meet again. The Dragon Maiden Suxin laughed loudly, then abruptly withdrew her spear and retreated, transforming into a streak of azure light and flying away into the void. The misty immortal lord wanted to give chase. However, at this moment, the terrifying demonic power contained within the dragon spear was raging wildly within his body, constantly damaging his bones, meridians, and internal organs. Almost all of his remaining immortal essence was being used to resist the demonic power, leaving him no extra essence to use for escape techniques. He wanted to forcefully cast a spell to chase after her, but as soon as he activated his immortal essence, he couldn't help but cough up blood again, forced to watch helplessly as she left. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon Maiden Suxin had already escaped tens of thousands of miles, far away from the area where she had just fought with a misty immortal lord. Without the rampant energy shockwaves and the spatial collapse caused by the battle, the energy here was significantly more stable, and there were no spatial rifts caused by the fight. It was more suitable for spatial travel. The Dragon Maiden Suxin raised her spear and swept it, causing ripples in the void ahead. She flickered, preparing to pass through the spatial ripples and leave the battlefield. However, at this moment, a clear, cold female voice rang out in the void. "Since you're here, Dragon Maiden, why not stay for a cup of tea before you leave?" Dragon Maiden Suxin's eyes narrowed, a sense of unease rising within her. However, before she could react, a powerful spatial force surged forth from the void before her, forcefully smoothing the spatial ripples she had just stirred up. The next moment, a dazzling golden portal opened from the void, pouring out a milky white halo that instantly enveloped the surrounding space. Within the hazy halo, two figures slowly emerged from the portal. These two figures were a man and a woman. The man on the left was tall and handsome, his white robe accentuating his ethereal, otherworldly presence, immaculate yet exuding an aura of nobility and majesty that emanated from his very being, making him seem unapproachable. The woman on the right was slender and captivating, with a noble and elegant air. Her moon-white gauze dress, bathed in the white light, seemed to have a filter applied, creating a hazy and ethereal beauty. She possessed a fury-like grace and refined elegance. These two were Wu Wei and Yaoyu, who had come to intercept the Dragon Maiden as she attempted to flee. Initially, their aura wasn't particularly strong. However, as they stepped into the void, two immense and vast auras emanated from them. One was as radiant as a star, the other as cool and gentle as the moon. Though different, they were equally powerful. "It's her." The Dragon Maiden's gaze swept over them, immediately recognizing the woman among them. It was the ethereal female disciple. However, recognizing her didn't mean she believed these two could stop her. "Get out of the way." Without hesitation, she brandished her dragon spear, thrusting it directly at the two. The golden dragon spear ripped through the void, its violent energy surging out like gunpowder exploding, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Amidst this turmoil, only a single point of golden light shone brightly. It was a point of light condensed at the tip of the dragon spear, as brilliant and dazzling as a star, formed from a massive amount of demonic power, possessing a terrifying power capable of destroying everything in its path and shattering galaxies. The dragon girl's attack power is indeed formidable. Under this dragon spear, an ordinary immortal ship probably wouldn't even withstand a single strike and would be torn to shreds. Terrifying, so terrifying. Wu Wei gasped, revealing a "I'm so scared" expression. Yao Yu glanced at him speechlessly, then raised her right hand, and countless stars in the void behind her instantly lit up. The brilliant starlight converged into her palm like rivers flowing into the sea, instantly forming a silver shield shimmering with starlight, which she casually waved, blocking the two of them. Her movements were effortless and graceful, as if done casually. Even the process of condensing the starlight shield showed no unusual skill. Yet, this seemingly effortless move blocked Susan's dragon spear. The golden dragon spear pierced the silver starlight shield, but failed to penetrate it, instead being firmly blocked outside. The terrifying energy storm created by the collision of the spear tip and the starlight shield raged wildly in the void, but was completely blocked by the starlight shield, not even allowing them to touch. "This is impossible!" Dragon Girl Susan exclaimed in surprise, then suddenly realized, "Level 14. You've been hiding your strength?" Only a level 14 TIE Golden Immortal could possibly block her attack so effortlessly. Chapter 537 Azure Dragon True Form. "Your Highness, Dragon Maiden, surrender." Yao Yu's expression was indifferent, showing no desire to explain. Since obtaining the Spirit Cleansing Tower, her soul had been cleansed by its power almost daily, repairing it and becoming increasingly refined and powerful over time. Normally, this quantitative change would take a long time to accumulate into a qualitative leap, but in the previous battle, she unexpectedly gained the Spirit Cleansing Tower's recognition of her as its master. The power baptism during the recognition allowed her soul power to break through the threshold of the 14th level TIE Golden Immortal realm in one fell swoop. All that remained was a transformation of her mindset in further compression and refinement. In just a few days within the Divine Kingdom, she successfully crossed the threshold, rapidly breaking through to the 14th level TIE Golden Immortal realm under the infusion of divine power. At this moment, her strength was vastly different from before. As she spoke, she stepped into the void, her figure blurring as she blocked the Dragon Maiden Suxin's path. Brilliant starlight swirled around her, and a powerful aura emanated from her. At this moment, she resembled a colossal celestial beast poised to pounce, ready to strike at any moment. No one doubted that if Dragon Maiden Susan flew forward just one more zang, she would immediately and without hesitation attack. Seeing this, a surge of anger rose within Dragon Maiden Susan. "So what if you are a TIE Golden Immortal?" Her phoenix eyes narrowed, her tone resolute and powerful. "This Dragon Lord can stay or leave as she pleases. Who can stop me?" As her words fell, her figure retreated instead of advancing, then suddenly raised her head, letting out a high-pitched dragon roar. Roar. With a dragon roar, a brilliant azure light shone from her body, its dazzling brilliance almost illuminating the entire sky. The next moment, the azure light dissipated, and a gigantic azure dragon suddenly appeared in the void. This was a terrifying celestial beast. Bathed in scattered energy halos, her enormous azure scales gleamed like jade, her massive dragon claws gleamed with a chilling light, and her sleek dragon body exuded a powerful sense of strength, both domineering and agile. Wisps of mist swirled around her, adding a touch of mystery to her lithe form. A primal, overwhelming dragon might erupted from her body, causing almost everyone to feel a sudden heaviness in their shoulders and bodies. The azure dragon's true form. Wu Wei raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Although he had learned about the dragon race from the information he had gathered, this was the first time he had seen a dragon's true form. Compared to ordinary celestial beasts, the dragon's true form was more in line with human aesthetics. Not only were every muscle in her body smooth and strong, but her scales were also exquisitely beautiful, making her look like a work of art. However, this work of art possessed deadly power. Because the dragon's true form was their most powerful combat form. Since the dragon girl Susan had revealed her true form, it seemed she was truly prepared to fight to the death. The thought had barely crossed Wu Wei's mind when the azure dragon in the void suddenly roared. "Those who block my way shall die." With a roar, her gleaming dragon claws opened, lunging towards the two. The claws tore through the void, accompanied by a deafening explosion. Thick clouds of energy, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, instantly coalesced above the azure dragon's head, accompanied by a rolling thunder and streaks of silver lightning, instantly building a terrifying power. Crack! A deafening sound rang out. Blinding lightning struck the dragon claw. The ferocious claw was instantly crackled with electricity, its already formidable power surging even higher. A gigantic phantom of a dragon claw emerged from the claw, seemingly blotting out the sky, and viciously slashed down towards Wu Wei and Yao Yu. Against the backdrop of the seemingly overwhelming dragon claw phantom, Wu Wei, Yao Yu, and the gate of heaven behind them appeared exceptionally small, like mice standing at the feet of an elephant, a stark contrast. A terrifying aura descended, domineering and chilling, as if a single claw could tear them apart. "Yu Fei, save me." Seeing this, Wu Wei's eyebrows twitched, and he suddenly flashed behind Yao Yu. Yao Yu glanced at him, seeing that he was crying for help but showed no fear, clearly just joking, and was speechless again. This guy, he's really into joking. Unfortunately, now was not the time to chat with Wu Wei. She withdrew her gaze, her hands already swiftly completing a set of hand seals with fluid grace. "Star Array, activate." As soon as she finished speaking, the starlight in the void dimmed abruptly, and countless starlight were drawn in like a rainbow drawing water, converging around her. The next moment, she raised her hand and drew a half circle. Centered on her, countless starlight points suddenly lit up, and a massive star array instantly took shape in her hands. Its aura was profound, seemingly containing the ultimate truths of the universe. At this moment, she seemed to become the center of the cosmos. Her long, ink-black hair flew behind her, her moon-white gauze dress billowed in the void, countless starlight shone around her, and the crisscrossing power of the laws of stellar energy flowed within the starlight, making her aura as majestic as the bright moon in the night sky, even dimming the starry sky above. After advancing to the 14th level of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, her understanding of the laws of stellar energy had reached a new level. The Star Array, a powerful immortal technique that once required her to exert all her strength to barely control, now felt effortless to her. Whether used for attack or defense, it was now completely at her command. The power unleashed by the Star Array in her hands now was vastly different from before. As the starlight swirled, every gesture and step she took possessed terrifying power capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. Seeing the enormous dragon claw drawing ever closer, Yao Yu pushed forward with both hands, and the star-studded array suddenly blazed with light. Countless starlights surged upwards to meet the descending dragon claw, colliding with it in an instant. A terrifying energy shockwave erupted, centered on the two, causing the entire starry sky to tremble. In the raging shockwave, the azure dragon, transformed from the dragon maiden Suxin, and Yao Yu were simultaneously blasted thousands of miles away. After a brief regrouping, the two charged at each other again, instantly entangled in combat. The two, one human and one dragon, were evenly matched. Seeing this, Wu Wei smiled. "Yu Fei, your husband will lend you a hand." With that, he clenched his right hand in the air, and a pure white scepter appeared in his palm. At the same time, golden light emanated from his body. It was the divine light of a god, each ray seemingly swirling with mysterious golden divine patterns, containing the god's understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. Wherever the golden light touched, even the empty void seemed to become sacred. Wu Wei gripped his scepter and gently tapped it downwards. In an instant, a holy white light descended from the sky, landing on Yao Yu. Divine blessing. Both were blessings, but the blessing spell from the god of light, Wu Wei, was far more powerful than the one cast by the Holy Maiden of Light. Yao Yu felt a surge of warm energy flow into her body. The minor injuries to her internal organs caused by the recoil were almost instantly healed. Simultaneously, even more power surged into her limbs and bones. Every cell in her body seemed to become active in that instant, bursting forth with unimaginable vitality. Almost instantly, she felt her body become much stronger. Her strength, speed, and agility nearly doubled, and even her immortal energy recovery speed was at least 50% faster than usual. Even her brain seemed to have been lubricated, its processing speed increasing dramatically. Her reactions in battle were noticeably faster, and controlling the star array became much easier. Good. A smile bloomed on her moon-like face. As her immortal energy surged, the starlight surrounding her shone even brighter, flowing in concentric circles around her, further enhancing the already formidable power of the star ray. She formed hand seals. With a few swift movements of her fingers, the brilliant starlight surged like a tide, rushing wildly towards the enormous azure dragon in the void. With Wu Wei supporting her from behind, she consumed her immortal energy without any restraint. She pushed the power of the star array to its limit, almost as if it were resonating with the countless stars in the sky, borrowing the power of the universe. Before long, she successfully suppressed the azure dragon true god transformed from the dragon girl Suzin. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing this, the misty immortal lord couldn't help but cough up blood again, but a relieved and proud smile appeared on his face. The dragon girl's demonic power was too domineering. He had only managed to expel the rampant demonic power within his body and temporarily seal it away. To completely expel it from his body, he would probably have to wait until after the battle and with the help of magical treasures. However, although he suffered such serious injuries, having the opportunity to witness his disciples' great power was worthwhile. Meanwhile, all the elders and disciples in the misty immortal palace were completely dumbfounded. Am I seeing things? That really is Elder Yao Ayu. When did Elder Yao Ayu become so powerful? She can even suppress the azure dragon true form of Dragon Maiden Suxin. This is too amazing. They weren't too surprised when Elder Yao Ayu suddenly appeared and stopped Dragon Maiden Suxin. After all, they had seen her standing on the starship deck before. But the strength Yao Ayu displayed left them dumbfounded, almost doubting that they were hallucinating. Not to mention them, even Huang Fuhanke, who always had full confidence in his great aunt, was dumbfounded and couldn't help but tremble. His great aunt at the Golden Immortal Realm was already monstrous, and now that she had advanced to level 14, wouldn't his future days be even more bleak? Thinking of this, Huang Fuhanke's vision went black, and he almost fainted. Chapter 538. God said that space is still. The battle between Yao Ayu and the dragon girl Suxin, one human and one dragon, was so fierce that the sun and moon lost their light, and the world paled in comparison. Terrifying energy shockwaves continuously spread outwards from the two, filling the void within a radius of tens of thousands of miles with terrifying energy storms. Ordinary cultivators couldn't even get close, let alone come to their aid. These terrifying energy storms were enough to instantly annihilate cultivators below the 12th level of the heavenly immortal realm, and even the defensive immortal array on the immortal ship couldn't withstand the energy for long before it ran out. The demon cultivators under the dragon girl Suxin's command attempted to approach several times in their immortal ship but failed. 2 hours passed in this battle. During these 2 hours, Yao Ayu didn't always have the upper hand. Her combat experience was, after all, less than that of the dragon girl Suxin, and sometimes the dragon girl Suxin would find an opening and almost escape. But each time, Wu Wei would intervene, forcing the dragon girl Suxin to abandon the opportunity she had so painstakingly gained. Every now and then, he would cast support auras on Yao Ayu, either replenishing her immortal energy or healing her injuries. Whenever a divine blessing ran out of power, he would immediately replenish it to ensure Yao Ayu remained at her peak. With his assistance, Yao Ayu fought with increasing ease and exhilaration, almost wanting to roar to the heavens. Since she began cultivating, she had experienced countless battles, large and small, but never had she fought with such exhilaration. This feeling was simply wonderful. In this state, as time passed, she not only didn't feel tired, but her energy and spirit improved, and her control over the star array became increasingly adept. Unbeknownst to her, she had unknowingly achieved another small breakthrough during the battle, becoming even stronger. In contrast, the dragon girl Suxin grew increasingly frustrated and anxious, almost vomiting blood from disgust. The Light God clan was indeed the most troublesome divine civilization, without exception. If she were simply weaker than Yao Ayu, that would be one thing. If she were simply outmatched in skill, she would accept defeat. But Yao Ayu's strength was clearly not much different from hers. Under normal circumstances, she was fully capable of breaking through the blockade and fighting her way out of the immortal palace. Yet, she encountered this light god. Those buffs, those support skills, they were simply disgusting. Unconsciously, memories were stirred, recalling the light god she had encountered before. That was the most frustrating battle of her life. Even though that guy was a realm lower than her, a single swipe of his claw could have severely injured him, yet the battle lasted nearly 1,000 years. In the end, he almost escaped. Even though she won in the end, Thinking about it now still makes her sick to the stomach. Unexpectedly, nearly 10,000 years later, she encountered the light god again, not only stronger but also more disgusting. It was simply infuriating. Suddenly, perhaps the intense emotional turmoil interfered with her judgment, and the dragon girl Suxin, caught off guard, was grazed by an attack from the star array, her body momentarily stunned. Pressing her advantage, Yao Ayu unleashed a terrifying stellar power, carrying the might of the universe, which forcefully suppressed her massive dragon body, imprisoning her within the star array. Yao Ayu and the dragon maiden Suxin were of similar cultivation levels. Even with the star array unleashing its full power, it could only imprison the azure dragon's true form for a few breaths. However, those few breaths were enough. The dragon maiden Suxin's enormous body suddenly struggled, about to unleash her demonic power to break free, when Yao Ayu's ethereal figure descended from the void, seizing the opportunity, and lightly stomped her foot on the back of the azure dragon's head, 7 inches from its neck. Chi. With a firm step, a surge of powerful immortal energy immediately flowed from her foot into the dragon's body, wreaking havoc within it. The dragon maiden Suxin trembled, letting out a piercing wail. As a dragon lord at the 14th level of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, Dragon Girl Suxin's true form had completely transformed into an energy body. Her 7-inch mark was certainly not as fragile as that of an ordinary snake, and even if captured by an enemy, she wouldn't completely lose her fighting ability. However, her 7-inch mark was still the core of her demonic power circulation. Once attacked, the circulation of her demonic power would be affected, not only weakening her body but also potentially causing a decline in her cultivation level. However, what she found even more unacceptable than a drop in fighting power was being controlled by someone else. "Get off me!" Dragon Girl Suxin roared in fury, her demonic power erupting suddenly, her dragon scales standing on end. She was willing to risk damage to her cultivation to relentlessly try and throw Yao Ayu off her. However, Yao Ayu had anticipated this. No matter how much demonic power Suxin unleashed, no matter how much she struggled and rolled, she couldn't throw Yao Ayu off. Instead, as more and more immortal energy was injected into her body, she became increasingly weak, and her struggles became increasingly futile. "Your Highness, a fight to the death will benefit no one. This is the second and last time I will advise you." Yao Ayu looked down at the azure dragon beneath her feet, her expression solemn. "Surrender." However, the dragon princess Suxin seemed not to hear her words and continued to struggle. At this moment, Wu Wei, seeing that Yao Ayu had subdued the dragon princess, flew over from the side. He looked Suxin's dragon body up and down a few times, and suddenly said, "I have heard that the true form of the azure dragon is the most magnificent even among the dragon race. It certainly looks exceptionally divine. Why don't you use it as your mount from now on?" He offered Yao Ayu his suggestion, and then nodded, seemingly quite satisfied with his idea. "This is outrageous." Suxin was furious, almost driven mad by the shamelessness of this god of light. As a dragon princess, she would rather die than be enslaved. "Roar!" She suddenly roared, and then opened her dragon mouth, spitting out a perfectly round pearl from her ferocious mouth. This bead, entirely a vibrant green like jade, was tens of feet in diameter and radiated a terrifying, majestic dragon aura. It was indeed a dragon pearl. "Be careful." Wu Wei's expression tightened, and he quickly warned him. Dragon pearls are treasures forged by dragons using their cultivation and blood essence. Although each one has different abilities, they all share one thing in common. The higher the dragon's cultivation and the longer its lifespan, the more powerful the dragon pearl they forge. This thing is essentially the dragon's natal magic weapon. Almost every adult dragon possesses one. Forging it is difficult, but its power is immense. It's the dragon's trump card. In the blink of an eye, the dragon girl Suxin had already manipulated the dragon pearl to launch a fierce attack on Yao Ayu on her back. The vibrant green dragon pearl exuded a powerful aura, and before it even reached Yao Ayu, cracks suddenly appeared on its jade-like surface. A dazzling light burst forth from the crack. In an instant, the energy throughout the void surged wildly. The thunderclouds above the dragon maiden Suxin's head churned violently, thunder roared, and countless bolts of lightning almost raced towards the dragon pearl, only to be instantly absorbed by it and transformed into its own power. Enveloped in dazzling lightning, the dragon pearl's power surged again and again, seemingly possessing the potential to destroy the world. Even an entire star system would likely be unable to withstand the explosion of this dragon pearl. This power was truly terrifying. Even with a dragon maiden Susan's cultivation level, it would be extremely difficult to fully control. Due to excessive exertion, her golden dragon eyes bulged out, blood vessels appeared in her pupils, and blood seeped continuously from her gums, making her look extremely ferocious. Under the terrifying energy surge, her slender dragon whiskers were whipped wildly, and even the dragon horns on her head crackled with electricity, clearly pushed to the limit, appearing like a madman. "Die, you dragon lord!" Suddenly, the dragon maiden Susan roared, and the dragon pearl accelerated abruptly, hurtling towards Yao Yu. The roaring dragon pearl tore through the void, arriving before Yao Yu in the blink of an eye. "Are you insane?" Yao Yu's expression changed drastically. She immediately transformed into starlight and fled, frantically dodging the dragon pearl's attacks. However, she was fast, but the dragon pearl was faster. The dragon maiden Susan had clearly decided to fight to the death. How could she allow her to escape so easily? Even though Yao Yu had pushed her escape technique to its limit, the dragon pearl remained relentlessly close behind her. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't create distance. Instead, the dragon pearl drew ever closer. Yao Yu bit her lower lip, her heart sinking. She hadn't expected the dragon maiden to be so ruthless, detonating her dragon pearl, essentially her natal magic weapon, without warning. This was a dragon pearl. Losing the dragon pearl wouldn't completely destroy the dragon race's cultivation, but it would damage their foundation, requiring a very long time to recover. This recovery could take anywhere from thousands to tens of thousands of years, a heavy price to pay. Had she known this, she shouldn't have given the dragon maiden Susan the chance to spit out the dragon pearl. Unfortunately, it was too late now. As the dragon pearl and Yao Yu drew closer, almost touching, the dragon maiden Susan's blood-soaked mouth opened, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. However, the scene of carnage she imagined didn't materialize. Just as the dragon pearl was about to collide with Yao Yu, a majestic and solemn male voice suddenly rang out in the void. "I say, space is still." As the words fell, the surrounding space trembled violently. A vast spatial force swept through, and everything in the void seemed to be slowed down instantly, then gradually came to a stop. In a short moment, everything in the void was frozen in place. The scattered fragments of immortal ships flying haphazardly through the void, the dust-like meteorite fragments, the raging energy storms, the dazzling starlight surrounding Yao Yu, the surging demonic power around the dragon girl, the cracked azure dragon pearl that seemed ready to explode at any moment, everything froze. It was as if everything had been frozen within a giant block of ice. The bloodthirsty smile on the dragon girl Suxin's face also froze completely in that instant. Chapter 539 Subduing Susan. In the stillness, the raging energy storm seemed frozen in the void like a sculpture. Chaotic energy beams intertwined and scattered, their colors vibrant and lines chaotic, like a wildly artistic painting smeared on a dark canvas. Within this stillness, only one figure remained still. It was a handsome young man, tall and upright, dressed in white. Golden divine light emanated from him, making his aura exceptionally sacred and majestic. This figure was none other than Wu Wei. After his divine kingdom advanced to level 5, Wu Wei's divine spark of light had also undergone a transformation, allowing him to cast level 14 divine spells. His great prophecy spell had also unlocked even more powerful abilities. Among them was the ability to freeze space. Previously, while he could control space to some extent, controlling it on such a large scale, even to the point of completely freezing it, was virtually impossible. But now, with sufficient divine power, he could completely freeze the space within his control. Even a powerful level 14 expert like Long Nu Susan couldn't cause any trouble within his spatial domain unless the opponent's understanding of the laws surpassed his. In the still space, Wu Wei walked slowly forward. He stepped over the dragon's tail blocking his path, past a massive azure dragon body, and approached the dragon pearl about to explode as if strolling leisurely. Then, with a wave of his hand, he plucked it. The enormous dragon pearl was dozens of feet in diameter, feeling like holding a small mountain in his hand. Wu Wei flicked his wrist, compressing the azure dragon pearl to the size of his palm, which he then held tightly in his hand. A surge of powerful divine energy flowed in, and golden divine runes radiating light appeared on the dragon pearl. These runes connected end to end, overlapping and intertwining, instantly transforming into restrictions that completely sealed the dragon pearl's energy. A crisis that could have severely injured a level 14 Tai golden immortal was thus resolved with effortless ease. Upon seeing this, Yao Ayu's pupils dilated, and a sudden shock flashed through her heart. While the special confinement could restrict her movements, it couldn't confine her thoughts. She thought she understood Wu Wei well, but she never expected his actions to once again surprise her. Just how many things did this guy still not know? Wu Wei didn't notice Yao Ayu's reaction. Despite his nonchalant and composed demeanor, he wasn't at ease. The Great Prophecy technique was incredibly taxing, especially this special confinement technique. The consumption of divine power was calculated over time. The longer the time, the exponentially higher the consumption. In less than a minute, at least 1/10 of his divine power had disappeared. This was divine power he had accumulated over many years, and so much had been consumed in such a short time. Wu Wei appeared calm, but his heart was bleeding. Seeing that the dragon pearl was sealed, he immediately put it away, then snapped his fingers, releasing the special confinement. Boom! As soon as the special confinement was broken, a terrifying energy storm swept through the void once more. However, without the power generated by the dragon pearl's self-destruction, the energy storm subsided quickly, like water without a source. Even the rolling thunderous energy cloud above Dragon Girl Susan's head calmed down, losing its previous ferocity and power. Dragon Girl Susan froze, spitting out a mouthful of dragon blood. How is this possible? She stared wide-eyed in disbelief. However, no matter how she mobilized her divine sense and demonic power, the dragon pearl, which should have been connected to her soul and aura and easily manipulated, showed no reaction whatsoever. Her connection with the dragon pearl had been severed. The dragon pearl contained most of her essence. With the connection severed, her aura immediately and uncontrollably weakened. Even the strength of her dragon tail's movements diminished considerably. Without the dragon balls, the dragon races like a toothless tiger, unable to cause any more trouble. Wu Wei lowered his eyes to meet the still defiant gaze of the dragon girl Susan, reminding Yao Yu, now, immediately lock her demonic power, don't give her a chance to self-destruct, okay? Yao Yu snapped out of her daze, raised her hand, and the illusory stars around her instantly shone brightly once more. The star array activated again, its immense power pressing down fiercely on the dragon girl Susan below. You dare? The dragon girl Susan's eyes were bloodshot with rage. Her dragon body twisted and turned, desperately trying to struggle, but she was still inevitably suppressed little by little. The crisscrossing starlight was like chains, binding her massive dragon body tightly in the void. The starlight penetrated her azure scales and seeped into her body, gradually locking away all the demonic power within her, along with the power within her dragon body. No matter how much the dragon girl Susan roared and struggled, it didn't change the outcome. Gradually, her entire dragon seemed to have its bones and muscles removed, the strength of her struggles grew weaker and weaker, and the demonic power she could muster became increasingly diluted. This process was extremely demanding in terms of micromanagement. Even with Wu Wei's help in suppressing the Azure Dragon's true form, it wasn't easy for Yao Yu, and cold sweat unconsciously seeped from her forehead. A full cup of tea's time passed before the Azure Dragon's struggles finally stopped completely. At this point, her massive dragon body was covered in starlight, almost every scale shimmering with starlight. The entire dragon was paralyzed, she couldn't even move her tail, let alone mobilize her demonic power. To avoid any accidents, Yao Yu even sealed Susan's divine soul power, lest the dragon clan possess some unknown divine soul secret technique that could trigger a self-destruction. Wu Wei walked over and met Susan's golden dragon eyes, filled with anger and resentment. He couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry. I won't kill you. I still expect you to fight for me on the battlefield and expand our territory in the future. You're dreaming. The dragon girl Susan was furious, her bright golden dragon eyes turning crimson. Unfortunately, her power had been completely sealed. No matter how unwilling she was, she could only boast verbally. Neither Wu Wei nor Yao Yu took her reaction seriously. Yao Yu had spent a great deal of effort sealing Susan, and now she gradually calmed down. She wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and reminded Wu Wei, Your Majesty, don't waste your breath on her. The war isn't over yet. Anyway, the dragon had already been captured, there was plenty of time to deal with it later. There was no rush. I understand. Wu Wei nodded, saying nothing more. He casually opened the gates of heaven, summoning a squad of angels who guarded the dragon girl Susan before flying off to the other side. Meanwhile, on the other side, Immortal Lord Junlai and Immortal Venerable Hong Hu were locked in a fierce battle. After a long and arduous fight, Immortal Venerable Hong, whose control over the power of a 14th level Tai Golden Immortal was becoming increasingly refined, and he was handling Jun Lai's attacks with increasing ease. However, he was only one person, and ending the battle quickly was practically impossible. As time went on, he even began to fall into a disadvantageous position. Nevertheless, he was still enjoying the fight immensely, and his mood was exceptionally good. Just a few days ago, he had to exert all his strength to barely withstand Jun Lai's attacks. Now, he could defend against them with a normal attack, and even injure him in return. This was something he had never dared to dream of before. Especially the frustrated and exasperated expression on Jun Lai's face made him feel particularly pleased. Ha Junli, you've finally met your match. Immortal Lord Hong, whose hair and beard bristled as he laughed heartily. This immortal venerable, cough, this immortal lord advises you, stop struggling and just surrender obediently and wait for your Laotian sword sect to ransom you. You're inferior in skill yet dare to spout such arrogant words, you're courting death. Immortal Lord Junli turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood, coldly laughing. Once this immortal lord returns to the Immortal Alliance, I'll call the other guardian immortal lords to come back and kill you. At that time, I'll see if you can still laugh. His attention was focused on the battle with Immortal Lord Honghu, and he had no energy to pay attention to the other battlefield, so he didn't know that Dragon Girl Suxin had been defeated. Therefore, his words were full of momentum and righteous indignation. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a laughing male voice suddenly rang out in the void. If you want to return to the Immortal Alliance, you might have to wait a while. As he spoke, a tall figure slowly walked out of the void, gradually appearing in Immortal Lord Junli's sight. This figure was lean and handsome. A white robe accentuated his incomparably sacred and majestic aura, like a high and mighty god looking down upon all living beings. This figure was naturally Wu Wei. After finishing the battle on the other side, he immediately rushed over, just in time to witness Immortal Lord Junli's arrogant words, which led to the scene just now. At the same time as he spoke, spatial ripples appeared in the void on both sides, and a male and a female figure emerged from the ripples. One of these two was dressed in a deep blue robe, with a calm and solemn demeanor. Although he looked slightly disheveled, his aura was still overwhelming and majestic, like a towering mountain range, giving people a heavy sense of oppression. The other female cultivator wore a moon-white gauze dress, surrounded by starlight, her aura as serene and aloof as the moon. Amidst the raging energy storm, her long, dark hair flew in the wind, and the star-studded hem of her dress billowed wildly. Her imposing presence was like that of a celestial maiden emerging from the Nine Heavens Palace, ethereal and otherworldly, yet inspiring awe. These two were none other than the Immortal Master of the Immortal Palace, the Misty Immortal Master, and the newly forged 14th level Tai Golden Immortal Cultivator, Inviting Moon. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 540 The Tragic Immortal Lord Junli. Immortal Lord Piaomeo, Yaoyu, you too. Upon seeing them, Immortal Lord Junli's expression instantly changed. Shouldn't Immortal Lord Piaomeo be intercepting Dragon Girl Suxin? How come he's here? However, he quickly seemed to realize something, his expression instantly turning furious. That woman Suxin actually abandoned me and ran away. Hearing this, a playful look flashed across Immortal Lord Piaomeo's composed face. You've guessed wrong. What do you mean? Immortal Lord Junli hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation and subconsciously asked. Immortal Lord Piaomeo was in a good mood at the moment, so he kindly explained to him, Dragon Girl was intercepted by my good disciple and the reinforcements she summoned during her retreat, and is now a prisoner of my Immortal Palace. That's impossible. Immortal Lord Junli simply didn't believe him. Although it was strange that Immortal Lord Piaomeo was here, and it was also strange that Yaoyu had reappeared unharmed, he knew Dragon Girl Suxin's strength very well, and he understood how crazy that woman could be when she was fighting for her life. A prisoner? Not a chance. Knowing that woman's temperament, even in a completely disadvantageous position, she would never admit defeat. More likely, she'd self-destruct her Dragon Ball, taking her opponent down with her. That old fox, Piaomeo, is cunning. He's probably deliberately lying to try and distract him. He won't fall for it. Piaomeo, stop wasting your breath. Psychological tactics don't work on this immortal lord. He sneered, then suddenly flicked his wrist, thrusting his sword forward. Let's settle this with our skills. Before his words even finished, a blazing white sword intent tore through the void, fiercely stabbing towards immortal Lord Paomeo. In truth, the moment Paomeo and the other two appeared, he had already realized his precarious situation and knew that continuing to delay would surely lead to his death. His only option now was to concentrate all his power to break through the enemy's defenses, hoping for a sliver of hope. Of the four present, Wu Wei was the most mysterious, seemingly unfathomable. Hong Hu and Yaoi were in bizarre situations, leaving him uncertain of their fates. Only the misty immortal lord appeared the most disheveled and weakest, making him the perfect target for a breakthrough. This sword strike was infused with almost all of his immortal energy. The blazing sword light crisscrossed the sky, its power far surpassing any previous strike, even more terrifying. In an instant, the entire starry sky seemed to transform into a sea of fire, terrifying heat surging forth. The churning energy storm tore countless terrifying spatial rifts into the surrounding void, as if the sky were collapsing and the earth were sinking. Under the influence of this terrifying energy storm, the misty immortal lord, Yaoyu, and Hong Hu immortal lord were as if caught in a raging storm, their immortal robes billowing violently. If a cultivator below level 11 were present, they would likely be unable to withstand this energy storm and would be torn to shreds in an instant. With this god here, how dare you run wild? Wu Wei sneered, stretching out his hand, and a pure white scepter appeared in his palm. At the same time, dazzling golden divine light emanated from his body, and wherever the divine light reached, the entire void seemed to become sacred. This was the unique divine light of a deity, imprinted with a god's understanding of the laws. The stronger the god's understanding of the laws, the brighter the divine light. The divine light emitted by a main god of level 5 or above was enough to cover an entire galaxy. Wu Wei's scepter paused slightly, and a massive amount of divine power surged into the scepter. Divine protection. In an instant, an incomparably powerful divine power descended from the sky, instantly transforming into a huge white light shield that blocked the misty immortal lord and the Junli immortal lord. The pure white light shield exuded an incomparably sacred aura, like a tortoise shell, completely blocking the misty immortal lord behind it without revealing the slightest gap. As a defensive divine spell that can continuously upgrade along with Wu Wei's level, the Divine Guardian's defensive power is the strongest even among defensive divine spells. In terms of pure defense, the Divine Guardian's defensive power is almost comparable to a high-level defensive immortal array. Immortal Lord Junli's sword intent was immediately blocked by the pure white light shield. Immortal Lord Junli's expression changed slightly, and he immediately had a bad premonition. However, this was his last chance, and he absolutely could not back down. He flicked his wrist, and the sword technique in his hand instantly changed. An explosive aura permeated from the sword intent. Boom! The sword intent shattered, and the terrifying energy that was originally compressed within the sword intent exploded, instantly transforming into a wildly spinning fiery dragon drill, which slammed fiercely towards the pure white light shield. Boom! Boom boom! Terrifying energy exploded wildly, and as immortal Lord Junli frantically urged his sword intent, the attack formed by the sword intent was like a raging storm, layer upon layer, each wave higher than the last. However, the light shield seemed completely unaffected, remaining motionless no matter how much immortal Lord Junli channeled his sword intent. How is this possible? Immortal Lord Junli's face paled instantly. He knew the power of his sword intent all too well, he simply couldn't believe that his all-out attack had been so easily blocked. However, no matter how unwilling he was to believe it, the facts wouldn't change because of his will. Having failed to break through the encirclement immediately, he had no more chances. At this moment, immortal Lord Paomeo and Yaoyu had already reacted. Without hesitation, they immediately began to act. Immortal Lord Paomeo flicked his sword, unleashing a sword intent as bright as morning light. In an instant, it was as if the sun was just beginning to rise, a faint golden light spreading across the sky. Also golden, this light was much paler than Wu Wei's divine light, like the first rays of dawn, faint, lacking some of its sacredness and majesty, but possessing a more ethereal and enigmatic quality. The sword intent swept through the void, instantly bathing the surrounding starry sky in a gentle, warm hue, as if imbued with vibrant life. However, this vitality also contained killing intent. Anyone who underestimated it because of its warm undertones would inevitably pay a heavy price. Meanwhile, Yaoyu's fingers flew, skillfully forming hand seals. Her slender fingertips traced the void, and brilliant starlight gathered, almost instantly illuminating stars around her, gradually forming the outline of a shimmering star-studded array. This array was, of course, the star array. Having practiced it many times, her understanding of the star array was now much stronger than before, and her manipulation was increasingly skillful, her movements now possessing a fluid, effortless grace. Not a single mistake, not a single word, not a single line, not a single content, not a single line. 3 terrifying attacks descended simultaneously, instantly altering the very fabric of the starry sky. Even those far away in the celestial palace felt the chilling pressure, their faces paling involuntarily. Junli Immortal Lord's heart sank into an icy abyss. He desperately wanted to dodge, but the previous sword strike had nearly drained his immortal energy. He was currently exhausted of his old power and had not yet generated new one, lacking sufficient immortal energy to unleash a escape technique. He could only frantically urge his immortal energy, hoping to escape before the attacks arrived. However, it was too late. Before his immortal energy could be mobilized, the sword intent as brilliant as dawn, the stellar power as vast as the ocean, and the spider web woven from jade-like light enveloped him, instantly engulfing him completely. Boom. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. A series of energy booms resounded in succession. Junli Immortal Lord was like someone thrown into a washing machine, constantly being pulled, tumbled, shaken, and collided by 2 different energies, yet bound by a spider web that prevented him from breaking free. In just a short time, he was severely injured. Because of the forced absorption of the Nirvana Bone Pearl's energy, his internal organs were already under immense pressure, and even his muscles and bones were scorched red by the high temperature. Injured, the Nirvana Bone Pearl's energy, which he had painstakingly absorbed, uncontrollably leaked out of his body bit by bit. No. Junli Immortal Lord's eyes widened in fury. He couldn't accept this outcome. However, whether he wanted to accept it or not, the attacks from Piaomio Immortal Lord, Elder Honghu, and Yaoyu showed no mercy. Under the combined assault of the 3, Junli Immortal Lord was quickly covered in wounds and rendered incapable of fighting. As usual, Wu Wei had Yaoyu use her star power to seal Junli's immortal essence and soul, then tied him up with a rope. Compared to his initial triumphant appearance, he was now ragged and covered in wounds, looking utterly wretched. Ho ha ho ha Junli, you've finally met your match. Seeing Junli Immortal Lord's miserable state, Elder Honghu couldn't help but burst into laughter, feeling all the fatigue from the continuous battles vanish, and his whole being became invigorated. He bowed to Wu Wei and the other 2 from afar, smiling, you all arrived much faster than I expected. It seems the battle on Dragon Maiden Suxin's side went smoothly. Of course, Wu Wei nodded with a smile. The group chatted for a few moments. At this time, Dragon Maiden Suxin, who had been completely sealed by Yaoyu, was also brought over and placed alongside Junli Immortal Lord. The enormous azure dragon's true form coiled in the void, a stark contrast to Junli Immortal Lord's size, but like Junli, it was covered in starlight, its power imprisoned, unable to move. Dragon Girl, how is this possible? How could you have been captured too? Immortal Lord Junli stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Chapter 541 Prisoners. I told you before, but you wouldn't believe me, the misty Immortal Lord scoffed. The Junli Immortal Lord, however, seemed oblivious, staring blankly. Just now, when the misty Immortal Lord said the Dragon Maiden Suxin had been captured, he had been convinced it was a lie, entirely due to his confidence in the Dragon Maiden's strength. Only now did he realize something was amiss. His gaze unconsciously swept over Honghu, then landed on Wu Wei and Yaoyu beside him. Recalling their earlier actions, his heart pounded. During the battle, he had been too busy breaking through the encirclement to think things through, and now, finally having time to consider, he felt increasingly uneasy. Yaoyu had been critically injured and near death, yet now she reappeared as a level 14 Tai Golden Immortal. Something was definitely wrong. Honghu alone could be attributed to chance, but with Yaoyu added to the mix, it was no coincidence. This Light God clan, appearing with reinforcements, was definitely suspicious. Who exactly are you? Immortal Lord Junli stared intently at Wu Wei. Is it related to you that Yaoyu and Honghu broke through to the 14th level of Tai Golden Immortal Realm? Wu Wei raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, glancing at him with some surprise. Susan was right when she said you were an idiot. Immortal Lord Piaomio shook his head. While you still have time, you should think carefully about how to save your life. Immortal Lord is wise. Elder Hong who couldn't help but chuckle. He lowered his eyes, looking down at Immortal Lord Junli, who was bound like a caterpillar at his feet, his expression a half smile. If I were you, I wouldn't waste this precious time to think. Of course, if you really don't want to live, I'd be happy to oblige. Upon hearing this, Immortal Lord Junli suddenly felt as if someone had grabbed his throat, his face turning bright red. He was so angry he wanted to curse. However, before he could finish speaking, he realized something and immediately gritted his teeth, swallowing back what he was about to say. He ended up blushing and looking quite embarrassed. PFFT just then, a sudden burst of laughter came from the side. Huang Fu Hongke had somehow gotten close and was now watching Junli Immortal Lord with a look of amusement. Yao Ayu frowned slightly. Hongke. Seeing her expression, Huang Fu Hongke's heart skipped a beat. He quickly suppressed his laughter and put on a perfectly serious expression. Great Aunt, what are your orders? He had gone to help on the battlefield since there was nothing for him to do up there, and only now, seeing that the battle up above was finally over, did he finally come over. Yao Ayu glanced at him indifferently. Huang Fu Hongke shuddered and couldn't help but shrink back. He almost reflexively began to silently reflect. Had he been relatively well behaved lately and hadn't done anything particularly outrageous to offend his great aunt? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became, almost to the point of kneeling before Yao Ayu. Fortunately, Yao Ayu was in a good mood and, unusually, didn't hold his earlier rudeness against him. Shoot this scene and take it down below. Order the Immortal Alliance to surrender immediately, she casually instructed. Huang Fu Hongke felt as if he had been granted a pardon and quickly agreed. Don't worry, Great Aunt, it's such a small matter, I will definitely handle it perfectly for you. With that, he immediately used the image recording technique to capture the current appearance of Dragon Girl Suxin and Immortal Lord Junli into the crystal screen, and then rushed down to the battlefield with the crystal screen. Because of the arrival of the Divine Kingdom's reinforcements, the Immortal Alliance cultivators had received the order to retreat early on, and by now, most of them had already retreated, but a small group was still being held back by the cultivators of Immortal Palace and was still putting up a stubborn resistance. Huang Fu Hongke projected the image from the crystal screen into the void, and it immediately had an effect. Even the leading Immortal Lord had been captured, so what else could they struggle for? In a short time, all the cultivators in the Immortal Alliance who hadn't had time to evacuate surrendered. Soon, news arrived on other battlefields besides the misty Immortal Palace, and the fighting ended one after another. The sounds of battle gradually subsided. After several months of twists and turns, this war, which had affected the entire misty Immortal Palace, finally came to an end. On the battlefield, the elders and disciples of the misty Immortal Palace, who had finally achieved victory, laid down their weapons and revealed relieved smiles. We won. We won. Excited cheers rang out from every corner, and the entire misty Immortal Palace was filled with jubilation, with cheers and shouts echoing continuously. After the jubilation came deep exhaustion. This war had lasted so long that many of them were already exhausted, only barely holding on by sheer willpower. With this relaxation, many felt waves of dizziness in their heads and could no longer hold on. Ignoring the filth of the ground, they laid down and fell asleep instantly, undisturbed even by the angel's magic. The remaining people, though not immediately asleep, were also exhausted, most collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Only a few cultivators still had some strength. After a short rest, they forced themselves to stand and begin cleaning up the battlefield. For a moment, the entire Immortal Palace fell into a rare silence. Aside from the rustling sounds of cleaning, the heavy breathing of the people, and the whistling of the wind, nothing else could be heard. The atmosphere was indescribably peaceful. However, this peace came at a heavy price. After this battle, the Immortal Palace was utterly destroyed. Apart from a few halls, such as the Teleportation Hall and the Treasure Pavilion, which remained largely intact, the rest were almost entirely ruins. Looking at the current state of the Misty Immortal Palace, the Misty Immortal Master couldn't help but sigh. Although the Misty Immortal Palace won this battle, it was a Pyrrhic victory. It has suffered considerable losses, and I don't know how many more years it will take to recover. Elder Hong who also sighed. Compared to financial losses, the loss of personnel is the most heartbreaking. Hearing their conversation, Yao Ayu's face also showed a touch of sadness. Any disciple who could enter the Misty Immortal Palace would be a genius-level elite outside. So many resources, so much energy, so many years spent cultivating these talents, and they've been sacrificed like this. Who wouldn't be heartbroken? Moreover, many of them were their family and friends, with whom they spent every day. After a moment of reflection, the three of them rallied their spirits again. After all, Wu Wei was also present. The immortal lord of the misty realm bowed to Wu Wei and solemnly thanked him. Regardless of anything, the divine lord is willing to come and help, and the misty realm is deeply grateful. From the divine power fluctuations emanating from Wu Wei, he had already guessed Wu Wei's approximate identity. In his speech, he made no mention of Wu Wei's previous infiltration of the immortal palace under the alias Wang Dong, treating him only as a righteous ally who had come to provide support. Sect leader, there's no need to be so polite. Wu Wei was quite satisfied with the immortal lord of the misty realm's tact. He put away his scepter and smiled faintly. If the sect leader is worried about those fallen elders and disciples, this divine lord can indeed offer some assistance. Oh. The immortal lord of the misty realm was surprised. Elder Honghu, however, immediately reacted and looked at Wu Wei with delight. The divine lord is willing to help the cultivators of my immortal palace rebuild their physical bodies. Yaoyu also looked at Wu Wei sharply, her eyes filled with disbelief. Seeing their reactions, Wu Wei glanced at them speechlessly. Did they really think he was such a petty person? He shook his head inwardly, but outwardly remained calm and composed. The divine kingdom and the immortal palace are now allies, and helping each other is only natural. Besides, reshaping the physical body only consumes a small amount of divine power. My divine kingdom can afford this loss. The divine lord is righteous. The immortal lord's eyes lit up. Elder Honghu had just briefly explained to him how to reshape the physical body. He was amazed by the divine kingdom's miraculous methods and also happy that the elders and disciples of the immortal palace who had sacrificed themselves had a chance to come back to life. The surprise came too suddenly. Even though he had been the sect leader for many years and had long since mastered the art of concealing his emotions, he still couldn't quite hold back his emotions. He couldn't help but bow deeply to Wu Wei, solemnly thanking him. On behalf of the elders and disciples of the immortal palace who sacrificed their lives, I thank the divine lord for his generosity. After a pause, he continued, however, this was originally a matter for my immortal palace. I am already very grateful that the divine lord is willing to lend a hand, and I would never dare to let the divine lord spend any more money. The expenses of reshaping this physical body are something my immortal palace is willing to bear entirely. In addition, if the divine lord has any other needs, please feel free to speak. As long as it does not affect the fundamental interests of my immortal palace, this sect master will agree on the matter. Apart from Honghu, the cultivators who perished in this battle of the immortal palace were not very strong. Wu Wei originally did not intend to care about the gains and losses of that divine power, but seeing that Piao spoke solemnly, and after he declined twice without being able to refuse, he simply agreed. As for other matters, Wu Wei thought for a moment. This divine lord does indeed have something he would like to ask the sect master to grant. Divine lord, please speak freely, said immortal lord Piao. It's like this, Wu Wei explained his request. The misty immortal lord was somewhat surprised, but after a moment's thought, he nodded in agreement. While Wu Wei and the misty immortal lord were talking, the immortal alliance prisoners, including immortal lord Zhenli and dragon girl Su Xin, were escorted back to the misty immortal palace and temporarily imprisoned in its dungeon. The dungeon was deep and dark, devoid of sunlight. This was the core area of the entire misty immortal palace, surrounded by restrictive formations on all sides. Even the dungeon's interior was equipped with special formations that continuously drained energy from it. Energy only flowed out, never in. Imprisoned in this dungeon, even a 14th level Tai golden immortal would grow weaker over time, eventually being drained dry and reduced to an empty shell. This fundamentally eliminated any possibility of escape. Chapter 542 10,000 Years of Labor Reform. Those cultivators from the Immortal Alliance who hadn't managed to evacuate were now all prisoners, dejected and listless, deeply worried about their future. Some, less resilient, paced anxiously in their cells, while others, overcome with fear, began blaming each other, creating chaos throughout the cell. Amidst this gloomy atmosphere, Immortal Lord Zhenli and Dragon Girl Su Xin remained remarkably silent. As the leaders of the two forces that had invaded Immortal Palace, their mood was clearly the worst. Similarly, their condition was the worst among everyone else. Immortal Lord Zhenli leaned weakly against the wall, uttering no sound. He had been attacked by the combined forces of Piao, Honghu, and Yaoyu, suffering severe external and internal injuries. Furthermore, his immortal energy had been sealed, and his storage equipment confiscated, leaving him unable to circulate his immortal energy for healing or consume any healing pills. His face was now as white as paper. Coupled with the mottled bloodstains and tattered robes, he looked utterly wretched. The dragon girl Susan was in no better condition. She lay curled up in her cell, her once bright dragon eyes tightly closed. Her jewel-like scales were now dull and lifeless, and with some scales peeling off during the battle, her body was pitted and scarred, a far cry from its initial brilliance. Although her complexion couldn't be discerned from her scale-covered face, everyone could tell she was in dire straits. Without demonic power, she couldn't even transform into human form. Seeing the two like this, no one dared to provoke them. Even the cultivators in the cells to their left and right were as quiet as chickens, their breathing unconsciously softened. After an unknown amount of time, a faint fluctuation of divine sense suddenly rippled through the cell, and the voice of immortal Lord Jun Lai reached the dragon girl Susan's ears through divine sense. "Hey dragon girl! Dragon girl!" Immortal Lord Jun Lai nudged the dragon claw beside him, his pale face showing worry, clearly wanting to say something. However, dragon girl Susan kept her eyes closed, ignoring him. As a dragon girl, she had been raised as the young clan leader since childhood. Although her style was strong and domineering, she wasn't blindly reckless or inflexible. Having experienced the initial anger and resentment, she had now completely calmed down. However, calm as she was, she still didn't want to pay any attention to this fool Jun Lai. Seeing that she ignored him, immortal Lord Jun Lai reached out and patted her dragon claw again, trying to get her attention this way. She still ignored him. Not only did she ignore him, she also tucked the dragon claw under her belly, hiding it tightly. Seeing this, a gloomy look crossed immortal Lord Jun Lai's pale face, and his expression became increasingly ugly. However, he didn't give up. Even though Long Nu Susan ignored him, he continued, "This immortal lord has a deep grudge against the immortal palace. That old bastard Piao Miao will definitely not let us go. Right now, they're busy cleaning up the battlefield and don't have time to deal with us. Once they free up their hands, we'll be dead for sure. We must find a way to save ourselves. A portion of my divine soul power is attached to my natal immortal sword. Although it's not much, given the right opportunity, it's still possible to escape from here." Immortal Lord Jun Lai suppressed the fluctuations of his divine sense to a minimum, constantly explaining his plan, trying to persuade Long Nu Susan to join forces with him. However, Long Nu Susan kept her eyes closed, as if she hadn't heard him at all. Immortal Lord Jun Lai became somewhat impatient and was about to continue persuading her when a deep male voice suddenly came from outside the cell. "I advise you not to waste your energy." With this voice, a figure appeared at the end of the dark and deep corridor and slowly walked towards the cell. Through the heavy darkness, the figure's features were indistinct, yet it was still discernible that he was a tall, imposing young man. One hand was clasped behind his back, his steps light and composed. Against the backdrop of the deep, dark corridor, his white robe stood out starkly. It was a pure white robe without a single blemish, devoid of any patterns, yet its surface seemed to be enveloped in a faint golden light, appearing both mysterious and majestic. It was the unconscious divine power emanating from the robe's owner, a faint glow that still inspired awe. It was the aura of the strong. An invisible pressure seemed to sweep through the air. Instantly, the entire dungeon fell silent. Even the Immortal Alliance cultivators who had just been blaming each other fell silent. Immortal Lord Jun Lai's heart skipped a beat, his expression instantly changing. His divine sense had been restricted, he hadn't detected anyone approaching at all. Almost simultaneously with the sound of the voice, the dragon maiden Susan, who had kept her eyes tightly closed, suddenly opened them, staring intently at the outside of the cell. Her vertical pupils in her clear golden eyes were almost slits, her gaze filled with hostility. "It's you." A clear female voice, tinged with a low dragon's roar, echoed in the cell. Though phrased as a question, the tone was undeniably certain. Clearly, she had recognized Wu Wei. Hearing the dragon maiden's voice, Wu Wei chuckled lightly. "It seems your highness doesn't welcome me. Unfortunately, the misty immortal lord has already entrusted me with the disposal of all the prisoners." He paused, his gaze sweeping over Jun Lai and the dragon maiden's faces, emphasizing his words, "including both of you." Jun Lai and the dragon maiden Susan's expressions changed drastically. "What do you want to do?" Jun Lai tried to stand up abruptly. However, he was too weak, He only managed to stand halfway before losing his balance and slumping back to the ground. However, his attention was not on these trivial matters at the moment. He was staring intently at Wu Wei's face, trying to discern something from it. Unfortunately, Wu Wei's expression was completely calm, except for a faint smile that seemed to be present at all times. Otherwise, nothing was apparent. According to the established rules among cultivation civilizations, prisoners of war from the defeated side are either killed outright or held captive, requiring the defeated side to send someone to ransom them. Since Piao didn't kill us immediately, they must have originally intended for the Immortal Alliance to send someone to ransom us. At this moment, the dragon girl's voice suddenly rang out. Moreover, the number of prisoners is large, and with 2 immortal lords, myself and Junli, both at the 14th level Tai Golden Immortal Realm, the ransom will be considerable, enough to offset most of the losses of the Immortal Misty Palace. Piao has no reason not to accept it. Her voice was clear and deep. Even now, as a prisoner, her voice still carried an innate air of authority, compelling people to listen. Wu Wei nodded in agreement. Good analysis. And then, the Dragon Princess Su Xin paused, clearly taken aback by Wu Wei's seemingly obvious question. However, she quickly regained her composure, her clear golden dragon eyes looking at Wu Wei with a hint of inquiry. So, the reason Piao Miao would give up the ransom must be because you brought him more benefits. I don't understand why you did this. She paused again, then changed her words. No, you can't say that. I should say, I don't understand what value Junli and I possess that makes you think this is worthwhile. Hearing this, Wu Wei couldn't help but nod approvingly. Your Highness, as expected of a dragon princess, your clarity of thought and prudence are truly extraordinary. Most people, upon hearing his previous words, would have assumed he was trying to humiliate the other party. Junli, for example, was a prime example. But in reality, at their level of power, the development of civilization and the advancement of strength are their top priorities. As for personal gains and losses, those are secondary. He wasn't so bored as to deliberately come here to trample on them. If it were just for Princess Longnu alone, it wouldn't be worth my going to such lengths. He chuckled, looking into Longnu's clear golden dragon eyes, his tone suddenly turning serious. But what if you add the dragon clan behind you, and the millions of demon soldiers under your command? Hearing this, Longnu's golden vertical pupils shrank sharply. You want my dragon clan to submit to you? That's impossible. A raging fire blazed in her clear golden dragon eyes, and even her dragon body, which had been coiled on the ground, struggled to arch, clearly in a state of agitation. If it weren't for the fact that her demonic power and soul had been completely sealed, and that there was a prison cell separating them, she probably would have already pounced on Wu Wei by now. Dragon girl, you've misunderstood. Wu Wei waved his hand, stopping her from making any assumptions. What I want is merely the Dragon Clan's connections and fighting power. Whether you submit or not is unimportant. He paused, and seeing that the Dragon Girl's expression had softened, he continued, as long as your Highness swears to serve me for 10,000 years, leading your Dragon and Demon clans in battle for me during those 10,000 years, I, the God Lord, will not kill you. After 10,000 years, I will set you free. How about it? Hearing this, the Dragon Girl gradually calmed down. 10,000 years might be a very long time in the eyes of ordinary cultivators, but dragons are naturally long-lived, easily taking a nap for several thousand years. 10,000 years was not a long time for her. As for fighting for Wu Wei, that was not a big problem for her either. Dragons are naturally skilled in battle, and even advancement requires combat. Therefore, dragons often accept employment from other cultivators to accumulate enough combat experience. The reason she came to Xianmiao Palace this time was because of Junli's hiring. Trading combat power for freedom was a good deal. She narrowed her eyes and pondered for a moment, then decisively agreed, okay, this Dragon Lord agrees. However, you must swear an oath to the Heavenly Dao and not break your promise. Wu Wei was overjoyed upon hearing this. Chapter 543 Dragon Clan Joins. It's important to understand that the dragon race is no ordinary race. As a powerful race that evolved from cosmic behemoths, the dragon race's history can only be described as ancient and profound. The earliest dragons can be traced back to the founding of the Pure Yang Immortal Palace, where they were contracted partners of a certain ancestor. Through generations of selective cultivation, the dragon race's qualities in all aspects are among the best of the cosmic behemoths, and even their intelligence is in no way inferior to that of humans. They seem to be born for battle. At the same level, an angel's attack power is completely incomparable to that of a dragon. Of course, with their powerful regenerative abilities and healing magic, angels are not necessarily at a disadvantage. Moreover, the dragon race has another significant advantage. As descendants of cosmic behemoths, even without serious cultivation, the dragon race's strength will increase with their lifespan until they reach the upper limit of their bloodline. And the dragon race is known for its long lifespan, resulting in a large number of dragons at the peak of level 13 in the current dragon race. Judging from the information he had gathered, there were at least 7 or 8 dragons at the peak of level 13 among Long Nu Susan's direct uncles, aunts, and cousins alone, not counting distant relatives. These were all readily available combat forces, and if utilized properly, they could play a significant role in the development of the Divine Kingdom. All right. Wu Wei immediately agreed without hesitation. He made a heavenly oath in front of Long Nu Suzin, repeating his promise from before. Seeing this, Long Nu Suzин's last worry was relieved. She, like Wu Wei, made a heavenly oath, promising to serve Wu Wei for the next 10,000 years and lead her dragon and demon races in battles for him. The whole process was very swift and efficient. Seeing this, Wu Wei's mood immediately improved. With the addition of the dragon race, the strength of the Divine Kingdom of Light immediately increased dramatically. As for whether the dragon race would break away from the control of the Divine Kingdom 10,000 years later, he was not worried at all. Given the current rate of development of the Divine Kingdom, it would likely already be a level 6 civilization 10,000 years from now, perhaps even reaching the peak of level 6 civilization. And as long as the Divine Kingdom's strength is sufficient, whether the dragon clan submits or not is irrelevant. Seeing that the dragon maiden Suzin had finished her oath, Wu Wei didn't hesitate and immediately released her seal. Strands of starlight were drawn from Suzin's body, quickly condensing into a dazzling silver star power sphere in his palm. It took a full quarter of an hour for the star power seal on Suzin's body to be completely released. Without the seals restrained, surging demonic power flowed through Suzin's body once more, and powerful divine soul power began to surge in her sea of consciousness. Almost instantly, her entire dragon became invigorated, and her dull dragon scales regained their luster. Soon, Suzin shone with a bright blue light and transformed into human form before Wu Wei's eyes. Her azure dragon robe was formed from dragon scales, and even after several fierce battles, it still shone brightly. Although somewhat damaged, it did not diminish her majesty. The gilded crown on her head was formed from dragon horns, and it was completely undamaged. At this moment, her phoenix eyes narrowed, still exuding boundless majesty. Wu Wei raised his hand and waved, and the cell door opened with a click. Suzin strode out from inside, holding a dragon spear, and stood behind Wu Wei, clearly in the posture of a guard. Under the backdrop of her majestic aura, Wu Wei felt that his own power seemed to have risen several levels, becoming even more majestic. He coughed, feeling a secret sense of satisfaction. Having a dragon princess as a guard felt wonderful. Immortal Lord Junlai, who had witnessed the exchange between the two, was utterly dumbfounded. He had never expected things to develop this way. What he thought was certain death had suddenly turned into 10,000-year labor. Although 10,000 years was a long time for him, compared to dying immediately, fighting for someone else was nothing. It was just 10,000 years, he could agree to it. However, Wu Wei seemed to have forgotten about him, ignoring him completely. Seeing that the dragon girl had regained her freedom, yet Wu Wei still showed no intention of acknowledging him, Immortal Lord Junli couldn't sit still any longer. Where's that Immortal Lord? He couldn't help but remind Wu Wei. You. Wu Wei glanced at him. With your brain, 10,000 years might not be enough, it'll take 20,000 years. Huh? Immortal Lord Junli was dumbfounded. Was this some kind of intellectual discrimination? Although he spoke rudely, Immortal Lord Junli was, after all, a level 14 fighter with the support of the entire Laotian sword sect, so Wu Wei didn't truly abandon him. Like the dragon girl Suzin, after both parties swore an oath to the heavenly Dao and established a contract, Wu Wei released him. However, his re-education through labored time was changed from 10,000 years to 20,000 years. Given that he had severely injured Jiaoyu and was the main culprit in the invasion of Xianmiao Palace, this punishment was entirely justified. Afterwards, the remaining prisoners were released from the cells. Among them were cultivators and demons. They had all come with Long Nu Suxin and Immortal Lord Junli, even if they weren't direct subordinates, They were likely connected in some way. With the two of them in charge, no trouble was expected. Having done this, Wu Wei left the dungeon with Long Nu Suxin, Immortal Lord Junli, and their subordinates. Outside the dungeon, Immortal Lord Piaomio was waiting with several elders. Upon seeing Wu Wei emerge, his gaze couldn't help but sweep over Long Nu Suxin and Immortal Lord Junli behind him. Noticing their calm expressions and lack of reluctance, he was slightly surprised, and his gaze towards Wu Wei revealed a hint of admiration. The Divine Lord truly has a way, managing to make them willingly follow you. Congratulations, Divine Lord. Ho, congratulations to you too. Wu Wei was in a good mood at the moment, and even the smile on his face became more genuine. He raised his hand in return and smiled. Our two families are allies. The strengthening of the Divine Kingdom is equivalent to the strengthening of the Immortal Palace. Why should the sect leader make such a distinction? Hearing this, the Immortal Lord of the Misty Realm also smiled. The Immortal Alliance suffered heavy losses this time. I believe my Immortal Palace will be much more peaceful in the next few thousand years, and I can feel much more at ease. He looked at Wu Wei and asked, Hong Hu said that the Divine Kingdom of Light will be preaching in the Immortal Palace. I wonder what the specific arrangements are. He stayed here to wait for Wu Wei to come out, mainly to inquire about this matter. Wu Wei understood. What the Misty Immortal Lord truly wanted to ask wasn't the specific regulations, but rather his concern that the missionary work of the Divine Kingdom would impact the cultivation system of the Immortal Palace. The Radiant Angel in charge of missionary work will come to discuss this matter with the Immortal Palace later, he explained. The Divine Kingdom needs faith. Cultivators will continue their cultivation as before. It won't have a significant impact. The sect leader can rest assured. The Misty Immortal Lord breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. After a few more polite exchanges, Wu Wei took his leave. The Misty Immortal Lord naturally agreed. After their farewells, Wu Wei waved his hand, opening the gates of heaven, and returned to the Divine Kingdom with Dragon Girl Susan and Immortal Lord Jun Lai. As for the remaining prisoners, the Divine Kingdom's warships would naturally come to pick them up. Wu Wei didn't need to worry about them personally. As Wu Wei and the others disappeared into the cascading milky white light, the gates of heaven slowly closed behind them, quickly dissipating into specks of golden light. The Misty Immortal Lord stared intently at this scene. Only when all the golden light completely dissipated did he withdraw his gaze and let out a long sigh. Immortal Lord, what's wrong? The elder beside him looked over worriedly. The Misty Immortal Lord shook his head. I'm fine. When Wu Wei went to the dungeon earlier, he had already learned from Elder Hong Hu the entire process of Yaoai's transaction with Wu Wei, as well as all the details. To be honest, his feelings were quite complicated at this moment. He had finally cultivated such an outstanding disciple, and naturally he didn't want to marry her off like this. But he also had to admit that, under the circumstances, Yaoai's choice was the wisest. Even if he had been there himself, he probably wouldn't have been able to think of a better solution. However, now that Yaoai was married, he wondered if she would be able to live a happy life from now on. The Misty Immortal Lord gazed at the sky and sighed again in his heart. The war had a great impact on the Immortal Palace. The reconstruction of the homeland would take time, and the grief of losing relatives and friends would also take time to fade. Even half a year after the war ended, the entire Immortal Palace was still immersed in the aftermath of the war. 6 months later, rumors suddenly surfaced that Elder Yaoai was about to marry into divine civilization. The entire Immortal Palace was in an uproar. Yaoai, as the strongest of the Immortal Lord's personal disciples, had always been a top candidate for the next Immortal Lord and an idol, a goddess, for many young disciples. How could they possibly accept that their goddess idol was suddenly getting married? Especially not to another civilization. Unable to accept the reality, the cultivators began to inquire from various angles, trying to dig out the truth from the elders and disciples of the Immortal Palace. However, only Yaoai, Hong Hu, Xiaoao, Piaomio, and Wu Wei truly knew the truth. Even the elders in charge of the Immortal Palace didn't know the specifics, so how could they possibly know anything? Unable to uncover the truth, the cultivators assumed she was unwilling to talk and immediately began to speculate wildly. Rumors spread like wildfire, and all sorts of speculations arose, with increasingly outlandish claims. Unfortunately, no matter how much they speculated, it had no effect on the two main characters. Amidst this whirling rumors throughout Xianmiao Palace, Wu Wei and Yaoai held their wedding ceremony as scheduled. Chapter 544 Wu Wei's Millennium Birthday. The ceremony was held outside the Moon Invitation Immortal Palace. Wu Wei personally led the fleet of the Divine Kingdom across the starry sky, swaggering through the star field of the Immortal Palace, and finally, under the witness of the Misty Immortal Lord and 8 other Grand Elders, the Covenant ceremony was held. The entire ceremony lasted 3 days. During the ceremony, in addition to many elders and disciples of the Immortal Palace, many angels of the Divine Kingdom were also present. Although Wu Wei and Moon Invitation had raised the entry threshold, the number of people present was still as high as tens of thousands, making the scene very lively. The entire ceremony was also recorded and broadcast live, and cultivators throughout the Immortal Palace area could watch the ceremony through various channels. After the ceremony, the alliance ceremony between the Immortal Palace and the Divine Kingdom of Light took place. In fact, Wu Wei and Moon Invitation had already verbally agreed on the relevant contents of the alliance while in the Divine Kingdom, and signed relevant contracts and made oaths, so the alliance was effectively established. However, considering the need for the Kingdom of Light to openly proselytize within the Immortal Palace, Wu Wei and the Immortal Lord of the Misty Palace decided to hold the formal alliance ceremony and announce it publicly. At the ceremony, the Immortal Lord of the Misty Palace publicly thanked the Kingdom of Light for its timely assistance during the Immortal Palace's crisis and released some videos of the battle. After the ceremony, the Kingdom of Light officially dispatched personnel to the Immortal Palace to begin proselytizing and developing followers. With the groundwork laid at the previous alliance ceremony, the cultivators of the Immortal Palace no longer harbored the initial resistance to the Kingdom of Light. While the proselytizing work wasn't rapid, it progressed smoothly overall. The Wang family of Dayanzhao, as one of the earliest cultivation families to align with the Kingdom of Light, actively participated in the kingdom's proselytizing efforts and quickly gained a foothold in this newly formed church. As time passed, the Kingdom of Light also took root within the Immortal Palace, gradually establishing itself as a significant force. Time flies, and hundreds of years have passed in the blink of an eye. Thanks to the involvement of the Kingdom of Light, the Immortal Palace has undergone a tremendous transformation in just a few hundred years. The outer star region of the Immortal Palace. Dayanzhao. As the place where Wu Wei first descended, this is a holy land in the hearts of all believers within the Immortal Palace's territory. The headquarters of the Holy Sea of Light within the Immortal Palace's territory is also located on an uninhabited planet in the central region of Dayanzhao. Of course, this once uninhabited planet has now become the most prosperous place in Dayanzhao, and its name has been changed to Bright Star. And Dayanzhao, because of the location of the Kingdom of Light, has now become the second largest economic center of the Immortal Palace after its main star region. Every day, countless immortal ships arrive from different directions, trading, exchanging ideas, and making pilgrimages. The Kingdom of Light commands vast star regions and countless civilizations of different types and levels, and its own star regions alone produce a considerable number of unique products. With the completion of the Palace of Light, these items were brought over by the bishops and priests who came to preach. Because each civilization's development path was different, the goods they produced also had distinct characteristics. Even first and second tier civilizations could produce some amazing treasures. These items were very popular within the Immortal Palace, and soon became all the rage. Centuries passed, and the asteroids outside the palace had unknowingly developed into specialized trading planets, requiring several large, dedicated transport ships daily for import and export goods. The Sphere of Light, where the Palace of Light was located, as the economic and cultural center of the entire Great Yanzhao, had long since developed into a massive interstellar metropolis. Its prosperity far exceeded ordinary imagination. The Palace of Light. A massive palace built of pure white stone sat on a vast plain. The palace was majestic, seemingly radiating golden light under the sun, appearing indescribably sacred and awe-inspiring from afar. This day was the once-in-a-millennium birthday of the God of Light, Wu Wei, and the entire palace was brightly decorated and bustling with activity. The sacred square in front of the temple was already crowded with believers early in the morning. Some were from nearby cultivation families, while others had traveled from distant star systems. These believers were a mix of cultivators and ordinary people, including some humanoid and non-human intelligent races. Despite their diverse backgrounds, they stood together harmoniously without any conflict. Besides believers, a large number of non-believers also gathered in the square. Some were relatives and friends of believers, while others were simply passers-by who had heard about the celebrations and decided to join in the fun. The sun had just risen, yet the sacred square was already bustling with singing and dancing. Everyone's face was beaming with smiles. Bathed in the soft morning light, their faces and bodies seemed to be enveloped in a pale golden halo, resembling a charming old oil painting from afar, its soft colors radiating vitality. At this moment, several young men dressed in pristine white priest robes emerged from the temple gate, carrying a large basket of bread. The group worked together, 2 carried baskets, while the remaining priest took bread from them and offered it to the people in the square. The bread in the baskets was pure white, soft, and fluffy, looking very appetizing. In the crowd, a young man carrying a sword asked curiously, "What's that? You're not a follower of our Lord, are you?" The old man beside him smiled kindly and explained to the young man, "That's holy wheat bread, made from holy wheat grown in the kingdom of God. It's been specially offered before the statue of our Lord. Eating it has many benefits for the body, and it can also cleanse the soul and strengthen the spirit. It's a good thing, you can't usually eat it." With that, he chuckled and pulled the young man towards the priests. Come on. Let's go get some bread together." The young man was startled and quickly tried to pull his hand back. "Uncle, I'm not a believer." "Ha, it's alright if you're not a believer." The old man laughed heartily. "Bishop Wang Sissy said that our Lord is merciful, and everyone who comes today, whether a believer or not, will be treated equally and will all receive bread. Not a believer can get some." The young man was surprised. Of course. Would the bishop's words be false? Come on, if you're late, you'll have to wait for the next batch." With that, he pulled the young man forward. At the same time, other believers also surged towards the priests, and the priests were immediately surrounded by people. The non-believers present, seeing this scene, also curiously joined in, and soon received the holy wheat bread from the priests, whispering among themselves as they ate it. They had only come here to join in the fun, and none of them expected to actually receive anything. They were all filled with novelty. The holy wheat bread's effect was on the soul. Even high-level cultivators would have some effect after eating it, similar to a pill specifically for nourishing the soul. Many cultivators were tasting this for the first time, and their faces lit up with surprise after each bite. Amidst the excitement, a sharp-eyed believer spotted a figure at the temple entrance. "His Holiness the Pope has emerged." The shout silenced the crowd. Almost everyone looked towards the temple entrance. From within the towering archways of the Temple of Light, a figure was slowly descending the steps towards the plaza. In the pale golden morning light, the figure's features were somewhat blurred, only revealing short black hair and a tall, imposing silhouette. Even so, his aura was captivating. It was a steadfast, mountain-like presence, yet warm and inviting like the morning sun, inspiring both awe and a sense of closeness. The white papal robe he wore seemed to carry a gentle, comforting warmth. As he approached, his features gradually became clear. This man was none other than Wang Tian. Wang Tian was now not only the head of the Wang family of Daanzhao, but also the Pope of the Immortal Palace branch of the Holy See of Light, responsible for managing this Holy See of Light and all the other churches within its jurisdiction. His cultivation level had also advanced to level 13 in the past few centuries, making him a powerful immortal venerable of the 13th level Golden Immortal Realm. Upon seeing him, the priests and believers in the square immediately showed reverence, surrounding him to respectfully bow and greet him. "Your Holiness the Pope." "Your Holiness." Even the non-believers in the crowd showed awe, bowing to Wang Tian from afar to express their respect. Wang Tian waved his hand, indicating that everyone didn't need to be so formal. "Today is the millennium birthday of my Lord, a day to celebrate. The more lively the better. Everyone should sing and dance as they please, don't worry about me." Hearing this, everyone immediately relaxed. The atmosphere in the square gradually became cheerful. Some of the bolder ones even started playing lively sword songs on their swords right in front of Wang Tian, while others danced along. Wang Tian didn't mind and even cheered. Seeing this, the crowd grew bolder, and the square quickly returned to its previous lively atmosphere. Watching this scene, Wang Tian couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure in the crowd. Shi Yunfen. The former young master of the Shi family in Daangzhou, now an elder of the Honghu Immortal Palace. Perhaps afraid of being noticed, he was hiding behind a group of non-believers who were just joining the fun, queuing with several Shi family members to receive holy wheat bread from the priest. Since becoming the Pope, Wang Tian hadn't reminisced about the past for a long time, but today, perhaps influenced by the atmosphere around him, or perhaps stirred by the old acquaintance before him, he unexpectedly began to recall the past. The Shi family of Diongzhao was once so powerful and arrogant, suppressing the Wang family to the point of almost suffocation. Now, however, the status of both sides has undergone earth-shattering changes. And all these changes are due to the arrival of our Lord. Protect our clan leader. The new book has been released. If you like it, please check it out and support it. God-level civilization will be updated daily. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, it will reach approximately 3 million words before its conclusion. Chapter 545 The Glory of the Divine Kingdom. Recalling everything from the past, Wang Bian couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu. Without his lord, the Wang clan of Dianzhao would likely have ceased to exist, and even the Immortal Palace would probably have been destroyed by the Immortal Alliance's allied forces, leaving no possibility of the peaceful life he enjoys today. In the blink of an eye, so many years had passed. His greatest dream back then was simply to become an inner disciple of the Immortal Palace. Now, he was a pope of the 13th level Golden Immortal Realm, ruling the Divine Palace, revered and worshipped by countless people. His lord's divine kingdom had also risen to become one of the top civilizations among the 5th level civilizations, holding a pivotal position in interstellar space. He could never have imagined all of this back then. Just as Wang Bian's thoughts were racing, reminiscing about the past, on the other side, Shi Yunfeng, who had finally received his saint wheat bread, glanced up and saw Wang Bian looking at him from afar. He was startled at first, then immediately reacted, forcing a humble and ingratiating smile at Wang Tian. Their expressions and attitudes completely treated him as a superior, powerful figure. There was no trace of his former condescension or arrogance in him. Wang Bian snapped out of his daze and immediately felt a bit disillusioned. Their statuses were now worlds apart. Why should he care about these people? At this moment, several more cardinals emerged from the palace. One of them approached Wang Bian and asked with concern, "Your Holiness, there's only half an hour left until 8 o'clock. Are you ready?" This man, like Wang Bian, had short black hair. His cardinal uniform was heavy and elaborate, exuding holiness and majesty, yet his demeanor and tone subtly revealed a touch of nonchalance and casualness. This man was none other than Huangfu Hongke. Since the alliance between the Kingdom of Light and the Immortal Palace, he had clung to Wu Wei's coattails, becoming a glorious priest. After hundreds of years of effort, he is now one of the 12 cardinals of the Palace of Light, and his cultivation level has advanced from the 10th level of Immortal to the 12th level of Celestial Immortal, making him a backbone of the Holy See. Even his temperament has become much more composed after hundreds of years of tempering, and only those who know him well can occasionally see a trace of his former self in his words and actions. Seeing it was him, Wang Bian smiled, "Brother Huangfu, don't worry, everything is ready." "That's good." Huangfu Hongke breathed a sigh of relief, then his eyes revealed a hint of excitement and anticipation. "We're going to my lord's divine kingdom to attend his birthday celebration soon. I can't help but feel nervous just thinking about it, afraid I won't perform well and bring shame to our Immortal Palace diocese." "It's a lie to say you're not nervous." Wang Bian took a deep breath, his composed face also showing a hint of anticipation. "I heard that many important figures will be attending today. This is a grand occasion, a rare sight indeed." Just thinking about meeting so many rare and important figures, and perhaps even leaders from other civilizations, made him incredibly excited. As they spoke, the other cardinals, archbishops, and priests from the Divine Palace also came over. Everyone stood at the foot of the statue of the God of Light in the center of the square, arranging themselves according to their status and position, eagerly awaiting the arrival of 8 o'clock. Although only Wang Bian and Huangfu Hongke from the entire Xianmeo Palace diocese were qualified to attend the birthday celebration in the Kingdom of Gods, it was still an exciting moment for the other cardinals. "You see, our Lord commands countless civilizations, large and small, and the number of dioceses is as vast as the ocean, beyond counting. Even among the numerous popes, only a handful are qualified to attend the birthday celebration in the Kingdom of Gods, less than 10 in total. And their Xianmeo Palace diocese alone secured 2 of those spots. This alone was enough for them to boast about for a long time. It showed that their Xianmeo Palace diocese held a special place in our Lord's heart. The anticipation made the waiting process particularly agonizing. After an unknown amount of time, it finally reached 8 o'clock. Suddenly, in the center of the square, the towering white statue of the deity radiated golden divine light. This light was dazzling and radiant, instantly covering the entire square. Each strand of golden light seemed to contain the ultimate truths of the universe, inspiring awe in all who beheld it. The bustling sacred square fell silent instantly. Wang Yuan and the other clergy, who were standing guard at the foot of the statue, immediately reacted, kneeling excitedly before it and chanting fervently, "Pope Wang Yuan of the Immortal Palace Diocese of the Holy See Cardinal Huangfu Hongke respectfully welcome the holy decree of our Lord." Behind them, other believers couldn't help but show fervent expressions, kneeling down and praying softly. Those who weren't believers, though not kneeling, consciously kept quiet, composed themselves, and bowed slightly to the statue in respect. Even those who didn't believe in this deity were still a peerless powerhouse worthy of respect. As the prayers rose, the light emanating from the statue grew even brighter. Within the golden divine light, a magnificent golden gate appeared in the void. It was the gate of heaven, the gate to the kingdom of God. Before everyone's eyes, the gate of heaven slowly opened, and pure white holy light poured down, instantly filling the entire sacred square. The light was holy and radiant, like the first rays of dawn, gentle yet brimming with vitality. Seeing this, the expressions on the faces of the believers in the sacred square grew even more fervent, and the prayers became even more devout. Is this the gate of heaven, supposedly even more advanced than the most powerful spatial teleportation array? Can this gate of heaven truly ignore spatial barriers? Even among the non-believers standing at the back, some secretly exchanged thoughts using their divine sense, their words filled with curiosity and amazement. The Church of Light had been rooted in the Immortal Palace for so many years, becoming an integral part of its civilization. Even the most isolated cultivators had heard rumors about the Church of Light. Among them, the most widely circulated was the Gate of Heaven. Because once the gates of heaven establish a special anchor point, it can be opened at any location with the believers. Compared to spatial teleportation arrays that can only achieve point-to-point fixed teleportation, it is far more advanced and convenient. Cultivation families in the Immortal Palace occasionally entrust acquaintances in the Holy See with the help of transporting items that need urgent delivery. Since there is frequent exchange of supplies between the Holy See and the Divine Kingdom, and the angelic legions are stationed in the Immortal Palace's temple year-round, it's not too troublesome to smuggle something along. If they have a good relationship with someone, they will readily agree. Over time, in addition to its signature healing magic, the Gates of Heaven has become famous among cultivation families. Today, many of the passerby cultivators who came to the sacred square came specifically to see the Gates of Heaven. Just as a group of non-believers were exchanging glances and communicating secretly with their divine senses, a magnificent and steady male voice suddenly came from within the Gate of Light. By His Majesty's decree, Pope Wang Yuan and Cardinal Huangfu Hongke are here to attend the birthday celebration in the Kingdom of Light. The voice seemed to travel through layers of water, somewhat muffled and echoing, yet it resonated within everyone's consciousness, instantly conveying its meaning. The clergy, led by Wang Yuan, straightened their expressions and immediately responded, "We obey His Majesty's decree." With that, Wang Yuan and Huangfu Hongke stood up, straightened their robes, and walked excitedly towards the Gates of Heaven. They weren't unfamiliar with the Kingdom of Light, but being invited to attend its birthday celebration in front of countless people held a different significance. In the plaza, countless people cast envious and jealous glances their way. Among them, the gazes of the other 11 cardinals were particularly fervent and envious. They knew they couldn't match Pope Wang Yuan's steadfast faith, but they believed they were not far behind Cardinal Huangfu Hongke. Huangfu Hongke was only invited by the Divine Kingdom on such an important birthday because he knew our Lord earlier than them. It was truly infuriating. The cardinals secretly chewed through countless blankets and crumpled countless handkerchiefs. Under the envious gazes of everyone, Wang Yuan and Huangfu Hongke walked proudly into the Golden Gate of Light. Their backs seemed to exude a smug air. Soon, their figures disappeared into the dazzling golden light. But the magnificent Gate of Light, woven from brilliant golden light, did not close with their disappearance. Just as the clergy and believers were astonished, another divine decree came from the Gate of Light. Our Lord has decreed that today is His millennium birthday, a day of universal celebration. Today, all who are present, whether believers or not, will receive the baptism of holy light, sweeping away all suffering. As the words fell, the gates of heaven, woven from light, shone brightly. A holy light poured forth from the gates of heaven, instantly enveloping the entire sacred square. Compared to the unintentional radiance of holy light before, this light was far more dazzling, containing a far richer concentration of holy energy. A milky white mist even filled the sacred square, and the statue of light within it seemed to grow even more sacred and majestic. Wherever the holy light touched, everyone's face instantly turned rosy, as if they had soaked in a hot spring on a cold winter's day, exceptionally refreshing. Many even couldn't help but close their eyes, revealing expressions of blissful ecstasy. Chapter 546 The Impact of Miracles. Praise be to our Lord. The believers couldn't help but murmur their prayers, and the faces of the many clergymen became even more solemn. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire sacred square grew even more solemn. Wherever the holy light reached, everyone's bodies were nourished from the inside out, and their physical condition changed noticeably. My body, it seems, it's better. A pale-faced girl in the crowd suddenly widened her eyes. What? Let me see. Hearing her words, the young man standing beside her immediately grabbed her wrist anxiously, diverting a stream of true energy to examine her body. The next moment, he was completely stunned. Brother. The girl looked at him nervously. Little sister, your body is perfectly healthy. Your meridians are clear, your qi and blood are abundant, there's not a single problem. The young man raised his head in a daze, his face filled with shock and disbelief. Abundant qi and blood? The girl's eyes widened in disbelief. She had been deficient in qi and blood since birth, and after consulting an alchemist, she was told it was a congenital deficiency. For so many years, she had not only been unable to cultivate, but her body was also extremely weak. Even the slightest excitement would cause her chest pain. Her family had tried many methods, hiring alchemists to concoct numerous pills and even using very rare and precious herbs, but these only managed to keep her alive. There was no cure. She had only come to the Palace of Light to join in the fun, yet she had unexpectedly been cured of her congenital deficiency. Her thin hand unconsciously covered her chest. Brother, I'm really cured. Her voice trembled slightly, and her eyes, as she looked at her elder brother, held a strong hope, yet also seemed somewhat disbelieving, and a sense of helplessness and confusion arising from the unexpected turn of events. The young man's eyes reddened, and he nodded heavily at her. Yes. Cured. Completely cured. He could feel that the qi and blood surging within his sister's body were not some rootless substance supplied from the outside, but truly born from her own bloodline. Although it wasn't yet at its peak, it was vibrant and had great potential, making her radiate vitality. In just a short while, her pale face gradually regained its rosy hue, displaying the healthy complexion of a young woman. Receiving his affirmation, the girl could no longer contain her emotions, covering her face and weeping with joy. Seeing this, the young man felt a surge of both gratitude and relief, his heart pounding with emotion. If he hadn't decided to come to the sacred square to witness the ceremony today, his sister might have spent her entire life in illness, never possessing her current vitality. He couldn't help but imitate the posture of the surrounding believers, whispering a prayer, "Praise be to the God of Light." Almost simultaneously, gasps erupted from the crowd ahead. A middle-aged man who was devoutly praying suddenly radiated holy light. This light was pure white and sacred, almost identical to the holy light pouring from the gates of heaven. The surrounding believers were astonished. A knowledgeable believer immediately realized, this is a divine gift. It must be his unwavering faith that moved our Lord, who mercifully bestowed this blessing. Hearing this, the surrounding believers were filled with envy. But such a thing cannot be obtained through envy alone. Only the most devout believers have the opportunity to receive the Lord's blessing during prayer. Those who did not receive the blessing must have had insufficient faith. As they spoke, the holy light surrounding the middle-aged man gradually dissipated, but a cross-shaped light spot quickly condensed and formed between his brows. However, the cross-shaped light spot existed for a very short time, disappearing almost as soon as it formed. At the same time, the middle-aged man awoke and reopened his eyes. "How are you? Has anything changed in your body?" A believer beside him asked curiously. The middle-aged man sensed something, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "I have comprehended a divine spell, the blessing of light." As he spoke, he couldn't help but make a prayer gesture and murmured, "Praise be to our Lord." The believer who asked the question instantly paled. "My God, you actually comprehended divine magic on your own? That's incredible." The other believers around him exclaimed in unison. Blessing of light was just an ordinary aura-type divine spell, capable of accelerating one's recovery speed for a short period. Almost every priest within the Holy See knew this spell. However, comprehending divine magic on one's own was entirely different from learning it through instruction. Almost all believers knew that hundreds of years ago, when the Holy See first began its missionary work in the Immortal Palace, It established a rule: any believer who could comprehend divine magic on their own would immediately receive an invitation from the Holy See, become an honorary bishop, and receive special training from the Holy See. But over the past few centuries, very few had achieved this. The number couldn't be counted on one hand. However, without exception, all of these individuals later achieved great success. Those familiar with the Holy See's scriptures knew that 3 of the current 12 cardinals entered the Holy See because they comprehended divine magic during prayer, and the remaining 1 became an angel, now a member of the Lord's angelic guard. Today, someone else has spontaneously comprehended divine magic. How could they not be shocked? Almost simultaneously with the exclamations of the surrounding believers, the clergy at the front received the news. Immediately, 2 priests in white robes hurried over. "Sir, the 11 cardinals request your presence." The 2 priests bowed deeply to the middle-aged man and respectfully extended the invitation. "Thank you for your trouble." The middle-aged man stood up, returned the bow, and followed them forward. Throughout, a faint smile played on his lips, his brows relaxed, his gaze serene, showing no sign of being overwhelmed by the invitation. The 2 priests treated him with the same utmost respect, showing no disrespect because he was currently an ordinary believer. On the contrary, their eyes held deep reverence as they looked at the middle-aged man. The believers were unaware, but the clergy knew perfectly well that to spontaneously comprehend divine magic, not only was a strong soul aptitude required, but also an extremely pure and unwavering faith. One had to be a holy believer. Every believer is blessed by the Lord and will surely enter the kingdom of God on the future, standing beside our Lord, far superior to ordinary pastors like them. Otherwise, how could you become an honorary bishop upon entering the Vatican? It seems our Vatican is about to produce another extraordinary figure. Watching the middle-aged man's departing figure, a believer couldn't help but murmur with emotion, "I actually witnessed his awakening. I still can't believe it." Hearing this, the other believers nodded in agreement. They were still somewhat dazed. Although they didn't know what kind of achievements this person would make in the future, just looking at his demeanor, they could tell he was no ordinary person. Whether he would become a cardinal or an angel, they would have witnessed history and could boast about it to the younger generation for centuries. Just as the believers inside the square were excited and discussing, an elderly man among the non-believers on the outer perimeter was sitting in a wheelchair, leaning back with his eyes closed, resting. Bathed in the milky white mist, his tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and his pale face regained some color. "Ancestor." The surrounding cultivators couldn't help but whisper his name. The old man waved his hand, signaling them not to disturb him. By this time, a while had passed since the gates of heaven opened, and the magnificent golden gates began to slowly close. Most of the milky white mist in the sacred plaza had merged into the bodies of those present, becoming increasingly thin. The old man, however, still did not open his eyes. Only when the gates of heaven were completely closed and the surrounding milky white mist had completely dissipated did the old man let out a long sigh and reopen his slightly closed eyes. "Ancestor, how do you feel?" The middle-aged cultivator who had been attending to him quickly approached. "The divine art of light is indeed wondrous and extraordinary," the old man exclaimed, a rare smile appearing on his usually tense face. "I feel much better. Although I haven't fully recovered, at least I haven't deteriorated any further, and there's a possibility of a cure." "That's wonderful." Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators breathed a sigh of relief, their expressions a mixture of surprise and joy. The middle-aged cultivator who had been attending to him was especially excited. "Immortal Venerable Zuan really didn't lie to me, it really works." "All right, stop getting so excited," the old man waved his hand. "Quickly find someone to contact the Palace of Light and see if we can get a cardinal to treat me." "Yes, I'll contact them right away." The middle-aged cultivator hurriedly agreed, pulling out a handful of communication stones and starting to try and find someone. Seeing this, the old man didn't say anything more. His gaze swept over the surrounding crowd, landing on the many clergy members in front of him. A hint of melancholy flashed deep in his eyes, so fleeting it was almost imperceptible. He had thought that advancing to level 12 and becoming a celestial immortal would ensure the family's long-lasting prosperity. He never imagined that even a golden immortal could perish overnight. This time, he was severely injured and almost didn't return. To ensure the family's continued prosperity, he alone couldn't do it. The family needed more options. The Holy See of Light was a good choice. It seemed it was time to select a few younger members from the family to join the Holy See. Similar scenes played out repeatedly in various corners of the sacred square. Their expressions varied, their thoughts differed, perhaps out of gratitude, perhaps out of reverence, perhaps for the sake of their families, or perhaps out of necessity. In any case, they became believers. A millennium celebration, a miracle, might not change much at once, but the seeds of faith were slowly sprouting in everyone's hearts, destined to grow into towering trees. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Bian and Huang Fu Hongke also emerged from the gates of heaven. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 547 The Vice Alliance Leader of the Immortal Alliance arrives. You've arrived. Just as they stepped out of the gates of heaven, a familiar figure approached. It was a beautiful middle-aged woman. She wore a long robe embroidered with green bamboo, her hair flowing like clouds, her figure slender and graceful. She was none other than Yaoyu's personal maid, Yazhu. The former elder Yazhu is now a powerful 13th level Tai Golden Immortal, holding an important position in the Kingdom of Light, specifically responsible for assisting Yaoyu in managing matters related to the Immortal Palace. Upon seeing her, Wang Bian and Huang Fu Hongke quickly bowed. Greetings, Immortal Venerable Yazhu. Greetings, Aunt Yazhu. We are honored that Aunt has come to greet us personally. No need for such formalities. Immortal Venerable Yazhu smiled, clearly in a good mood. Today is His Majesty's Millennium birthday. You are guests, there's no need for such formalities. With that, she beckoned behind her, and immediately a little angel flapped its wings and flew over, placing 2 palm-sized orbs of holy light into their arms. Immortal Venerable Yazhu explained, these are small gift bags for the guests attending the birthday celebration. Everyone who receives an invitation will receive one. These 2 are for you. Thank you, Immortal Venerable Yazhu. The 2 quickly and respectfully thanked her. Immortal Venerable Yazhu waved her hand. I said there's no need to be so polite. There are many guests in the Divine Kingdom today, and I have many things to attend to, so I won't entertain you any longer. You can go to the square at the foot of the mountain to watch the ceremony. As she spoke, 2 12-winged seraphim came to inquire about matters, clearly indicating that she was indeed very busy. Immortal Venerable Yazhu briefly explained to the 2 and then went to attend to her own business. Seeing her walk away, Wang Bian and Huang Fu Hongke breathed a slight sigh of relief and finally had the mind to observe their surroundings. The gate of heaven was located halfway up the divine mountain. From their current position, almost everything around them was adorned with ribbons and various decorations. These decorations all exuded a sacred aura, clearly not ordinary items. Countless colorful orbs of holy light floated in the sky above, some inscribed with Happy Birthday, My Lord in various scripts, others depicting simple patterns, decorating the sky with an exceptionally festive atmosphere, creating a special birthday celebration. Angels constantly flew about carrying all sorts of things, appearing very busy. But no matter how busy they were, their faces were filled with smiles, looking very happy. So lively, Huang Fu Hongke couldn't help but exclaim. Let's see what's in the little gift bag first, Wang Bian reminded him. As he spoke, he had already channeled some energy into the palm-sized orb of holy light, which immediately opened, and a pile of things fell out. Candy, spirit fruit, holy wheat bread, an identity token, and even chaos spirit liquid. Huang Fu Hongke glanced at the contents of his hand and was immediately taken aback. The other things were one thing, but to even give away chaos spirit liquid was incredibly extravagant. He was incredibly envious and quickly opened his holy light orb. Sure enough, he found a thumb-sized energy crystal inside, containing a drop of chaos spirit liquid. He was immediately thrilled. This was a treasure. Although he had learned after joining the Holy See that the Divine Kingdom possessed the ability to convert divine power into chaos spirit liquid, the effects of chaos spirit liquid were real and undiminished by its ease of acquisition. With this drop of chaos spirit liquid, his chances of breaking through to the 13th level golden immortal realm were greatly increased. I didn't expect to receive such benefits from attending this extraordinary birthday celebration. Huang Fu Hongke happily put away the drop of chaos spirit liquid, his face showing an expression of having gotten a great deal. Those invited to the birthday celebration are not ordinary people. We are considered to be of relatively low status among them. The things the divine kingdom sends out naturally cannot be too bad, otherwise it would be embarrassing, Wang Bian said, more level-headed than him. In fact, not only the chaos spirit liquid, but also the remaining candies, spirit fruits, and holy wheat bread were all good things, just inferior to the chaos spirit liquid. He carefully put away everything in the little gift bag, keeping only the identity token that recorded his identity. The identity token was made of jade. He stuck it to his clothes, and it stuck on automatically, not falling off no matter how he moved. Wang Bian was curious about the principle behind the identity token and was pondering it when the impatient Huang Fuhongke grabbed his arm. I heard that our Lord invited several big shots from level 5 civilizations to his birthday celebration. I wonder if they will come. Let's go and see. Huang Fuhongke pulled Wang Bian towards the foot of the sacred mountain. Soon, the two arrived at the plaza at the foot of the sacred mountain. This plaza was vast, the largest sacred plaza in the entire Kingdom of Light, and the second most important holy site in the Kingdom of Light after the sacred mountain, holding an extraordinary position in the hearts of the people of the kingdom. The statue of the God of Light in the center of the plaza was hundreds of feet tall, already very majestic from afar, and even more awe-inspiring up close. Standing at the foot of the statue, one appears as insignificant as a speck of dust. The birthday celebration has officially begun, and the entire Sacred Light Plaza is newly decorated, with colorful ribbons and holy light orbs everywhere, creating a festive atmosphere. The two registered their identities at the guest registration desk at the edge of the plaza and quickly entered. Tables with miniature teleportation arrays were set up throughout the plaza, laden with fruits, bowls, and various drinks and snacks. Any one of these fruits and snacks would be an expensive luxury item in the outside world, some even rare treasures, but here they were casually placed for anyone to take. Upon seeing the delicious food, Huang Fuhongke's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to pounce and feast. Seeing this, Wang Bian quickly grabbed him. Stop. Don't forget you represent the face of the Immortal Palace, and also the face of the Divine Kingdom. If something really happens, believe me, Her Majesty the Moon Consort will kill you. Huang Fuhongke stiffened, his eyes instantly clearing. Seeing this, Wang Bian breathed a sigh of relief and continued, let's walk over slowly. Behave yourself, don't be impolite. With that, he led the way to the table, casually taking a piece of pastry and slipping it into Huang Fuhongke's hand. Huang Fuhongke took a bite, maintaining his composure, but his eyes revealed a look of pure delight. He immediately forgot everything else, focusing solely on eating. Seeing this, Wang Bian, while relieved, couldn't help but worry. Bringing this guy along was like bringing a husky. He had to be constantly on guard, as any slight lapse in attention could lead to all sorts of trouble. Fortunately, His Highness the Moon Consort, his great aunt, still held some sway over Huang Fuhongke, otherwise, he might not have been able to control him. Oh, Your Holiness Pope Wang Bian, you've come too. The two were eating when a familiar pope came over to greet them. There weren't many people in the square yet, only a scattered 100 or so, mostly popes or cardinals from different star systems and dioceses. Many of them were acquaintances of Wang Bian and Huang Fuhongke. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two focused their attention on the other guests, especially the powerful figures from other civilizations. After hundreds of years of development, the Kingdom of Light was no longer what it once was. Including consort Huang Fuyaoyu, the number of level 14 experts in the kingdom had reached 10, each commanding a well-organized angelic legion, any one of which could be deployed independently. Among the 5th level civilizations, the Kingdom of Light had become a true uncrowned king. Today's birthday celebration wasn't just for their own people, there were also many guests from other civilizations. These guests were mostly at least level 13, with many reaching level 14. It was fair to say that everyone there was a big shot. People like Wang Bian and Huang Fuhongke, who would be considered big shots in a typical level 5 civilization, were just underlings here. Hey look, all the big shots are over there. Look at the middle one, isn't that His Holiness Saint John? Huang Fuhongke, with his sharp eyes, spotted a group of people on the other side and quickly nudged Wang Bian beside him. Wang Bian looked in the direction he was pointing. It really is. When the Immortal Palace and the Kingdom of Light first formed an alliance, Saint John and Angel, who were then level 13 Radiant Angels, were responsible for leading the mission into the Immortal Palace. Therefore, the two were quite familiar with Saint John. While they weren't exactly close to the other big shots, they had recognized their faces over the years. Let's go say hello. The two walked over together and respectfully began to bow, offer toasts, and greet each person in turn. Saint John, one of the earliest angels to follow Wu Wei, had already advanced to the level 14 Radiant Angel many years ago. He was Wu Wei's right-hand man and held a pivotal position in the Divine Kingdom. Those qualified to stand alongside him were basically all level 14 big shots. Among this group were several other level 14 Radiant Angels from the Divine Kingdom, as well as some level 14 big shots from other level 5 civilizations. These people were almost all powerful figures who held sway over their respective regions. Their identities were either emperors, presidents, or religious leaders. It could be said that any one of these people could write an epic tale in their own right. The word big shot was insufficient to describe this group. They should be called giants. Under the gaze of this group, Wang Bian and Huang Fu Hongke felt immense pressure, and sweat began to bead on their foreheads after only a few words. Under such pressure, it was already a feat for them not to make any mistakes, let alone build relationships. After finally greeting everyone and completing their task, the two hurriedly slipped away. At this moment, an unexpected guest also arrived in the Divine Kingdom. Upon seeing the figure before him, the 12-winged seraphim responsible for registering guests at the edge of the plaza paused for a moment, then immediately reacted and loudly announced, "Vice Alliance Leader of the Immortal Alliance, Immortal Master Roy, has arrived." Chapter 548 Branch Manager of the Cosmic Bank. Since the start of the birthday celebrations, guests have been arriving frequently, each time with an angel calling out their name. Wang Bian and Huang Fu Hongke arrived as well. However, with so many guests today, the calling out of names was only occasional, and aside from truly important figures, most people wouldn't attract much attention. Wang Bian and Huang Fu Hongke's arrival went largely unnoticed. Only a few familiar popes noticed and came over to greet them. But now, with the calling out of names, the entire square fell silent instantly. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. Several seconds passed before people reacted, and voices resumed in the square. But those speaking seemed somewhat distracted, their eyes unconsciously glancing towards the square's entrance. Wang Bian and Huang Fu Hongke, too, couldn't resist looking over, snacking as they did. At the square's entrance, a young man in a blue robe had just registered his identity and was walking into the square. The young man wasn't particularly handsome, but he possessed a gentle and tranquil temperament, ethereal and otherworldly, making him unforgettable. However, this wasn't his most distinctive feature. What was most unusual was that although he wore a string of Buddhist prayer beads on his wrist and exuded a peaceful and serene aura, resembling a Buddhist cultivator, his head was still adorned with jet black hair, making it impossible to discern his true path. He's the vice leader of the Immortal Alliance? His aura is quite unique, but I wonder about his strength. Wang Bian mused. You wouldn't know. Huang Fu Hongke swallowed a rice cake in his mouth. I overheard my great-aunt mentioning him before. This vice leader is extraordinary. At least half the credit for the Immortal Alliance's current prosperity goes to him. It turned out that when the Immortal Alliance was first established, although it was a level 6 civilization, its strength was at the bottom among level 6 civilizations. The only cultivator at the 15th level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm was obsessed with cultivation, often going into seclusion for thousands of years at a time. Although he held the title of Alliance Leader, he was essentially irrelevant. The Vice Alliance Leader was merely a figurehead, lacking the strength to control the numerous powerful figures below him. Over time, the various factions within the Immortal Alliance gradually began to act independently. The Immortal Alliance completely disintegrated, still bearing the title of a 6th-level civilization, but in reality, any one of its factions was only at the level of an ordinary 5th-level civilization. At that time, the Immortal Alliance was not even comparable to any ordinary 6th-level civilization, let alone a top-tier 6th-level civilization like the Cosmic Bank with its long history. If it weren't for the lingering prestige of the Pure Yang Immortal Palace, which deterred those top-tier 6th-level civilizations from acting rashly due to the Pure Yang Immortal Palace's past reputation, the Immortal Alliance would likely have ceased to exist long ago. This situation persisted for hundreds of thousands of years, until the appearance of this Buddha Roy. In fact, Buddha Roy didn't do anything particularly special. However, his birth coincided with a period of internal turmoil within the Immortal Alliance. The previous vice leader had been ousted for incurring public wrath, and a new vice leader had been sought for centuries without success. Various factions fought endlessly for the position, nearly causing the entire Immortal Alliance to disintegrate. Eventually, The various departments of the Immortal Alliance realized this situation could not continue. In a subsequent vote, all departments unanimously cast their votes for Roy Buddha, who had only recently become a Tai Golden Immortal. Roy Buddha was thus unprepared and thrust into the position of vice leader. This Roy Buddha was truly a remarkable figure. In a cultivation civilization that revered the strong, his temperament was unusually gentle, and he possessed a greater compassion for all things than ordinary cultivators. Perhaps due to this particularly compatible nature, he not only unexpectedly activated an ancient Buddhist cultivation inheritance, but his subsequent cultivation also proceeded smoothly, reaching level 14 without incident. Due to his personality and the unique nature of Buddhist cultivation, he was extremely popular within the Immortal Alliance. Moreover, he was originally a rogue cultivator, his inheritance of the ancient Buddhist lineage was purely coincidental, and he had no sect backing him. Choosing him as the vice leader wouldn't infringe on the interests of any of the Immortal Alliance's departments, which is why he was unanimously chosen by them. His legendary experiences make the term chosen one entirely fitting. He did not disappoint the expectations of the Immortal Alliance. After taking office, he acted justly and impartially, gradually restoring peace to the Immortal Alliance, which had been in turmoil due to the vice leader position. Furthermore, under his leadership, the various departments of the Immortal Alliance gradually broke down their independent systems over the next tens of thousands of years, establishing communication and deepening the foundation of their civilization. It can be said that although this Buddha Roy had no sect backing, his prestige within the Immortal Alliance was unparalleled. Even though both were level 14 Tai Golden Immortals, his status and position were incomparable to newcomers like the Dragon Girl and Jin Lai. They were simply not on the same level. As for why Buddha Roy, as a Buddhist cultivator, grew his hair long, Huang Fu Hongke explained, he cultivates ancient Buddhist teachings, focusing on the cultivation of the mind and not caring much about external things. Modern Buddhist cultivators create a series of strict rules and regulations to regulate themselves because their minds are not calm, they cannot see through illusions, and they cannot comprehend the truth. But in ancient times, these things were not emphasized at all. Wang Bian nodded, indicating he understood. While the two were talking, the other guests around them began to discuss Buddha Roy's arrival privately. The radiant angels and popes under the Kingdom of Light were simply surprised, but the guests from other civilizations had complex expressions. After all, compared to them, this person was a true tycoon. Although I knew His Majesty the God Lord had sent an invitation to the Immortal Alliance, I originally thought that at most the Dragon Clan and the Laotian Sword Sect would come. I didn't expect this person to come in person, the misty Immortal Lord said, raising a glass of champagne, his deep eyes filled with complex emotions. Although Immortal Lord Junli had repeatedly attacked the Immortal Palace, he represented only one force within the Immortal Alliance, and he didn't harbor any ill will towards this Buddha. However, seeing such a heavyweight figure as the Vice Alliance leader of the Immortal Alliance in this setting still left him with rather complex feelings. Only a few hundred years have passed, Immortal Lord Honghu remarked beside him. The current Kingdom of Light can already invite the Vice Alliance leader of the Immortal Alliance to personally attend the ceremony. In a few hundred or a few thousand years, I simply can't imagine how terrifyingly fast the Kingdom of Light's development will be. Not far away, several emperors and presidents from a fifth-level civilization on the technological side were also quietly marveling. It's just a millennium celebration, yet even the Vice Alliance leader of a sixth-level civilization has come. The Kingdom of Light's prestige is truly immense. Tisk tisk tisk, this time, the Kingdom of Light has greatly enhanced its prestige. Yes, that's only because it's the Kingdom of Light. If it were us, the invitation probably wouldn't even reach this person. Of course, there were also those in the crowd who were envious. The Kingdom of Light had risen too quickly. Many civilizations hadn't even had time to react before watching it develop into a behemoth. Their mindsets hadn't adjusted, so naturally, some resentment and bitterness were inevitable. But these people were ultimately only a small minority, and after all, this was on the territory of the Kingdom of Light. Even if they harbored jealousy, they dared not show it too openly. Amidst these gazes filled with various thoughts, Buddha Roy calmly walked through the crowd. A warm smile remained on his face, as if he hadn't noticed the sidelong glances and whispers around him. Of course, perhaps he had noticed, but didn't care. Soon, he arrived at the central area of the plaza where the big shots gathered. Upon seeing him, the big shots from the fifth-level civilizations immediately concealed the various expressions in their eyes, replacing them with polite, businesslike smiles as they greeted him. As leaders of their respective factions, they wouldn't fawn over even a powerful figure from a level 6 civilization. However, their attitude towards Bodaroy was naturally much more polite than towards others, and their words conveyed respect. Bodaroy, in turn, was unpretentious, responding gently to each person. For a moment, the atmosphere was harmonious. Just then, the long-absent announcement rang out again. President Luo Yunzhao of the Cosmic Bank Luofu Star Sea branch has arrived. Upon hearing this voice, the powerful figures who were exchanging pleasantries paused, and even Bodaroy stopped. Everyone's gaze unconsciously began to drift towards the entrance of the plaza. At this moment, at the entrance of the plaza, a middle-aged man in a sharp black suit was bowing his head to register his identity. The seraphim in charge of registration stood beside him with her head slightly bowed, her posture extremely respectful. The middle-aged man was tall and had a refined demeanor. He didn't look like a businessman, but rather like a learned scholar. He didn't possess the imposing aura or domineering presence that a strong person should have. Instead, he looked like an ordinary person, without any special qualities. If he hadn't appeared at this gathering of powerful figures, but instead appeared on the streets of any other civilization, he would likely have been mistaken for an ordinary person without any cultivation. However, those present were all well-informed and experienced individuals. Even if they hadn't seen this person in person, they had all seen his image through their own channels. They quickly recognized him as Luo Yunzhao, the president of the Luofu Star Sea branch of the Cosmic Bank. A peak level 14th grade Great Luo Golden Immortal, and also the person in charge of the Cosmic Bank in their Luofu Star Sea region. Confirming this, the faces of the powerful figures, including the misty Immortal Lord, once again revealed complex expressions that were difficult to suppress. The Cosmic Bank was another level 6 civilization. Unlike the Immortal Alliance, which was in the middle to lower ranks among level 6 civilizations, the Cosmic Bank had already reached the pinnacle of level 6 civilizations millions of years ago. Now that level 7 civilizations had long since disappeared into the annals of history, it was a true hegemonic civilization in the universe. Even if this was just a branch president of the Cosmic Bank, he was still someone they rarely had the opportunity to interact with, a true tycoon. The Kingdom of Light actually managed to invite even this person. Their influence is immense. Even the usually calm and gentle Bodaroy showed a look of surprise. Even he came. Chapter 549 The Power and Might of the Divine Kingdom. Why are people from the Cosmic Bank here too? Wang Bian nudged Huang Fuhongke beside him. He knew that although Huang Fuhongke seemed unreliable, his information network was better than his. He didn't know the reason for this, but Huang Fuhongke might know something. Boss, wait, hasn't His Majesty been doing business with the Cosmic Bank all along? Huang Fuhongke actually knew a little about this. He swallowed a mango cake in his mouth and casually explained, "Our Divine Kingdom is now one of the Cosmic Bank's biggest clients. The Cosmic Bank is a trading civilization, and His Majesty sent them an invitation, so naturally they have to give him face." As he spoke, he looked around to make sure no one was paying attention to them, then whispered in Wang Bian's ear, "However, I reckon the Cosmic Bank might be trying to use this opportunity to probe His Majesty's intentions." Wang Bian nodded. He usually only managed the Immortal Palace area, and his knowledge was limited to that small territory. He wasn't aware of the trade relationship between the Divine Kingdom and the Cosmic Bank, but after Huang Fuhongke mentioned it, he immediately understood. "Do you know anything about this person's background?" he continued. "I don't know." Huang Fuhongke shook his head. "Even you don't know?" Wang Bian was astonished. Huang Fuhongke sighed. "The Cosmic Bank has always been mysterious, and it's very difficult for outsiders to find out their internal information. I only know that this branch manager seems to come from a prominent family, with a distinguished status and a deep background, but that's all I know." Wang Bian was speechless. What's the difference between this and knowing nothing at all? As they were talking, Luo Yunzhao, the branch manager of the Cosmic Bank's Luofu Star Sea branch, had finished registering his identity information and walked in from the entrance of the square. St. John and several other level 14 radiant angels immediately went up to greet him and exchanged pleasantries. The other level 5 civilization leaders naturally followed suit, and even Bodaroy went over and exchanged pleasantries with Luo Yunzhao. As level 6 civilizations, the Immortal Alliance and the Cosmic Bank had many collaborations. Bodaroy and Luo Yunzhao had been communicating remotely for hundreds of thousands of years. Although they rarely met, they were still considered acquaintances. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two began chatting about a birthday celebration. Other influential figures chimed in, quickly creating a lively atmosphere. Wang Bian and Huang Fuhongke knew such a grand occasion had nothing to do with small fry like themselves, so they naturally wouldn't bother. They quietly settled into a corner, enjoying their food while watching the powerful figures chat, occasionally exchanging a few casual remarks and criticizing the bizarre tastes of certain civilizations, finding their own enjoyment quite amusing. They didn't know how much time had passed when Huang Fuhongke was mentioning how a certain technological civilization believed the more poisonous something was, the more delicious it tasted, and how every year large numbers of people died from consuming highly poisonous plants and animals. Suddenly, the crowd stirred. At the same time, a loud voice rang out in the square. His Majesty has arrived. Wang Bian and Huang Fuhongke jumped, immediately putting down their pastries and standing tall with their heads held high. The powerful figures in the center of the plaza immediately ceased their conversation. Even the Vice Alliance leader of the Immortal Alliance, Buddha Roy, and the branch manager of the Cosmic Bank, Luo Yunzhao, swallowed back the words they were about to say. Their gazes swept across the plaza, quickly locking onto an entrance that was exactly opposite to their arrival route. There, against a backdrop of fluttering ribbons, a group of people were slowly descending from the Divine Mountain. The group consisted of both men and women, led by a tall, handsome young man. He wore a simple white robe, his steps leisurely, exuding extraordinary bearing. A faint golden divine light swirled around him, making his aura as dazzling as the sun in the sky. This young man was none other than Wu Wei. After hundreds of years of experience, Wu Wei's appearance remained unchanged, but his bearing had become even more extraordinary. Even without deliberate effort, every gesture and movement carried a profound sense of authority, inspiring awe in all who beheld him. Behind Wu Wei followed a group of divine consorts and several level 14 powerhouses. Holy Consort Katarina wore a pure white saintly robe today, her golden hair cascading down her back, her eyes as blue as the sea, her smile gentle, her demeanor dignified and sacred. 16 pure white wings cascaded naturally behind her, further enhancing her pure and immaculate aura. Moon Consort Huang Fuyao wore her usual moon white gauze dress. However, compared to her usual attire, her dress today was noticeably more elaborate, with more exquisite details. The meticulous design further accentuated her outstanding, ethereal, and noble aura, like the bright moon. The two followed Wu Wei side by side, almost indistinguishable in rank. Behind them, Yan Consort Liliana in a red dress and Ling Consort Everest, radiating a natural aura, stood side by side. The vibrant red dress perfectly accentuated Liliana's alluring figure, yet it couldn't conceal the chilling aura honed on the battlefield. Bathed in pure light, she was like a thorny rose, fiery, seductive, and irresistible. In contrast, the spirit consort Evelise was the complete opposite. Born of nature, she possessed the unique grace and clarity of her race, her aura as gentle and restrained as nature itself. Coupled with her exquisite beauty, as if blessed by the heavens, she resembled a meticulously polished gem, crystal clear and radiant. The two standing together were like a clash of ice and fire, dazzling and mesmerizing. Behind them stood the sea goddess Deshivahage, exuding an oceanic aura, the saintess angel, radiating holy light, and Saint Judy, the only dark angel in the divine realm. For her birthday, Deshivahage was dressed in her finest attire, a rare occurrence for her. Today, she wore a dark green fishtail dress that perfectly showcased her graceful curves. Her long, azure hair, which had always been tied back, was now down, giving her a more sophisticated and intellectual look, rather than a more capable one. As a former sea princess, her appearance was naturally delicate and beautiful. Her dark green eyes shone like jewels, and the pair of gill fins peeking out from her hair were as beautiful and delicate as butterfly wings. With this outfit, she seemed to be coated with a layer of light, becoming radiant and dazzling. Beside her, the saintess Angel had a completely different style. In the technological plane, Angel had been a star for a long time, and she was very adept at handling occasions that required vying for attention. She knew that she had no advantage over the other goddesses in terms of either appearance or temperament, and that she would undoubtedly lose if she competed with them, so she simply changed her style. She wore a light gold satin cheongsam. Speaking of which, this cheongsam was something Wu Wei had commissioned on a whim, and every female high-ranking official in the Divine Kingdom had one. While the others didn't particularly like wearing it, she fell in love with it at first sight. She was naturally blessed with black hair and fair skin, and an elegant demeanor, perfectly complementing the cheongsam. The moment she put it on, her entire aura instantly rose, holding its own even next to the sea goddess Deshevahage, who possessed racial advantages. On her other side stood the dark angel Saint Judy. Today, she wore a Gothic-style super short Lolita dress, her long, white legs blatantly exposed. Among the crowd of long dresses, her outfit was simply outstanding, instantly attracting most people's attention. Add to that the 16 unique black and white wings behind her, and it was impossible not to remember her. Further behind them, at a slightly greater distance, were the dragon girl Susan and the immortal Lord Junlai. Only a few hundred years had passed since the agreed-upon reform through labor period. Now, under Wu Wei's orders, the two temporarily served as his guards, awaiting his commands at any time. Even on Wu Wei's birthday, they diligently fulfilled their duties. The dragon maiden Susan casually carried a golden spear, her phoenix eyes constantly scanning the many powerful figures present, seemingly secretly assessing their strength. Her azure dragon robe swayed slightly with her steps. While her posture was indeed that of a standard guard, the inherent majesty of the dragon race made her movements resemble those of a king inspecting his territory, rather than a mere guard. Compared to her, the immortal Lord Junlai, also a level 14 Tai Golden Immortal, appeared far inferior. Not only was he shorter, but his aura was also less imposing, making him look like a mere follower of a king. Even his vibrant red hair was unremarkable in this square filled with powerful figures. The green-haired lizardman king next to the immortal Lord Hong was far more unconventional. The moment this group appeared, the entire sacred square fell silent. Not only the emperors, presidents, and sect leaders of the fifth-level civilizations, but even Bodoroy and Luo Yunzhao, the branch manager of the Interstellar Bank, were stunned. Not counting Wu Wei, the group behind him were all level 14 powerhouses. Hiss! How much strength has the Kingdom of Light been hiding? A president of a fifth-level technological civilization couldn't help but gasp. The emperor of a fifth-level bio-civilization next to him was also shocked, muttering, "I thought all the level 14 powerhouses of the Kingdom of Light were in the square, but I didn't expect." Unexpectedly, those in the square were only a small fraction. Besides being awestruck by the kingdom's formidable strength, many also noticed a detail. The group of dazzling beauties behind Wu Wei were not only all incredibly powerful, but most of them also wore golden badges representing their status as divine consorts. This meant that they were all Wu Wei's women. They'd seen plenty of men enjoying the best of both worlds before, but the group behind Wu Wei consisted of level 14 powerhouses. To have such a group of beauties and powerful women, each with their own unique charm, obediently follow his orders, this man was truly a man among men. They were utterly ashamed of themselves. Chapter 550 Key to the Galaxy. As they spoke, Wu Wei and his entourage descended the sacred mountain and arrived at the edge of the plaza. Upon seeing them, the clergy, including Wang Yan and Huang Fuhanke, immediately and respectfully greeted them. Even St. John, St. Luke, and several other radiant angels apologized to the surrounding elders and quickly approached. "Greetings, my lord. Your Majesty." From the 16 winged radiant angels to the 12 winged angels guarding the plaza, all the angels knelt on one knee, bowing their heads in utmost reverence. This scene, witnessed by the representatives of the surrounding civilizations, evoked an indescribable sense of awe. Everyone unconsciously fell silent, even the elders who had been marveling at the sight were momentarily speechless. Sorry, this divine lord is late." Just as everyone remained silent, Wu Wei waved for the angels to stand. He raised his hand and bowed to the surrounding crowd, his handsome face bearing his signature gentle smile. Only then did the crowd react, quickly gathering around him. "Your Majesty, Lord of Light, on your birthday." After a series of pleasantries, the atmosphere became lively again. The representatives of the level 5 civilizations treated Wu Wei with significantly more enthusiasm than they had shown to other civilizations. Even the Bodoroy and Luo Yunzhao, the branch manager of the Cosmic Bank, looked at Wu Wei with a complex and indescribable expression. Wu Wei noticed all the subtle shifts in their emotions. He knew that the Divine Kingdom had developed too rapidly in recent years, attracting countless eyes, both openly and secretly. These civilizations were not to be trifled with, many were secretly envious. They simply chose to observe for the time being because they couldn't see an opportunity. Now that the Divine Kingdom was powerful, these civilizations were naturally friends, presenting a friendly facade. But if the Divine Kingdom ever encountered problems, these people would immediately transform into wolves and tigers, pouncing fiercely on the Divine Kingdom, each wanting to tear a piece of flesh from it. The law of the jungle was the eternal law of this interstellar world. After exchanging pleasantries with all the representatives of the level 5 civilizations present, the powerful figures gathered around him gradually dispersed, each seeking out familiar civilizations to cultivate relationships. The holy consort Catherine and the others following behind him also dispersed, each going off to carry out their diplomatic missions. Soon, besides Susan and Junlai, the two level 14 powerhouses acting as his guards, only the two heavyweight figures, Bodoroy and Luo Yunzhao, remained by Wu Wei's side. Brother Wu, your performance today has truly astounded us all, Luo Yunzhao teased Wu Wei with a smile. Who would have thought you had so many top-tier level 14 experts hidden in your backyard? Ha ha ha, Brother Luo, you're being too modest, Wu Wei laughed. The Cosmic Bank has eyes and ears all over the world. Others might not know how many experts my Divine Kingdom has, but surely you do. Brother Wu, the way you say it makes it sound like I'm deliberately probing the Divine Kingdom's strength. Luo Yunzhao took a sip of his wine, his smile unchanged. As far as I know, there are 7 level 14 experts in the Divine Kingdom of Light, not counting Susan and Junlai, but 10 have appeared today. You still dare to say you haven't been hiding your strength? Wu Wei laughed, thinking to himself, Hijack, Judy, and Angel only recently advanced to level 14, of course you wouldn't know. However, although he thought this, he didn't show it on his face, and chuckled to himself, glossing over the matter. Speaking of powerful figures, Susan and Junlai have been by your side for hundreds of years now, haven't they? Roy Buddha's gaze casually swept over the two guards behind him, a faint smile playing on her lips. When the Dragon Clan and Laotian Sword Sect first learned of this, they were extremely reluctant, but now they can't wait for them to stay by your side. Wu Wei raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. If they stay by my side forever, I'm afraid the Buddha wouldn't agree, would he? Even if I didn't agree, what could I do? Roy Buddha sighed. The Laotian Sword Sect and the Dragon Clan have benefited, so naturally they are unwilling to let go. Now, not only the Dragon Clan and the Laotian Sword Sect, but even the other factions of the Immortal Alliance are eager to establish contact with the Divine Kingdom. Driven by self-interest, how can I control them? Wu Wei chuckled, it's not that exaggerated. He naturally knew why Roy said that. The members of the Dragon Clan and the Laotian Sword Sect are generally very skilled in combat, complementing the angels who are naturally adept at healing and buffing abilities. Before the strength of the angels within the Divine Kingdom had increased significantly, their joining had indeed brought considerable convenience. Over the years, they have fought alongside the Divine Kingdom in numerous campaigns, making substantial contributions. Wu Wei has always been generous to his subordinates, providing them with ample benefits, resources, and divine power infusions as needed. Over time, the strength of the members of the Dragon Clan and the Laotian Sword Sect has naturally increased rapidly. These are tangible benefits, and the Dragon Clan and the Laotian Sword Sect are not foolish. They certainly wouldn't pass up such easy advantages. Brother Wu is too modest, Bodoroy shook his head. Before I came here, several sects contacted me in advance, saying they also had teams of cultivators available for hire, and asked me to inquire with the Divine Kingdom if they needed any. He paused, then glanced at Susan and Junlai again. I think the Dragon Girl and Junlai must have been asked as well. Dragon Girl Susan nodded, indeed. They were the ones who mocked us the most back then, and now that they've seen the benefits, they want to share? Not so easy, Immortal Lord Junlai scoffed. Besides, with their attitude, clearly needing something but acting like they were doing us a favor, do they think our Divine Kingdom is begging? Ahem. Wu Wei coughed softly, reminding him to watch his words. Immortal Lord Junlai then realized what was happening and gave Bodoroy an apologetic look. I'm sorry, Vice Alliance Leader, I didn't mean to question the Immortal Alliance. It's just that those people were so greedy, I couldn't help myself. Bodoroy shook his head slightly and said gently, it's alright. He knew all too well what those people in the Immortal Alliance were like. He had only mentioned it out of consideration for his own position and hadn't expected to get a definite answer. What really concerned him was something else entirely. Only a few hundred years had passed, and Junlai had already implied that he was part of the Divine Kingdom. If they really waited until the 20,000-year term was up, well. By the way, Brother Wu's amethyst certificate has been processed, and I brought it over today. While Budoroy was talking to Wu Wei, Luo Yunzhao had been listening with a faint smile. Now, as if suddenly remembering something, he suddenly interjected. He took out a perfectly cut purple energy crystal, about the size of a fingernail, from his storage device and explained, "This purple crystal certificate represents Brother Wu's highest credit rating in our bank. With it, you won't need to go through the cumbersome procedures for large transactions in the future, you can transfer funds directly." "Thank you, Brother Luo. I was just worried about the complicated transaction process, this will make things much easier." Wu Wei's eyes lit up, and he quickly accepted the purple crystal. He hadn't noticed this when his God Kingdom's level was lower, but now that it was higher, he realized that large transactions exceeding 100 million in the Cosmic Bank had strict constraints. Not only did it require signing a special transaction contract with the Cosmic Bank, but the fund holders of both parties had to be present in person to repeatedly confirm the transaction details, and even leave video evidence. Afterward, the transaction had to be submitted to headquarters for review. In short, the procedures were incredibly cumbersome. He had been so annoyed by this that he had almost given up on trading through the Cosmic Bank. Unfortunately, transactions between different civilizations in interstellar space lacked legal constraints, and transactions not conducted through the Cosmic Bank offered no guarantee and were prone to being scammed. He tried a few times, creating a mess, before finally giving up. This purple energy crystal was clearly specially treated. It was slightly heavier than other energy crystals of the same size, and its energy fluctuations were subtly different from ordinary energy crystals, seemingly possessing a unique frequency. This was probably a special technology from the Cosmic Bank, its effect likely similar to a dynamic password. Wu Wei didn't delve into it further. He casually clipped the amethyst certificate to his cuff, appearing calm on the surface but inwardly admiring it with delight for a while before remembering the purpose of his special invitation to Luo Yunzhao and Budoroy. He took a glass of champagne from a passing servant, casually set up a soundproof barrier, and then looked at Budoroy and Luo Yunzhao with a serious expression. "To be honest, the reason I invited you two here is to inquire about some information. Brother Wu, please speak freely." Luo Yunzhao smiled faintly. "My Cosmic Bank still has some channels at our disposal. As long as you ask, I will tell you everything I can. Brother Wu, please speak." Budoroy also nodded slightly, adopting a listening posture. "With you two saying so, I feel much more at ease." Wu Wei smiled and looked at the two seriously. "Do you two have any information about the key to the galaxy?" The key to the galaxy is a crystallization of the essence of energy from the entire galaxy. It is the source of the galaxy and a powerful energy core. It takes at least millions of years for a galaxy to nurture one, making it extremely precious. This thing is considered a precious natural treasure. It can be used to refine top-grade immortal artifacts, energy weapons that can be used by level 15 experts. At the same time, it is also a core material for the Light God Kingdom to advance to level 6. At the very beginning of the Divine Kingdom's advancement to level 5, Wu Wei had already ordered the collection of resources needed for the advancement to level 6. While the collection of other resources went relatively smoothly, there was still no news about the key to the Star River. It was then that Wu Wei decided to inquire with the two. The key to the Star River. Upon hearing this name, Luo Yunzhao and Budoroy's gazes towards Wu Wei immediately changed. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.